Request at this time, if you have anything on you that will make noise, please turn it off.
Good idea.
Just wait one more minute till people get seated. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here so bright and early on a beautiful mountain fall morning. I'm Joyce McConnell, the Dean at West Virginia University College of Law. I want to welcome you to Drilling Down on Regulatory Challenges, Balancing Preservation and Profitability in the Development of Shale Gas Resources. This is the inaugural conference of the West Virginia University College of Law's Center for Energy and Sustainable Development. I want to thank all of you for being here today, and particularly our distinguished guests and panelists for being with us this morning. I want to tell you just very briefly about the center, and then we're actually going to begin our panel. Our biggest goal for today is not only to share our knowledge about drilling and gas regulation, but also to stay on time. And so I'm going to take that task very seriously and just tell you that the center is the newest effort at West Virginia University College of Law and at the university to place the university and the law school at the center of the debate and work that needs to be done on natural resource, energy production, and environmental protection. Our goal is to seek balance between the two. Our goal is to provide a forum where conversations can take place that will help us lead to the very best policy solutions. Thank you so much for being here.
Good morning. I'm Jamie Van Ostren. I'm the director of our new Center for Energy and Sustainable Development. And I want to thank you all for coming. I want to thank particularly our panelists and our speakers for making the trip to Morgantown. We plan to put on many more conferences like this in the future, so we hope you keep the WV campus in mind for your future travel plans. As we heard from Senator Manchin last night, technological advances in hydraulic fracturing and horizontal drilling have really turned the development of shale gas resources into a game changer in terms of the nation's energy landscape. Natural gas is expected to remain in abundant supply for the foreseeable future, with fairly low, stable prices that make it a good bridge resource to a cleaner energy economy. And the development of these resources in the Marcellus Shale potentially brings billions of dollars of economic activity and jobs to a region that sorely needs them. While West Virginia and the region need to continue to develop these fossil fuel resources, what we're going to be exploring today is what Joyce McConnell mentioned, the Dean mentioned, was this need for a balanced approach in order to minimize the environmental impacts. So our conference today is going to look at the various regulatory approaches to the development of shale gas resources and how the divergent stakeholder interests are taken into account. Our panelists and speakers today will examine the role of state environmental regulators, starting with our very first panel, the role of the federal government. We're going to hear from a representative from the EPA, and the role of local governments. And we're also going to take a critical look at the economic implications of shale gas development to be able to evaluate whether the economic benefits warrant the potential harm to the environment. So again, thank you all for coming. I want to also mention that this conference was made possible by a grant from the Advanced Energy Initiative. We appreciate their support. It covered the cost of bringing our speakers in and us being able to bring Senator Manchin in last night. So we thank our friends from the Advanced Energy Initiative. And with that, I'll introduce Tom Lane, who is the moderator of our first panel. Tom is a partner at Bowles, Rice, McDavid, Graff, and Love. He's an accomplished energy lawyer, as confirmed by receiving the McGlowerty Award from the Energy and Mineral Law Foundation, which is EMLF's highest honor and is awarded each year to a member who exemplifies high standards for commitment and accomplishment to the Energy and Mineral Law Foundation, the legal profession, and the natural resources industry. Tom is an alumnus of the WVU College of Law and has spent over 20 years on the adjunct faculty here at the law school as a professor specializing in coal, oil, and gas law. So this first panel, Tom Lane.
Thank you, Jamie, and thank you, Dean McConnell, for organizing this conference. Let me introduce our panel this morning with just a few comments. If you all, anyone here, were to go back just a few years, 6, 7 years, 2003, 2004, you could have leased about any farm from New York to Kentucky for $5 an acre. the word Marcellus was really only known in geologic circles. And today we have one of the most significant developments in recent history in the energy area. And as Jamie indicated, Senator Manchin last night, I think correctly called it a game changer. And it's a game changer not so much because it's a discovery, but like many things in our lives, it's the technology advances that have enabled the ability to produce the gas from this formation. And so in 5-6 years, we have gone from a relative shortage of gas to what we have today, an abundance of gas. And it presents an industry that has an incredible future. And today, we can say things like Senator Manchin did last night that would have been unimaginable just 5 years ago, and that is that we might have energy independence in this country. But with this boom comes risks and dangers. The production of Marcellus through hydraulic fracturing requires tremendous amounts of water. When you produce the gas, you produce fluids that contain the chemicals used for the fracturing process, and so there is a tremendous amount of produced fluids that need recycled, reused, disposed of. And we have need for protection, most particularly of groundwater. The people on this panel are the people who are at the center point of that debate. These are the regulators or the people who are most knowledgeable about what is happening in the regulatory arena, which is the key topic of the seminar today. So with that introduction to the topic, let me introduce the highly qualified members of our panel today. The first is Stu Gruskin. Stu is from New York. I think many of you probably realize that in New York they had one of the first highly visible debates on the topic of Marcellus production, where there were suggested threats to the drinking water of New York City, and in reaction the New York regulators have implemented strict guidelines on permitting. Stu Gruskin has been at the center of the debate in New York. He was the Assistant Commissioner of the New York Department of Conservancy. When you read his resume, you'll see the words SGIS. That is one of the permitting requirements that were implemented called Supplemental Generic Environmental Impact Statement. All of us recognize the last three words. But that was implemented under Stu Gruskin's leadership at their Department of Conservancy to deal with the unknowns surrounding Marcellus. Our second panelist is from West Virginia, Randy Huffman. Randy is the Secretary of the West Virginia Department of Environmental Protection. In West Virginia speak, by being a cabinet secretary, that means he has direct access to the governor, and he is one of the top-tier administrators in West Virginia government. Cabinet Secretary Huffman is a mining engineer. His department oversees both the mining and the oil and gas industry and oversees all of our environmental boards. So Randy is right at the top of the tier in West Virginia from a regulatory structure. Aside from his mining engineering background, I have to say he has distinguished service in the United States military. He is a colonel and is the leader of the command structure for the air wing that is in Charleston, West Virginia. If you look on the internet, you'll see that in 1981, Randy came in second in the state high school wrestling championship, and at the time he weighed a total of 132 pounds.
I've only gained 10 pounds since then.
Our next speaker, and I'm not going to go through all the detail. The resumes are in the brochures that you have. I just want to hit the highlights. But our next panelist is Liz Nolan. Liz is from Pennsylvania. Those of you familiar with the Marcellus development know that Pennsylvania is probably the state with the most prolific drilling, the most prolific development. If you were to drive from here to Pittsburgh, you would see an incredible boom town in Cannonsburg, Pennsylvania, and other office parks north of Pittsburgh that have developed mostly as an offshoot of the Marcellus development. Liz is the assistant counsel for the Pennsylvania Department of Environmental Protection, where, like the others here on the panel, she is at the center of the debate on the protections necessary for Marcellus development. Our final panelist is Armando Benincasa. Armando is a partner at the law firm of Steptoe & Johnson. He's located in the Charleston office. Armando today is going to address Ohio, the fourth state that is in this highly publicized region where we have this new development. And if you were to say that from at least an independence standpoint that we hit a home run with the Marcellus, with the recent discovery of the Utica, you'd have to say it's a grand slam. Armando will talk about, I think, what some of the new developments are in Ohio and what the regulatory structure looks like there. So having that introduction, let me start with Stu Gerskin and what is happening in New York.
Okay, thanks. Let's see if I can. Well, good morning, everyone. So first I want to say thanks for inviting me to participate today. I appreciate it, Jamie, very much. I'm very happy to be here to talk about what's going on in New York, or as maybe might be more precise, what's not going on in New York. So first, by way of introduction, I was the Executive Deputy Commissioner of the New York State Department of Environmental Conservation when this issue really hit in 2008. And I supervised DEC's activities as New York was trying to figure out what to do about this high-volume hydraulic fracturing. I conducted the statewide hearings on the first draft of the operative document, which is our supplemental generic environmental impact statement. And I also worked extensively with pretty much the whole universe of stakeholders in this, industry, landowners, environmental groups, local government officials, and so on. And what I'm going to talk about today is really I'm going to try to give you an overview of New York's regulatory context. Why is it that we're making decisions here, and talk about what our thinking was when we made those decisions, and then a little bit about the public debate in New York. And since I'm no longer with the government, I can do it in a little bit more less constrained way than when I was with the government. So back in 2008, we made a fundamental policy choice, and everything that's happened in New York since that time really runs from that. And the decision that we made was to carefully study the impacts of high-volume hydraulic fracturing on a generic basis before issuing permits to satisfy a legal requirement for an environmental review. And I'm actually always careful in these presentations to talk about high-volume hydraulic fracturing, because the reality is that they've been doing hydraulic fracturing in New York and many other places for quite some time, as well as horizontal drilling for quite some time. But the issue that we had to face in 2008 had to do with the scale of it, which was what we were starting to get applications for. So DEC is going through a formal legal administrative process. And a lot of people talk about a moratorium or a ban on this in New York State. There's actually not really a ban. DEC has never decided to ban this activity in New York. No one has decided to ban this activity in New York. Instead, what we decided to do was to go through this formal administrative process to meet a legal requirement of doing an environmental review. And recently, now formal regulations have become part of the mix. So what were we thinking? Here's what we knew in 2008. We knew that there were significant potential environmental impacts outside the existing environmental review that had been done in 1992 for gas drilling. We knew that we wanted to address those impacts before drilling started. We didn't want to be in a situation where we were discovering what the impacts were as the drilling was going on. We felt that it was important as a matter of policy to address those impacts and understand those impacts before we began issuing permits. We wanted to have a transparent and inclusive process because we knew this was going to be subject to a lot of public scrutiny and that it was going to be controversial. And we wanted to keep in mind DEC's mission, which was to objectively evaluate and address the impacts to best protect the environment. And it's hard to talk about the Marcellus Shale and not talk about the balancing of the energy and economic development and environmental policies, because this is, in fact, the perfect intersection of those. However, as the environmental regulator, DEC's job was not to be balancing those items. As the environmental regulator, DEC's job was to be putting on the table the mitigation measures that were required in order to be protective of the environment. DEC, we also wanted to bear in mind that DEC had to maintain regulatory neutrality. I've spoken at many of these things, and I was usually the person who actually wasn't for or against this, right? As a regulator, DEC was not saying this should be done or shouldn't be done. What DEC was trying to do is figure out what the impacts are and how can they be addressed, and is responsible to all the stakeholders, so not just environmental groups, but also the landowners and the industry. We also knew that there were inevitable legal challenges that were looming, and there's nothing that keeps you focused as much as knowing that you're definitely going to get sued. We also wanted to do this on a generic basis because we felt that if we addressed it generically instead of on a site-specific basis, it would result in administrative efficiency and consistency. In 2008, we could have started issuing permits, but what we would have had to do is require each permit applicant to do their own supplemental generic environmental impact statement. I'll get to that in a moment. We decided not to do that. But ultimately, really what we wanted to try to achieve was to gain public confidence that if this happened in New York, when it happened in New York, it was going to be in a way that was not going to be harmful to the environment. So just to give a very short bit of context, New York is not known as an oil and gas drilling state, but in fact we have a healthy oil and gas drilling industry. In fact, the first commercial natural gas well was in Fredonia, New York in 1821. We have a successful regulatory program. The last report was in 2010, and somewhere over 13,000 active wells were reported to DEC. So this is a map of New York that shows the distribution of the wells. The red blobs are actually lots of individual dots, and those are gas wells. The green ones are oil wells. You can see they kind of sneak up from Pennsylvania. Then we also have natural gas storage, solution salt mining, and geothermal. This is the Marcellus Shale in New York, and we also have the Utica Shale, which just goes up a little bit further north of there. So when we talk about what an administrative agency can do, you always have to start with the statute. The lawyers here will know that, and DEC's statute is the Environmental Conservation Law, and we have a very heady mission, which is defined right at the front of it, to conserve, improve, and protect the natural resources and the environment of the state of New York. Now, unlike a lot of other states, DEC in New York is both the environmental quality and the natural resource agency. So at the same time that we're trying to deal with environmental quality issues, permitting, air pollution, water pollution, and so on, we're also dealing with natural resources, fish and wildlife, all the waters of the state forest preserve, all of our lakes and rivers, and so on. So we have it all under one roof. Now, there's a statutory policy in New York that not only makes gas drilling legal, it encourages it. And this is a very unusual provision. It's the only place in the Environmental Conservation Law that encourages an industry. And it says that it's the policy of the state of New York to authorize and provide for the operation and development of oil and gas properties in such a manner that a greater ultimate recovery of oil and gas may be had. So explicitly recognizes the value of this kind of mineral resource. But of course, that's in the context of having to meet the mission of protecting the environment. So we have a whole host of state legal authorities, and instead of going through all these, I just want to point out that New York, our position in New York has been that our jurisdiction and oversight is not dependent upon the status of the federal interest in this industry. And I know that, I've been at many of these things where people say, well, why doesn't New York wait for the EPA to finish what the EPA is going to do? And the answer that I would always give is that if someone could explain what the EPA is doing that's different from what we've been doing in New York, then, we could talk about it. But the fact is that I think New York, like some other states, is a few years ahead of the studies that the EPA is doing. And I think that while what the EPA is doing would be valuable and it will be helpful, at the end of the day, this is really a state regulatory program. And in New York, we don't really care about the so-called Halliburton exception and some of the other things. We have our own regulatory authority, and we've been exercising it to deal with these issues. Now, this is the legal part of my presentation. Most of the action in New York has been under our State Environmental Quality Review Act, known as SEQR. There are lawyers who have spent their entire careers talking about this. I'm going to summarize it in about 30 seconds. It is an environmental protection statute, and it's similar to NEPA. It's sort of the state version of NEPA. What it requires is that any discretionary approvals from the New York State agency, such as issuing a permit to drill a gas well, requires an environmental impact assessment. And if that assessment says, if at the result of the assessment there's a determination that the activity is significant, then you have to prepare an environmental impact statement. You have to look at what the impacts are going to be, what the alternatives are, and figure out ways to mitigate them. And the goal is to avoid or minimize the adverse environmental impacts to the maximum extent possible. Now, what happens when you have an activity that's repeated a lot, such as issuing gas drilling permits? In those instances, you can use a generic environmental impact statement, which pretty much says that if you propose to do something that's within this box, then you don't have to do a separate environmental impact statement. If you're going to go outside that box, then you do. And that's exactly where we were in 2008. We had a generic environmental impact statement that said if you want a gas drilling permit and you're within this box, we can issue it to you. But if you're outside of it, and high-volume hydraulic fracturing is outside of it, you need a separate environmental review, and that's what we undertook to do generically. And we had to answer two questions. The first is what was new and generic, and what was new and not generic. And on the issue of generic, this is kind of where New York City enters into the picture. New York City and Syracuse are very unusual in that they're allowed to have unfiltered water, surface water supplies. We decided that they should be carved out of this because that's a unique kind of status. And in New York City, they're afraid that if they lost that filtration avoidance determination, they'd have to start filtering their water. It would cost about $10 billion, no exaggeration. So we felt that that's a good basis for saying if you want to drill in New York City watershed, you actually have to do an independent environmental review. We're not going to cover it here. Subsequently, the new administration actually just said they're going to ban it there. Anyway, the potential impacts that we decided we had to study mostly had to do with the scale of the operation. Again, we'd had hydraulic fracturing, we'd had horizontal drilling, but we hadn't had them combined, and we hadn't had it at this scale. So we had to deal with the large water volume withdrawals. We had to deal with the different impacts in the actual fracking process, multiple wells at a single site, and then a whole host of other impacts: air, climate change, cumulative impacts, invasive species, landscape fragmentation, and so on. And I'd urge everyone, if you haven't done it, take a look at what at the draft SGIS that's posted on DEC's website. It's very comprehensive. So there's a whole list of other agencies and divisions within DEC that were involved. And although it seems like this has been going on forever, it really hasn't. Started in July 2008. Took us till September 2009 to put out the first draft for public comment. We put it out. I conducted those hearings. We got about 14,000 public comments on it. Went to work on revising it. I left at the end of December 2010. The next revision came out in July 2010 as a partial revision. In September, they issued the entire document, plus draft rules, and that's subject to a public comment period now that expires in December. So the next steps, there's this public comment period, and there are hearings that are going to be held, and in a rare public display of cynicism, I've actually added a circus tent to this slide. Figuring that I was qualified, since I ran the last hearings, to have a little editorial comment there. But DEC is going to have to do a responsiveness summary to cover the comments for both drafts. And then at the end of the process, theoretically, it will be able to issue permits to drill, subject, I think, to a couple of important things. One is near and dear to all the lawyers, here we are in the law school, is the potential for litigation delays, and there are some areas that might be litigated. Potentially some procedural issues about the regulatory process and the secret process. There's a dispute now over the role of local governments. Does the state preempt? To what extent does the state preempt local governments? The statute does actually give the state it does give the state preemption rights, and local governments are challenging that. And then substantive challenges to what's in the document, as well as constitutional challenges, because we can't forget that there are property rights at issue here. The landowners own their mineral rights, and for the government to come in and say you cannot get the value of those rights does raise an issue of a taking. There's also an advisory committee that is going to be putting out recommendations, and we're fortunate one of the members of the advisory committee is actually here, another panelist later today. So, as the SGIS has evolved, DEC has benefited, I think, from the experience in other states, consideration of all the public comments that we got, continuing research and development. What's interesting to me is that there really hasn't been a departure from our sort of think first, drill later philosophy, which is what led to the decisions that we made in 2008. And no new environmental safety issues have been identified since we did the scoping in 2008. So I'm very quickly, because my time is going to run out soon, I think, I'm going to very quickly just talk about the public policy debate in New York. And this is my I've categorized the people without wanting to offend anybody, because I think these are all legitimate points of view. But what I want to point out here is that the environmental pragmatists and the responsible drilling advocates are very close together. It's a question of where the burden of proof is. For the environmental pragmatists, they want an assurance that it can be done safely. The responsible drilling advocates are prepared to accept that if the state government, after doing this review, says it's okay, then it's going to be okay. And that's sort of, if strategically you have to figure out, okay, how do we gain public support, that's kind of the middle ground that's got to be addressed. On the two ends, you have the environmental absolutists. Nothing will ever persuade them that this can be done safely. And then on the other end, you have the people who say, we totally missed the boat. We should have started doing this years ago. Now, I'm going to editorialize for a moment about the nature of the public debate. I believe it has grown so divisive that it is actually doing a disservice to the public. And I have a note here. If you're interested in kind of how to persuade people to accept objectivity in this kind of debate, do a Google search of the dread to risk ratio and motivated reasoning. You'll see why it's so hard to get people to come to an agreement on this. But I think there are very substantial challenges for the industry in trying to persuasively present information and gain the public trust, and for regulators to gain public confidence in it. So I'm going to finish up by giving kind of the pros and cons of the New York approach. I think there have been some benefits. We have been able to avoid any adverse environmental impacts by doing the study before the drilling. It's been a transparent process. There's been an opportunity, I think, to drive technology. When I talk to people in industry, I know that as a result of what they anticipate coming from New York, that they've been thinking about how to do things in a different way. There's a window of opportunity to deal with the intangible aspects of this. And we should inspire public confidence, although I made a note that that might be wishful thinking. However, on the other side of it, the New York approach has deferred economic activity in places that really need economic activity. And even though it's not DEC's role, that's a reality of what's happened. We have informed industry's perception of New York as a place to conduct business. And industry, seeing what's going on in New York, may very well be within its rights to say we're going to focus on other states. This was a tricky one to figure out how to say. That transparency and public engagement is important, but it's proven difficult to maintain focus on substantive environmental issues. So I don't want to sound like I'm being anti-democratic about this, but I will say that the public debate has not always resulted in objective, substantive discussion. Our approach assumes that steps will be taken to secure sufficient regulatory resources, which is still an open issue. So will it be successful? I don't know. It's a work in process. DC has a duty to consider all the comments and so on, and they're still working on what they're going to do. The resources in New York are still not available. We do not have enough people to process permits, do inspections, do enforcement, and so on. That's an issue that will have to be taken up. Now that there are formal rules, there's less flexibility. The secret process allowed for people to do things with a additional environmental impact statement. Rules and regulations do not. And I guess my final point is that the objective review must trump politics for the process to proceed. And so far in New York, there really hasn't been a lot of political interference in this process, and I hope that continues to be the case. So that's it. So thanks very much.
Next, Secretary Huffman from West Virginia.
Thank you, Tom. I appreciate the invitation to come up here today. I won't talk long. I just want to cover a little bit about what's happening within West Virginia on the regulation of the Marcellus play. So I want to touch on a little bit of the history and how far back the extraction of Marcellus gas goes, and we'll talk some about the regulatory approach that we have been using and what we are working on today, currently, both what the executive branch is doing and a little bit about what's happening in the legislative branch, although I think Delegate Manchin will be here later on this morning. And then just kind of talk about where we are and where we hope to be in the not-too-distant future. This is an interesting play. While horizontal drilling and fracturing is not necessarily a new technology, within the Marcellus Shale play, it really just became perfected and the industry became efficient at it in about 2008. Just to put this in perspective, in 2006 there were 0 horizontal well permits issued in West Virginia. And when I say, I'll use interchangeably horizontal drilling with Marcellus, and there is some vertical Marcellus drilling, and there are horizontal wells that are not in the Marcellus formation. So I'll be a little bit loose with those terms. But in 2006, 0. In 2007, there were 11 horizontal permits issued. In 2008, it jumped to 383. In 2009 was 480, then it was 430 in 2010, and we're on target this year to see about 500 horizontal well permits issued. So that's kind of the pace at which this happened. I don't know that we've seen a major industry like this kind of go from nothing to what it is today in such a short amount of time. So it was a little bit difficult to prepare for that, and it was a little bit difficult to really to evolve into it, although I think we've done a pretty good job. This kind of gas exploration is different, I think, than I call it a different industry. Our oil and gas rules and regulations were really designed around what we knew at the time, and that is conventional shallow gas well exploration, some coal bed methane extraction, some deep well drilling. But this was a little bit different. These wells have significant surface impacts. The surface area disturbance can be from 3 to 8 or 10 acres. The amount of water being used is significant. The amount of equipment being used is significant. These are things that we hadn't seen in the natural gas extraction business before. So rather than impose some kind of moratorium, the administration was really never discussed, although it was something that I think a few folks had advocated for. We felt like we could use, for the time being, on a temporary basis, we could use the existing rules that we had to regulate this play, and we did. And I think we've done that to this point, and we've been fairly successful with it. Primarily using the existing oil and gas rules to regulate surface disturbance, use existing water quality rules regarding protecting the narrative criteria to regulate water withdrawals and disposal. So we've managed to get by. We've since published an emergency or promulgated an emergency rule. I'll talk a little bit about that in a second. A phenomenon that kind of took place as the Marcellus play began to really jump onto the scene in 2008. We saw a peak in the conventional gas well play just before that in 2005 through 2007, and then it plummeted as the horizontal drilling began. And I won't read too many numbers to you. I don't have them up here, so it's a little bit difficult. We had a peak of I call traditional drilling. Those are shallow gas wells of almost 2,400 in 2007. 2,400 in 2011. This year, we're likely to issue less than 300 of those permits, and that's really how the landscape has changed with the onset of the Marcellus play, and it's all about. It's all about the economics and so forth. So that's a little bit about how what's changed. The main impact, two main impacts that's had on DEP. It has increased our workload, and I've made no bones about that. That regulating the Marcellus wells is just more. It's more labor. It's more intensive on the permit review side, and it's more intensive on the inspection side. And along with that comes an increase in complaints, an increase with the media covering the development of what we're doing here with the Marcellus play. We've had a lot more media inquiries and a lot more legislative inquiries and requests to meet. So that workload has gone up significantly. The second thing that's happened is the revenue has dropped as well, because we didn't have a different funding structure or fee structure for the horizontal wells. So while the number of horizontal wells went up significantly relative to what we had, anything from zero probably significantly, and the number of traditional wells went down, the overall number of wells dropped that we were permitting or that we were receiving applications on dropped significantly. So that I think it's $670 a well is the permit fee, and it's the same whether it's a traditional well or more intense horizontal well. So that's something that we're struggling with. I really don't think the sky is falling there. I think we're going to be in a position we're going to see that revenue jump up significantly when the legislature finishes their work, and I'm very confident that that's going to happen soon. A little bit of history of where we are or what we have done. In early 2010, calendar year 2010, we began working on a regulatory bill, a Marcellus bill, if you will, for the 2011 legislature to consider. We got a lot of folks together. I think there might have been as many as 70 folks. We didn't turn anyone away. We received a lot of input. We had a lot of individual meetings with any interest group that wanted to meet with us. We accepted written input from anyone and everyone. Then we got all of that information, and we scaled down the process to I think a 12-person committee. We put together some draft legislation, and we learned a lot from that process. We tried to cover every issue that we could think of, and every issue that was brought up to us. We tried to address it in some way or another, and we learned early on how difficult any kind of consensus in this would be, because the issues aren't purely environmental. There are a lot of public policy debates that need to be had and are being held currently. There's a lot of public policy decisions to be made, and a lot of those were outside the scope and expertise and even the responsibility of DEP when we're talking about a lot of the setback provisions. How far should a well pad be from someone's home? That could be an environmental matter, but it likely is a public policy matter. So the bill, we submitted the bill, and the Senate amended it significantly, and it passed, and it didn't. The House was unable to take it up in time, I believe, or whatever happened. I think probably a lot of what happened was this notion of just how difficult it was in such a short amount of time to get everybody to come together. Because of just the diverse nature of the legislation. So, in response to really the administration, Governor Tomlin feeling like we needed to do something in the interim between the last session and the one coming up in 2012, issued an executive order and requiring the DEP to put together emergency rules. And this past summer, and we did that. We promulgated those emergency rules in September. We tried to narrow down the focus rather than tackle in suggesting to the governor some of the things that we really felt like we needed was to pare it down to just the environmental issues, just the surface disturbance issues as regards sediment control, water management from both the water withdrawal and the water disposal standpoint, trying to define what we regulate under this set of rules versus what can effectively be regulated under the existing rules. And we drew that line at 3 acres of disturbance or the use of 210,000 gallons of water. And that number is somewhat arbitrary, but there's a pretty distinct line between the amount of water used in a traditional well versus what's used in a horizontal fracturing operation, and that 210,000 gallons easily falls between those two lines. We dealt with the site safety plans and made them a permit requirement, and some casing and cementing standards. We put those in policy documents rather than in the rule itself, and I can talk about that later if you'd like. A little bit about our oil and gas office. It's relatively small staff. We have probably less than 30, 28 people I think right now on the staff. 19 of them are in the field. I think only 17 are directly engaged in the inspection and enforcement activities of our office. And we, that's an issue, and that issue can only be addressed with the increase in permit fees or some other funding source. We have two full-time permitting staff, and we have others to help out as necessary. But the workload in the office as well as the field has gone up significantly. As I said, the number of information requests that we get has risen significally. The number of complaints that we get has risen significantly, and that's not to be underestimated. When you're talking about the amount of surface impacts and increasing exponentially the way they have with the Marcellus play and the involvement and the engagement in the debate by so many people, doesn't surprise us that the number of we call them complaints. I don't mean that in a derogatory term. That's a term that we use within the agency whenever someone calls with a concern or an issue that needs to be investigated. And the media inquiries, legislative inquiries, as I've said before. The Marcellus play has really changed the gas extraction landscape. The large surface disturbances and the intense activity associated with drilling and fracturing have just caused the natural gas extraction business in the state to go from something that may have for the most part been going under the radar for most people to something that's right there, and it impacts a lot more people in very significant ways. And so a lot of people are in the debate. As Stu mentioned, there are a lot of people in the debate, and fact is not necessarily a precursor to getting into the debate. We have a lot of as is unfortunately as is the way things go nowadays is there's a lot of divisiveness. There's a lot of lobbying and jockeying for position on all sides. This is not pinned on any particular group, but as our legislators will tell you, there's a lot of interest. A lot of them are conflicting. They're coming from different directions, and it's very, very difficult to come up with something that all parties. So I don't know that we're ever going to come up with something that all parties can agree with. We're hoping to come up with something that all parties can live with. I'm optimistic there, but I think that's still going to be a challenge for everyone. So the legislature is where we are now is our emergency rules in place, and it's been submitted to be considered as a final rule. The legislature is trying to work out right now language on a comprehensive bill that includes many aspects of what we have in the emergency rule, but it's also much more comprehensive in nature than that. So the legislature is working in committee to try to come up with a piece of legislation that will work. They're pretty far through that process, and I think they're going to try to finish that up in November. We hope that most of these issues can be settled through that process. I'll just close by saying that and maybe I'm just repeating what others have said, there's a great opportunity for the state, but this resource needs to be developed properly. It needs to be developed in a manner that's consistent with protecting people and the environment from its adverse impacts, and we really need to do this right, and we need to demonstrate that we can have both. And so our hope is that wisdom will rule the day. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Secretary Huffman. Our next panelist is Liz Nolan, the Assistant Counsel for the Pennsylvania Department of Environmental Protection.
Good morning. My name is Elizabeth Nolan. I'm Assistant Counsel with the Department of Environmental Protection in Pennsylvania. And I first wanted to thank the law school for giving me this opportunity to participate in this program, and to Jamie for inviting me to be here. And I think that this program is evidence that the potential of the Marcellus Shale play has captured the nation and perhaps even the world's attention. I don't think this has been mentioned, but there are some estimates that Marcellus is the second largest gas reserve in the world, and Pennsylvania is sitting on a large portion of that. I wanted to start with a little bit of Pennsylvania trivia or history. I'm not a native Pennsylvanian. I was born and raised in New York. But upon moving to Pennsylvania, I learned that Edwin Drake drilled the first commercial oil well in Titusville, Pennsylvania in 1856. And since that time, Pennsylvania has had a robust oil and gas industry. But it's not been since the time of Edwin Drake that so much attention has been focused on Pennsylvania for opportunities to develop oil and gas resources as there is now with the Marcellus. And Pennsylvania has recognized the Marcellus Shale play's potential both for the economy and for energy independence. But while interest in that potential is high, so too is the concern for ensuring that Pennsylvania's environment is protected from any associated impacts. And for that reason, Pennsylvania has developed a regulatory structure based on existing laws that enables us to comprehensively regulate everything about the industry, from locating the well to site preparation to drilling the well to water withdrawals, water storage, wastewater management, and well site restoration. To give you an idea of sort of some of the topics I wanted to discuss this morning. First, just the status of Marcellus well development in Pennsylvania. As Tom mentioned, this is where most of the activity is happening, but then also to get into some of the details of what our statutory and regulatory framework is. Then I want to get into some of the details of what the impacts of the industry are and how the department's regulations have addressed those, particularly focusing on 3 recent rulemakings that the department has finalized to address specific issues that have been raised in Pennsylvania because of the Marcellus industry, and then taking a look at where we're headed in the future with discussion of the Marcellus Shale Advisory Commission, which was a commission established by the governor of Pennsylvania, which has made recommendations for moving forward. Here's a map of the Marcellus formation. It sort of depicts it by depth. It's encountered well, from where it appears at the surface, but down to 9,000 feet. And just to echo some of the other comments, the potential for the Marcellus has been known for a long time, but the methods to economically produce from it were thought to be prohibitively expensive. And it was when there was a combination of horizontal drilling and hydraulic fracturing that everything changed. And the next slide depicts all of the wells in Pennsylvania. But neither hydraulic fracturing or horizontal drilling is new to Pennsylvania. And nothing being done to the Marcellus is anything that's new. It's not the deepest formation that's been produced. There are about 11,000 wells into deeper formations in Pennsylvania. And it's not the first formation to require horizontal drilling. And it's not the first formation to require hydraulic fracturing. Wells have been hydraulically fractured since the 1950s, and since the 1980s it's been standard operating procedure for every well drilled in Pennsylvania. So the Pennsylvania Department of Environmental Protection has a long and successful history of overseeing the oil and gas industry and ensuring that their operations are done in an environmentally protective manner. But what is new about the Marcellus, as we've discussed here this morning, is that everything about it is bigger in both the size and its pace. The size of the play, the size of the projects, the well pads, the access road, the pipeline systems, the volume of fresh water used, and the lease payments and royalty checks are much higher than Pennsylvania has experienced in the past. And this industry has been growing in Pennsylvania at an exponential rate. And this industry is also very dynamic, and its operations and practices are constantly changing. So Pennsylvania has used its existing laws to adapt accordingly. That was just a picture of a drill rig. I thought no one had seen a drill rig. There's a picture of a drill rig. I have some charts here of sort of to demonstrate this exponential growth. This is the number of well permits issued. So as of October 18th, Pennsylvania has issued 6,800 permits for Marcellus wells. But you need to contrast that with the number of wells actually drilled, which is roughly half of that amount. So there have been 4,054 wells, Marcellus wells drilled. There's another map of Pennsylvania, and this is to show you sort of where the concentration of activity is, which is up in the northeast region, but then also in the southwest region. The number on the left depicts the number of permits issued, and the number on the right is our wells drilled. As I mentioned, we've been working on what our existing laws are and our regulatory process. This is a list of Pennsylvania laws. It's actually two slides here which lists all of the applicable laws. The most noteworthy, the Oil and Gas Act, which is our primary law that gives the DEP the authority to regulate permitting, bonds, drilling, the casing, well construction, operating, all the reporting requirements, the plugging of wells, and well site restoration. And then it has its implementing regulation is Chapter 78 of the Pennsylvania Code, which contains all of the details of how to design and construct a well. Other noteworthy laws, the Coal and Gas Resource Coordination Act. That is Pennsylvania's spacing law, but it only applies to wells that penetrate coal seams. And the Oil and Gas Conservation Law, that's Pennsylvania's pooling law, but it only applies to conservation wells, which are wells that penetrate the Onondaga Formation, which is below the Marcellus, so it doesn't apply to Marcellus wells, but it could apply to the Utica when it moves further along. And the other really noteworthy law is the Pennsylvania Clean Streams Law. And this is our basic legal authority to abate and prevent pollution to waters of the Commonwealth. And when you combine the Oil and Gas Act and the Clean Streams Law, that's what gives the department the authority to promulgate regulations and impose conditions to ensure the protection of water supplies and water resources. I'm not going to go through all of these other laws, but you can see that they cover a wide scope of encroachments and obstructions, stream crossings, water withdrawal reporting, waste management, tanks, air pollution control, and lab accreditation. And it's this network of laws that gives the department the tools it needs to comprehensively regulate the industry. But it all starts with the well permit. Before an operator can drill a Marcellus well, it needs to get a permit from the department. There's a couple of things that are required in that process. One is a plat, which depicts where the well is to be located, proof of notification to surface landowners, owners of water supplies within 1,000 feet, and I'll get to the significance of that 1,000 feet a little bit later, and coal owners if there are any. There's also a bond that is required. And in Pennsylvania, we've developed a fee structure since the development of Marcellus Shale that's a sliding scale based on the type of well, so whether it's a vertical well or a horizontal well, and the depth of that well. There are also siting restrictions, which I have up here, 100 feet from bodies of water and wetlands greater than an acre, and 200 feet from existing buildings and water supplies. And also part of the well permitting process, the department considers the impact to public resources, like parks and scenic rivers, historic landmarks, threatened and endangered species, and historic and archaeological sites. Stormwater runoff is the leading cause of stream impairment in Pennsylvania. And this is a photo of a Marcellus site, and they involve extensive earth disturbance activities. In November of last year, the department promulgated a regulation to regulate the earth disturbances associated with oil and gas activities. And that regulation breaks down the requirements sort of into three categories. All earth disturbances associated with oil and gas activities must use best management practices. So that's like using silt fences or roadside culverts, which is to minimize erosion and accelerated sedimentation. But if the activity disturbs more than 5,000 square feet or has the potential to discharge into particularly classified streams. Pennsylvania, by regulation, classifies their streams, and there are some that are designated exceptional value or high quality. So if your project is going to discharge into a high quality or exceptional value stream, you have to develop a written E&S plan. Which is a site-specific plan which outlines what BMPs you're going to use on that particular site. And then the last category is when a permit is required. And the permit trigger is 5 acres. And most of the Marcellus sites trigger that requirement and necessitate a permit. And the permit process involves getting that E&S, that written E&S plan, that site-specific plan approved, but also a post-construction stormwater management plan. And all of those plans are required to be on-site for review during inspections. This is a map that depicts all of the approved water withdrawal locations in Pennsylvania. And in Pennsylvania, it's important to note that there are really 3 agencies that oversee water withdrawals. There's the Department of Environmental Protection, but we also are members of interstate compacts in the Delaware River Basin and the Susquehanna River Basin. And the department has looked at the amount of water withdrawn for hydraulic fracturing of Marcellus wells and determined that that amount has the potential to impair water quality through diminished stream flows. And the department has a statutory obligation to prevent that type of pollution. So prior to hydraulically fracturing any Marcellus well in Pennsylvania, operators have to obtain an approved water management plan which lists all of the sources that they're going to use. And the evaluation is based on low flow conditions and cumulative impacts. Essentially, we're verifying that the operator's proposed water withdrawal would not cause harm to water resources. Switching gears to well construction and groundwater protection. One of the sharpest teeth in the Oil and Gas Act, and this is where it comes back to the importance of notifying water supply owners within 1,000 feet. If an operator impacts a water supply by either pollution or diminution caused by drilling or their operations, that operator is statutorily required to replace that water supply with an alternate water supply that meets the needs of that water supply in both quality and quantity. And the law even has built in a presumption that if a water supply is affected and it's within 1,000 feet of a well and it's within 6 months of drilling, that operator is presumed to have caused that pollution and therefore has the obligation to restore and replace that water supply. And the law carves out ways that you can rebut that presumption, one being that you establish through a pre-drill survey that contamination was pre-existing to the activity. One of the causes of pollution occurs from gas migration and when wells are improperly constructed. And this has been a top priority of the department. If a well is not properly cased and cemented, natural gas, not from the producing formation, from the Marcellus formation, but in the subsurface formations, may migrate from the wellbore through bedrock and soil, and it has the potential to accumulate in structures like residences and gas wells. And under certain conditions, this poses a very serious public health risk and has a potential to cause a fire or pollution. So, as I said, this has been a top priority of the department, and we just finalized a new regulation creating new well construction standards. They were effective in February of this year, and it's specifically to address some of these gas migration problems. And they contain improvements to our drilling, casing, cementing, our testing standards, the operating standards, monitoring requirements, and reporting requirements. And this is a list of some of the areas that this rulemaking touched on. But there are new requirements for the type of cement that needs to be used, the casing, which is the steel pipe that goes down into the well bore. It has to be pressure tested. We address some well control issues of using blowout preventers on wells. There's a new gas migration response provision which dictates in the event that there is a complaint or a suspicion that there is a gas migration problem, what the responsibilities of both the department and the operator are to address that problem. We have some new inspection requirements and reporting requirements for both production, but also this is where we included requirements for disclosure of frac chemicals, the chemicals used in hydraulic fracturing. Switching gears again to wastewater management to give you a sense of how we've been regulating it in Pennsylvania. Operators for each site have to review their operations and identify all pollutional substances and wastes that are going to be used or generated and identify the methods for control and disposal. And they're required to identify any potential risks and to outline what they would do in the event of an accident. And most of the wastewater is stored in pits, tanks, or centralized impoundments. And all pits and impoundments have to be impervious and structurally sound, and there are different requirements based on the location and the size and the contents of those types of facilities. In terms of treatment and disposal options, this is the third rule that the department has promulgated to address Marcellus issues, and it was a TDS rule. It set some effluent limitations for wastewater treatment facilities. And it was effective in August of last year because the wastewater from Marcellus activities contains a very high level of total dissolved solids, and that's what this rule was meant to address. And there's a couple of other requirements that I think are important to note. It requires operators to reuse flowback or production water under certain circumstances. There's also a complete prohibition on direct discharges of wastewater from natural gas drilling to Pennsylvania waters. And it specifies that wastewater must be taken to centralized waste treatment facilities or to deep injection wells. And when it's sent to those centralized waste treatment facilities, the discharge has to meet certain effluent standards. And for total dissolved solids, that's set at 500 milligrams per liter, which is the safe drinking water standard for total dissolved solids. But that rule only applied to new and expanded sources, so there were a certain number of facilities that were exempt from that rule. And in April of this year, the department, in conducting some water surface samples, identified elevated levels of bromides, which are found in natural gas wastewater. And the bromide itself is not toxic, but when it combines with chlorine for disinfection at drinking water facilities, it turns into a potentially unsafe compound. So this is something that the department really wanted to address. And our secretary of the Pennsylvania DEP called on the natural gas industry to cease sending their wastewater to those exempt facilities. And the very next day, the industry responded saying that they would answer that call to action. And overnight, millions of gallons stopped being delivered to these exempt facilities. And we're still in the process of verifying that the wastewater isn't being sent to those exempt facilities. So that's sort of a summary of some of the potential impacts in Pennsylvania and what we've done to regulate the industry. In March of this year, Governor Corbett issued his first executive order, which established the Marcellus Shale Advisory Commission. They were tasked with coming up with a comprehensive plan for the responsible and environmental sound development of unconventional resources in the Commonwealth. And after a series of public meetings, they released, unanimously adopted 96 recommendations. And just earlier this month, the governor announced his plan to implement some of those key recommendations. I think in the very near future, we'll see those going to the Pennsylvania legislature. But some of the more noteworthy are increasing setbacks, restructuring the bonding requirements. I guess I didn't mention the current bond has not changed since the Oil and Gas Act was originally enacted. So there's a $2,500 bond per well or $25,000 blanket bond. So we're anticipating that there'll be some legislation soon to increase those bonding amounts. There was also a recommendation that the governor plans to implement to expand that area of presumed liability, which I said was 1,000 feet and applied within 6 months of drilling. The proposal is to expand that to 2,500 feet and to extend the period to 1 year. One of the other recommendations that I think we're going to see some legislation on is authority for the department to take quicker actions to revoke and suspend permits based on operators' compliance history, and an increase in all of our civil penalties. Again, that's because our enacting, our statute was drafted in the 1960s, so it's to make those numbers more current and more relevant. To conclude, from a policy perspective, Pennsylvania believes that the Marcellus shale play and other unconventional formations can transform the world's energy markets. And it's our goal to prove that there can be this balance between environmental protection and the development of this world-class resource. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Liz. Our next panelist is Armando Benincasa, who will address the regulatory structure in Ohio.
I fall under the axiom of an old dog now. I'm not going to try to touch that yet. Great. Thank you, and good morning. It's great to see everybody here. We'll go straight into it, and I'll try to be quick so we can actually have some discussion here. I wanted to start quickly with a map of Ohio and juxtapose the plays. You can see the Marcellus along eastern Ohio, but Ohio is concentrating more along the lines of the Utica, and as you can see, the Utica pushes more into central Ohio. Obviously, it's a much more prevalent formation. There are some differences, and there are some similarities between them, as was talked about, I believe, earlier. The Marcellus is considered a shallow formation by definition in most jurisdictions, whereby the Utica is considered a deep formation. They're similar in that they both are wet, produce wet gases, and in that they have a lot of byproducts, including a lot of ethane, which has caused a lot of stir with regard to the potential for this gas to produce a boom in the chemical industry as well as the natural gas industry through the use of cracking ethane and creating ethylene. And I stole this slide from Kathy Beckett, who's in the audience. She used this in one of her presentations, and it shows you actually just how nascent the industry is in Ohio. This just shows the Marcellus wells in Ohio since 2006, and it's a little out of date, but what it's meant to show is that there are not a large number of wells yet in Ohio. If you look strictly at the numbers, actually 2011 is looking at as one of the lowest number of wells to be developed per year in Ohio. A very small number of test wells have been drilled into the Utica. So what is happening in Ohio? Well, we're seeing land positions being solidified. We're seeing acreage being built up, units being put together for future development, which we think is going to happen here in the next year, 2 years. Ohio was lucky to the extent that they've seen what's happened in their fellow Appalachian states. And had an opportunity to make some revisions to their oil and gas law and passed Senate Bill 165 in June of 2010. It's the first comprehensive change to the oil and gas law in Ohio in 25 years. It did lots of different things, and if you were to take a look at the summary of the bill of itself, it's well over 100 pages. But I wanted to point out a few particular changes. Imposed an injection well disposal fee for their waste. It has pooling, a pooling of interest in their bill, and it changes depending upon the depth of the formation, and it limits the usage of that pooling. It has setback provisions from property boundaries, residences, public buildings, other things. It has a revised fee schedule. It updates well construction and cementing. It requires brine transporters to register. It also has an allocation for an allowance for industry for the actual use of brine on roadways in Ohio. Very, very limited depending upon localities. It contains also a substantial preemption clause with regard to environmental regulation with regard to the state act, which is important. Part of this review that Ohio undertook also included what's called a stronger review. And the stronger is an acronym for, and as an environmental lawyer, and I started my time with the state. Randy was one of my first clients, and he kept me on for 6 years. I appreciate that. Stronger is an acronym for the State Review of Oil and Natural Gas Environmental Regulation. And that report was issued in 2010, 2011. Stronger is a nonprofit multi-stakeholder group which basically looks at your regulations and sees where there can be improvements. And then we're invited by Ohio to review hydraulic fracturing regulations. And if you take a look, in that report, there was a discussion about disclosure of additives within the frac fluid, as well as a discussion with regard to the availability and the need for the use of water within hydraulic fracturing. And we're going to talk a little bit about water use in Ohio here in just a moment. So oil and gas regulation is different in Ohio to the extent that, unlike New York and in West Virginia and Pennsylvania, there's a divided jurisdiction. The Natural Resource Agency is the Ohio Department of Natural Resources. The Environmental Agency is the Ohio Environmental Protection Agency. And as you can tell here, that the Ohio DNR takes care of your well work permitting. They also have jurisdiction to the extent that there is water withdrawal permitting in the state. And they have jurisdiction basically over things that occur and happen on the well pads. The Ohio Environmental Protection Agency deals with environmental issues to the extent that there are discharges of wastewater to surface waters. They would be involved. Air emissions permitting, wetlands permitting. I wanted to point out a couple of salient points which are current events today. The Ohio EPA recently completed a permitting review for air emissions at its oil and gas well sites. It made a couple of substantial findings. Pre-production activities, including fracking, were found not to be major contributors to air pollution and therefore would not be requiring permitting, but production activities would require permitting, and the state has begun and actually has developed a general permit which was just issued for public comment, I believe last week, or it could have been even earlier this week. And that comment period extends out toward the end of November. Also, very, very different than in most states, is the wetlands permitting issue in Ohio. Ohio has a lot of perched water, which means that their water tables are higher in various parts of the state. So they have a special program in place to protect what are, in a legal term, called isolated waters, which are not covered by the Clean Water Act. So they have a special 401, a special permitting program within the state that deals with wetlands which would not be covered by the Corps of Engineers and by EPA. As we also discussed, there's a certain level of joint jurisdiction in wastewater handling and in solid waste handling. And again, I'm going to talk about that here in just a minute. I wanted to talk a little bit about water use in Ohio to the extent that there is a discussion on that, and I know that everyone is concerned about water and is concerned about water use. Ohio, much like many of the states east of the Mississippi River, water use has been controlled by the common law. And what started with what we term the English rule, which was basically a rule which said that as a riparian owner, if you lived along the stream or if you owned property along the stream, as a riparian owner, you had a right of use of that water to the extent that it did not cause a diminution of flow downstream. And that was considered the English rule, which was in place in the early parts of our nation's history. That rule was modified with industrialization, and as we saw more needs for water, that rule was modified to the extent where it became the American rule, which is the reasonable use doctrine, which is now the common law of most of the eastern states, which basically says that your use has to be reasonable and should not interfere with other potential riparian rights and riparian owners' use of those waters. And in fact, the reasonable use doctrine in Ohio has been basically placed in the statute, and it looks it does a balancing of uses. If there's a challenge with regard to a water use, you look at the impact on public water rights. There's always a hierarchy of uses. Human consumption is always considered first and foremost, followed by other uses, whether it be agricultural or industrial. You look at conservation practices. You look at whether or not the use will promote public health, safety, and the environment. You look at the impact of the use on water quality and quantity. So you have all of those issues, and basically Ohio water use is generally still controlled by this general common law standard. To the extent we do have permitting in Ohio, it's controlled by the Ohio DNR. Consumptive uses of more than 2 million gallons per day, as averaged over any 30-day period, is going to require a permit. if you're transferring water in excess of 100,000 gallons per day out of the Lake Erie and Ohio River basins, those are going to require permits through, again, Ohio DNR. Ohio also has some interplay with compacts. The Lake Erie and Great Lakes compacts do influence water use, and Ohio is actually working on some updated water use laws with regard to those issues. These permit requirements are often referred to as water resource laws, in that they were basically enacted in response to certain events, droughts, things of that nature. And in fact, West Virginia has its own water resource law, which was enacted following some substantial droughts, particularly in the Eastern Panhandle earlier. I can't remember exactly the year that law, Randy. I think it's the early 2000s, though. To the extent there's other requirements, there is a registration requirement in Ohio. Facilities capable of withdrawing more than 100,000 gallons of water per day, either surface water or groundwater, have to register with the Ohio DNR. Now, again, this is not a permit requirement. This does not require any type of approval. This is just basically registering you and giving the state notice that you exist and that you have the potential of withdrawing water of that amount. I wanted to touch a little bit about wastewater handling, because that's another issue that everyone is very concerned about. Again, wastewater handling generally for the oil and gas industry is primarily taken care of through the Ohio DNR. They have the specific duty to regulate the disposal of brine water, and the statute generally requires brine water to be disposed of through underground injection alone. Now, it does have a case-by-case basis. It does allow for oil and gas waste producers to propose other methods of handling the wastewater, but generally speaking, that has to be approved by the Ohio DNR prior to use. And again, if one of those projected uses is to take it to a third-party wastewater treatment facility for eventual surface water discharge, you again have that interplay between Ohio DNR, which has to approve that disposal, as well as now the Ohio EPA, which also has to approve that surface water discharge. And I wanted to talk a little bit about the underground injection control permitting, because in Ohio, that is the prevalent means of disposal of brine water. The deep wells in Ohio, the geologic formations in Ohio make these wells easier to locate, and therefore they're prevalent. The UIC permitting program is part of the Safe Drinking Water Act regulatory scheme. Ohio maintains a state-approved UIC program. This is not necessarily the case in all states. West Virginia has an approved program. Pennsylvania has a partially approved program, I think is probably the best way of describing that program there. New York's sort of the same, I think, but I'm not positive.
The geology
isn't very good,
right.
And neither in Pennsylvania, honestly. Lastly, I wanted to talk a little bit about solid waste handling, to the extent that, to give you an idea again on the jurisdictional issue of who takes care of these issues in Ohio. The construction and closure of on-site pits and the handling of drill cuttings on-site on the pads are regulated by the Ohio DNR. Off-site management of drill cuttings are regulated by the Ohio EPA. And again, brine water, while it's regulated by Ohio DNR, if you are a brine transporter, you actually have to register with the Ohio EPA. So, there are some definite lines of distinction between the agencies, which are a little different than most other states. And with that, I thank you. I wanted to get through it quickly so we could have some time.
Thank you very much, Armando. We have the official clock. We have 10 minutes for question and answers. Did somebody click? Do you want me to just take them from the floor? Say again. Okay, all right. We're going to, I think Jamie's going to collect cards. If anyone from the audience has a question, we'll entertain it. Let me just start with one question to all four panelists, and I think Stu addressed it real quickly, and anticipating that our next speaker is from the Environmental Protection Agency. What do you all view from a state perspective as the interplay between state regulation and its adequacy and the role of the federal regulatory agencies with respect to Marcellus development? Stu, let me start with you since you already broached the topic and move on.
Well, my own view is that this is something that's best regulated by the states. I think it would be very difficult for there to be, from a practical perspective, a federal regulatory program. I think that the federal government is well equipped to perhaps set baseline standards as it does in other types of environmental areas that the states would be required to meet. But honestly, nobody has really articulated to me a good reason why this should be subject to federal control as opposed to the states. The geology is different among the states. The practices are different. I think that the state regulatory agencies are best equipped to address it at the state level, although I do think the EPA has a role to play in setting some baseline standards, perhaps.
Okay, thanks. Secretary Huffman?
Well, I won't repeat too much of what Stu said. He's exactly right that there's so much diversity in drilling across the country that an overarching regulatory approach from EPA would not, I don't think would be in the state's best interest. I do think there's a significant role for EPA to play in some of the research and some of the data gaps that we have. There's a lot of talk about the air quality impacts. Most of these sites, by rule, are exempt from permitting, but that doesn't answer the question of what type of impacts are out there and what do we need to know. So I think that's a good role for EPA, along with other research and development ideas.
Liz?
Yeah, the only thing I'll add is I think there are many who think that because there's not a lot of federal involvement that it's an unregulated industry. But just because there are exemptions at the federal level doesn't mean that the activity isn't regulated at the state level. And one example is in the 2005 Energy Policy Act, stormwater runoff from construction activities for oil and gas were exempt from the MPDES requirements. And Pennsylvania, under the Pennsylvania Clean Streams Law, has developed a similar permit. So just as an example of where there is an exemption in the federal law where the states have stepped in.
Liz Armando?
Yeah, I don't think I have much to add other than the fact that historically, for a century, the oil and gas industry has been regulated at the state level and not at the federal level. And the fact is that the EPA does have a role to play in that they do have jurisdiction over distinct portions of the activities that are going on out there today, whether it be through the Corps of Engineers or other programs. So, there is federal involvement, but the baseline well work permits and those kinds of issues have been dealt with at the state level time in memoriam, and I don't see any reason why that should change.
Thank you, Armando.
We have a few more minutes for questions. If anybody has any questions, just raise your hand. Jordan's got 3x5 cards. He can hand them out to you, and then I'll bring them up to Tom, and Tom will be the moderator, and we'll field the questions to the panel. So
I have a few here.
Okay.
By the way, Marcia Mulcahy is here from EPA, so we've got the issue teed up for you. You're the next presenter, so we look forward to that. I do have a couple of questions from the audience. The first is one that we haven't really touched on, and that is there any regulatory infrastructure in place at state levels that address site planning and development? And the examples suggested are traffic, infrastructure, emergency management, and issues such as that. So site planning and development. Stu?
In New York, the local governments are expressly retain jurisdiction over roads and property taxes. Otherwise, it's with the with DEC for the environmental area. I do think that, generally speaking, there's been a gap in the preparation for the entry of this industry when it comes to some of the community impacts. And frankly, when I would lie awake at night, it wasn't because I didn't think we could control an industrial process. There are many more dangerous industrial processes than this that are successfully controlled and regulated. But what I was worried about were some of these issues that have to do not just with infrastructure, but also with more of the intangible impacts. And I will say that New York State does not, generally speaking, have a statewide program that lends support to local governments. The advisory committee that DEC convened is trying to address some of those issues, but recommendations are good, but they need to be accompanied with some resources, and so far I haven't seen that happening.
Okay. West Virginia?
This is about the same in West Virginia. There's not a coordinated effort or any regulatory structure at the state level to deal with these matters. I know that fortunately there's been some success on the local level with the companies working with the local emergency response folks, the local school board authorities to manage bus traffic or their traffic around the bus schedules, things like that. There's been some effort at the local level that's been good, but there's not a statewide infrastructure for managing that.
Okay. Liz, how about Pennsylvania?
In terms of site planning, Pennsylvania does have within its regulatory structure for controlling erosion and sediment control a process for phased planning. So an operator can come in with a plan for a large project, and we'll do the environmental assessment. It's not required in terms of like a comprehensive site plan. But the other issues in terms of traffic and infrastructure are really issues left to municipalities at the local level.
Armando?
Yeah, they're sort of similar, although to the extent the new law in Ohio does allow the agency to review site-specific issues with regard, because the bill addressed urban drilling, issues of fencing, screening, landscaping can actually be part of the terms and conditions of permitting in Ohio, but there's no comprehensive controls with regard to traffic controls and things of that nature within the environmental statutes or within the confines of Ohio DNR or EPA.
Thank you. The next question I have is actually in three parts, but the essence of it is the adequacy of plants to accept and deal with produced fluids from these wells. I mean, it is clear that with hydraulic fracturing, the first thing that occurs is that the fluids, the waters with the chemicals that are used are produced from the wells, then require disposal. And it's fair to say that can occur either in a plant where it is treated or through disposal wells. So, Stu, I'm not sure you have much experience in this yet, given the
Well, actually, this was one of the issues that we identified in 2008 as something that would be a limiting factor. Our view in New York was that before permits were issued, we would need to know how the waste was going to be disposed, and there were no facilities in New York that had been permitted yet to receive the waste. And we adopted a sort of cradle-to-grave approach, and frankly felt that this was an appropriate challenge for the industry. That, we were saying we're ready to issue permit. We will be ready at some point to issue permits, but you have to be ready to appropriately address the waste. We did not want to get into a situation where industry got ahead of the regulator when it came down to things like waste disposal. And there are, serious environmental issues that need to be addressed, and that's one of the topics that continue. I will say that since that time, there have been advances in practices and technology that there's actually much less of an issue than we thought there was back in 2008.
Randy, West Virginia, disposal plants that can treat.
Yeah, the thing about water treatment plants for this water is they have to be built specifically to treat this water. There's really not any kind of existing infrastructure that's in place for disposal. We saw in the early days in 2008 that some folks were using local POTWs to dispose of their frack water. It was a pretty good investment of cash into the POTWs to accept this water, but it was doing nothing but diluting it down, and oftentimes not enough. And you know, we experienced some problems, and specifically up on the Mon in the Pennsylvania side of the Mon. But in West Virginia, we put restrictions in place in 2008 that virtually prohibited the ability for companies or for POTWs to accept this water because they couldn't meet the standards. And what ended up happening is the water's being taken to deep well injection sites, and a lot more of it's being recycled now than was in 2008.
Okay. Liz, Pennsylvania may have more than anyone else. What type
My
of...
comments are similar, but because of the total dissolved solids rule that I mentioned, that the effluent limitations that are set for this wastewater, including 500 milligrams per liter of total dissolved solids, means that there are only a very small number of facilities that actually can take that wastewater and treat it to those levels. So as a result of that rule, we've seen a lot more of recycling and innovative processes to treat that and reuse the flow back.
Armando?
Yeah, 3 years ago, I would have told you this was going to be a huge issue. And quite honestly, the states have challenged the industry to deal with their wastewater issues, and the industry has stepped up to the extent that they do recycle a lot of the water now. And it's in their best interest to do that. I mean, water is not free. It's an expense. So the more they recycle, the less they have on the cost end. In Ohio, specifically, as I just discussed, the statute actually only has one specific manner of handling of disposal for brine water, which is approved, which is deep well injection. I believe earlier this year there was a discussion where a couple of POTWs were interested in taking some of that water and actually had gone through some permitting to do that. And again, you have to remember that because there are two different agencies, Ohio DNR, Ohio EPA, they're just getting used to how this regulatory structure is going to work. And it turned out that the Ohio DNR was not going to allow that delivery of wastewater. So, in my mind, generally what we're seeing is a regulatory regime which is promoting reuse, recycling, and underground injection greatly, as opposed to any kind of surface water discharges. I think that goes back to the policy statements early policy statements from the Pennsylvania DEP and from Secretary Huffman as well.
Thank you, Armando. I think in an effort to stay on track, we will have a handful of questions. There will be a break at 10:30. I think most of our panelists will still be here for those that didn't get your question answered. But let me thank the panel. You've done a wonderful job, and I think got a good comprehensive view from the 4 states that are at the center of the Marcellus development.
Our next speaker, we're really pleased to have with us today Marcia Mulkey, who is the Regional Counsel for U.S. Environmental Protection Agency Region 3. As Regional Counsel is in a position that Ms. Mulkey held from 1988 through 1998 and is now again from 2009 to the present. She's responsible for the enforcement of U.S. environmental laws throughout Pennsylvania, Maryland, Delaware, Virginia, West Virginia, and the District of Columbia. So in that role, she manages the 85-lawyer Office of Regional Counsel, which provides legal representation and counsel to EPA Region 3 programs on a wide range of enforcement, regulatory, permitting, contracts, grants, personnel, and other matters. So we're very pleased to have with us today Marcia Mulkey, the Regional Counsel for U.S. EPA Region 3.
Okay, now you show me this.
Then just click on that to advance it.
On that, right, okay. Yeah. Well, hello, and thank you very much for including us in this program, and I'm personally delighted to be in West Virginia. I lived in West Virginia for 7 years. You do still claim the Eastern Panhandle, I trust. And I have a very special place in my heart for this beautiful state. This is just some background. I'm going to run through this kind of thing very quickly. I know the importance of these kind of conferences staying on time, but this gives you a sense of national shale picture. And you've seen variations on this. There it puts all the states together for the shale. These are some of the things that EPA senior officials have talked about in terms of the strategic importance of natural gas and in particular this very rich source of natural gas and some of the strategic opportunities for our nation. And these are some of the examples of the breadth of environmental concerns and challenges that are presented, especially at the pace and at the scale in which the Marcellus Shale is developing. And you've heard bits about all of these as part of the presentation already. Now, you may wonder why it would take a very brief period of time to do this in the presentation. But in fact, the development of the national pattern of environmental protection and the challenges over the federal and state role is not a new debate. And this reminds us a little bit of how we got started in the business of the various federal, national environmental laws and the federalism debate around our respective roles. And as you all know who have been in this business and taught this business and studied this area, when we developed this patch of environmental laws that now govern us, it was a period in which the solely state-based approach had not served us optimally. And we developed these environmental laws not by industry. So we didn't have an oil and gas industry regulatory scheme or steel industry regulatory scheme, et cetera. We had schemes developed around the virtues that we were trying to protect, the air, the water, the land, and so forth. And we designed a complex set of interactive roles for the federal and state governments. Nobody much debated whether there was a federal role in research, and apparently everybody's prepared to concede that today. But the notion of a federal role in setting standards, and then the more complex federal role where there was joint federal and state jurisdiction has to do with federal interaction with the states. And whether that's, and it's laid out in the statutes, sometimes it's coterminous authority, like for enforcement. Sometimes it's after the fact role, such as permitting and the veto role under some of the permitting schemes. So this complex partnership interaction has been developed over the course of the last 40 years or so, and it can get tricky. In fact, in the areas where there is a joint federal-state role under, say, the Water Act or the Air Act, the vast majority of the work is done by the states, implemented at the state level, and the relatively rare EPA involvement in, say, enforcement or permitting is a part of it. It can be sometimes the most controversial part, but if you count it up, it's a tiny fraction of the overall activity that goes on. And in this industry as well, notwithstanding some specific exemptions, and I will go through some of those, there is this same pattern that applies to this industry as all the others. The research and better understanding role, as I said, has been pretty well established in the debate that there's a useful federal role, and we are active. We are actively trying to be efficient in the federal government by engaging with DOE and USGS and other parts of the federal government that are also studying this. And EPA's Office of Research and Development has a substantial study underway. And the dates at the bottom, the 2012 initial report, 2014 follow-up report refers to that ORD study. And except for specific exemptions, this industry is subject to the full panoply of federal environmental laws, just like every other industry. And that means, among other things, some fairly powerful provisions of all these laws relating to the authority to require information to be submitted, to require monitoring, to require reporting, and to respond to emergencies, imminent and substantial endangerment. So the full range of federal environmental laws applies to this industry except where it's explicitly exempted. So these are the principal explicit exemptions. The Safe Drinking Water Act says that the act of hydraulic fracturing, the injection to fracture, is exempted from the otherwise applicable UIC requirements. So any other underground injection that looked and smelled like hydraulic fracturing is regulated, including the disposal of waste from this industry. But the act of hydraulic fracturing, though it is underground injection, is exempted from the Safe Drinking Water Act permitting requirements at the federal level. The CERCLA was always exempted from its definition of hazardous substances and its definition of pollutants and contaminants, petroleum, including natural gas. It doesn't mean that any hazardous substance on the site of a Marcellus Shale operation is exempted from CERCLA, but natural gas itself, its byproducts, and things that are inherent in natural gas is exempted from CERCLA, but not the Oil Pollution Act, which looks and operates very much like CERCLA for petroleum products. In RCRA, the Resource Conservation Recovery Act, this is the exemption from the hazardous waste handling requirements of Subtitle C, the federal regulations for hazardous waste. This industry is regulated under Subtitle D of RCRA, the solid waste, which is a wholly state regulatory scheme. So for purposes of waste management, even if it's otherwise in every way hazardous waste, waste from this industry is regulated under the solid waste provisions of RCRA. And finally, there is a partial limited exemption from which there are exemptions to the exemption involving stormwater runoff as a water pollution source, otherwise applicable for other industries. So those are the exemptions. They are significant, they are substantial, but they do not cover each and every part of every federal environmental law, far from it. So that what is left is all the other substantial, important, viable provisions of the federal environmental laws, many of which are jointly administered with the states, some of which are wholly administered at the federal level. Starting with the Clean Water Act, if there is a discharge to the waters of the United States, it is regulated in the same way every other industry is. So a direct discharge of wastewater, a direct discharge of fracking water, a direct discharge from the facility, all of those from a point source are regulated with the exception of the limited stormwater exemption. And in 2011, I think it's May, the spring of 2011, there's a very substantial set of Q's and A's, actually, that EPA issued that go into considerable detail about the way in which the Clean Water Act intersects with this industry for direct discharges and for discharges into POTWs and for the whole centralized waste treatment facility. So there's no question that that comes within that regulatory scheme, largely implemented by the states. There are in place technology-based standards for discharges from well pads, and it's basically a no-discharge standard. So any discharge at the well pad area to a water of the United States would be in violation of that standard. And we have now announced our intention to do rulemaking for, in effect, for pretreatment going into POTWs. And that rule is currently contemplated to be proposed in 2014. That's a recent announcement. That announcement of that intent was in the last week or two. Safe Drinking Water Act, we talked about the exemption, but if there is underground injection, as there is, especially in Ohio for Marcellus Shale, but there is some in Pennsylvania, EPA is the permitting authority in Pennsylvania for this type of underground injection, and we do have pending some applications for UIC permits for wastewater disposal in Pennsylvania. We've acted on some of them. There's a public participation phase, so we've proposed action on some of them. The exemption of fracking water has an exemption to the exemption for diesel. And diesel may be included in some fracking operations, and EPA is developing and plans to issue guidance so that those fracking operations, if industry continues to use them, can be properly permitted. Since there are not, to my knowledge, any permits yet issued in the Marcellus Shale for UIC permitting, I may be wrong about that, but I know there aren't in Pennsylvania because we would have been the permit. The presumption is that if industry is operating lawfully, it is operating without diesel in its fracking operations in this area. Some have asserted that it's operating unlawfully. I don't know. There are other Safe Drinking Water Act provisions. The UIC is just half of the Safe Drinking Water Act. Public water system provisions that may be relevant to this all apply, and the emergency authority under the Safe Drinking Water Act remains applicable, along with information gathering and other provisions. Clean Air Act, before I forget it, there's one thing missing from this list. Remind me to mention it. But the requirements under the Clean Air Act for major stationary sources that are new or have modifications that qualify as major, all of that still applies. The requirement, depending on whether it's non-attainment or attainment, for either best available control technology or lowest achievable emission rates and so forth. But it applies depending on the facts and circumstances, like all of these provisions of all the laws, and the facts and circumstances that are particularly relevant here is the size, the amount of the potential to emit. And that is a function, of course, of what constitutes the source, and whether each component of an operation is a separate source, whether they must be aggregated to define a source, which is a very fact-rich, site-specific deliberation. And again, it's the Federal Clean Air Act. It's jointly administered with the states, and the initial decision about whether to aggregate the pieces of the operation to a single source, it happens at the state permitting phase, with an EPA oversight role, as it always has in these permitting schemes. Clean Air Act 112R is a provision that has been in the statute for quite some time, but its application is a function of the nature of the industry and the frequency with which you experience things like accidental releases and problems associated with it. And that clearly applies to this industry. And in fact, some of our limited enforcement activity has been pursuant to 112R, which contains both this statutory duty and the opportunity to promulgate, for the agency to promulgate regulations requiring certain risk management plans. And we do have regulations, and they can apply to this industry, again, depending on the facts and circumstances. Where the slide says may apply, it's not because we couldn't figure out. It's because it's fact-rich. It depends on the specifics of the situation where you're operating. And so whether it applies is a function of the facts and circumstances. But it's not exempt. The statutory provision applies to the industry. It's a question of whether at any given facility or operation the specific triggering circumstances, thresholds, and so forth are applicable. States may regulate emissions from these sources as part of their state implementation plan. And while there are not a lot of SIP provisions that have been designed to address ongoing air emission problems, as the volume becomes significant, as the impact on attainment, for example, ozone, a lot of these emissions are volatile organic compounds and so forth, become relevant, you may see states designing SIP-based standards for elements of this industry. Then, of course, there is joint EPA state, it was not open, EPA state authority to enforce SIPs, and EPA plays a role in approving SIPs and so forth. It's a joint federal-state program. The one that's not on here is the greenhouse gas reporting regulations apply to this industry. And so as those reports are due, again, depending on thresholds and other kinds of issues, this industry is regulated in that way. And then finally, we are in the middle of the notice and comment phase of new source performance standards and hazardous air pollutant standards for this industry under the Clean Air Act. And we've had a number of public hearings as well, and I believe the comment period for that ends in December or thereabouts. So if you're a stakeholder, this is a rich opportunity to, the proposal is for some already available technologies that would add air pollution controls within this industry. CERCLA and EPCRA have requirements about reporting of certain levels of hazardous substances, and even though natural gas itself is not a hazardous, and its components under CERCLA, other things at the operation may be, and EPCRA does not have that exemption. RCRA provisions relating to solid waste apply. So the Subtitle D, there's not a big federal role in the implementation of Subtitle D, but it's a federal statute, and it's under that scheme that a lot of the state regulatory framework is developed that applies to this industry, especially as it relates to the waste. The Oil Pollution Act is an oil spill prevention authority. It has regulations, the so-called SPCC regulations, which become applicable to this industry in about 10 or 11 days, early in November of this year, and as well as response authorities, cleanup duties, and so forth for oil that either it reaches waters of the United States or under certain other provisions it may be relevant. And that, I mentioned the SPCC regulations. We have done some emergency response jointly with PAYDEP, which had the lead in responding to a blowout at Bradford County, coincidentally, on the day of the anniversary of the BP oil spill in the Gulf. We've done some information, used our information gathering authorities under several statutes to explore the wastewater issues. And we have underway a number of investigations, which of course don't generally publicly talk about until they become enforcement activities, and we have some handful of enforcement activities. When I mentioned the Clean Water Act, I did not remind us that waters in the United States can include wetlands. Apparently some in the industry hadn't remembered that, and we have issued several orders for construction of well pads and other activities in and on wetlands, streams. There was some early, obvious, real challenges for the industry in remembering that wetlands are regulated, maybe because their experience was in the West. You know, this part of the country is so rich in surface water resources. We also issued an order for unlawful injection of wastewater in Pennsylvania, and we have issued some orders for violations of the Clean Air Act requirements for risk management and avoidance of hazard. Yet another of our senior leaders talking about the intersection of the importance of this industry and the importance of environmental protection. So that's an overview of what we regard as our appropriate role under the federal environmental statutes, and generally the federal role. We have the legal authorities. We have an intersection with state authorities where we have some limited but important role under the federal environmental statutes, and a number of federal environmental statutes where there is not a state counterpart and an important protection involved that affects this industry and others. So I don't mind taking some questions, but I know you have your time constraints. You're not going to try to take questions. But I'll be around.
Okay, you'll be around. We're going to take a break right now. Please be back in 10 minutes at quarter till. And thank you very much, Marcia Mulkey, for coming out.
Thank you.
And Marcia will be around, so if you have any questions, she'll be around. Thank you. 10 minutes.
Yeah, I'm glad to have the water now.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hey, Mark. Good to see you again.
Yeah.
Excuse me, can we take our seats and get started, please? I'm pleased to be able to introduce our next speaker. We're going to have a report from Tim Manchin, who is the chairman of the Special Joint Legislative Committee for the study of the Marcellus Shale legislation. So let me tell you a little bit about Delegate Manchin's background. He graduated from the WVU College of Law in 1980. In 1984, he started the firm of Manchin and Alloy, which continued for 27 years until his partner became judge for the Circuit Court of Marion County. And more recently, Taylor Downs, who graduated from this law school last spring, has now joined the firm known as the Manchin Injury Law Group. Tim became a member of the West Virginia House of Delegates in 2003. He's currently a member of the Finance Committee, serves as chair of the Political Subdivisions Committee, chairman of the Joint Water Resources Committee, and most importantly and most relevant to today, for the past 6 months, he's been serving as chairman of the Special Joint Legislative Committee for the study of Marcellus Shale legislation. His Water Resource Committee was the first legislative committee to study Marcellus Shale more than 3 years ago. So today we've asked Tim, Delegate Manchin, to give us an update on what's going on with the Special Joint Legislative Committee for the study of Marcellus Shale legislation. So Delegate Tim Manchin. Thank you.
Good morning. It's a pleasure to be here. It's an especial pleasure to see that West Virginia University's College of Law is moving forward in this area of research and public domain, because I think it's something that's going to be here for a long time. I think that it's important that we get our hands around it and go forward in a reasonable and rational approach. And I'm excited that our College of Law has decided to lead in that direction. And thank you, Mr. Van Nostrand. It's great that you've decided to do this. We have, my committee basically started, Water Resources Committee started studying Marcellus Shale approximately three and a half years ago. We were the first ones in the legislature to start looking at it, and the concern back then was the amount of water that was going to be used. There were also concerns about hydrofracking and that process. About a year later, we came out with the first bill that in the House side that was we had assistance in writing it with the industry. And that bill, although it passed only the House of Delegates and did not make it through the Senate, became, I think, the cornerstone of the governor's emergency rules and regulations, which have now finally been adopted. So things move slowly sometimes. We've been trying to tackle more issues, and there are lots of issues that come up. There are environmental concerns, there are surface owners' concerns, there are industry concerns. And part of that has then taken us to the Senate passing a bill, the House passing a bill, not being able to get those reconciled by the end of the session. And so this year what they decided was after we weren't able to accomplish that they would appoint a joint committee to study Marcellus, with the idea that if they could get a meeting of the minds, that they would then try to adopt legislation and recommend it to both the Senate and the House to be passed in a special session. Frequently, we're able to get things through a special session a little more easily than when it goes through the full committee process. And I think the thoughts were we've done these things in committee process. Now, if we can kind of both come together and recommend something, if we can get broad support, the governor has committed to calling a special session. I had hoped that we would have had a special session already by now. That hasn't happened. The House side initially took on, I want to recognize one of our members, Delegate Barb Fleshauer is here. She's a member of the committee and has been very active. She's from right here in Monongalia County. Barb, would you stand up? I know Barb's here. There she is in the back of the room. Barb has worked tirelessly on this, as have many other members. There are 5 senators and 5 delegates that are on the committee. But Barb and I and some other members traveled to about 4 different public hearings. We went over to the Eastern Panhandle. We were here. We were in Clarksburg and listened to the concerns of the people out there, listened to the industry, and have been studying these problems. We're looking for a balanced approach to this. I think, as a committee and really as a legislature, recognize how valuable the Marcellus Shale development can be to our nation in terms of our energy policy, as well as to West Virginia in terms of revenue, in terms of potential jobs. And so, but we also recognize that it needs to be done well and it needs to be done right. And so we're trying to find that happy medium where we can help the people that are affected by these sites and by this development without restricting or impeding the industry, without unreasonably causing hardship, and certainly in an effort to try to foster that industry. So with that, we've been working for a number of months, and you know, we are a part-time citizen legislature. We don't meet all the time, so everybody's got a job. And we've been limited somewhat by meeting only during interims. I know that the House we meet 3 days every month. The House has tried to get a meeting every day of every one of those interims. We've also proposed other dates, and we simply haven't been able to get other dates outside that, so we've been limited to that process. And that's made it difficult because a lot of these amendments we thought might be relatively easy or quick, and the one you think is easy might take a whole session. 2 hours to study. Another one that you think is going to be a bear might go past in 10 minutes. You never know. But so what I would our process at this point in time is we started out with the bill that had passed the Senate because it was a less inclusive bill than was the House bill that had passed last year. And the theory was that we would then meet and we would consider amendments to that. And we've offered to look at amendments from DEP and others and to get input from them as well as stakeholders groups. As a matter of fact, this probably is the first committee that I've ever served on or known of in the legislature that's actually put amendments out on the website to be looked at by both the public as well as by industry, and they were sent directly to a number of industry members, and asked them, please comment before we go in and have discussion on these. I'm not sure that we've gotten as good a response as, or as much input back from industry as we would have liked. But it's difficult for industry to speak with a single voice. There are lots of members, and so that's somewhat problematic. But anyway, so we've gone through now about 22 amendments, I think, that we've actually voted on to that bill that expand the coverage of it. There are 4 left at this point in time. Those 4 that are left deal with expanding the considerations which DEP should take into consideration in determining whether to grant a permit. They deal with a process by which a surface use owner's agreement might be accomplished, and certainly give the surface owners a little voice in what goes on, instead of folks just showing up with the surveyors and laying it out, and them perhaps for the first time knowing that, gee whiz, I may not have any say in this process. There's also a provision dealing with the karst formations that are, I think, predominant down in the Lewis, or I should say the Greenbrier County and Monroe County area, although there are some of those over in Randolph County. None of those areas seem to be under real active development at this point in time. And then there's one more, and I can't quite remember exactly what it is as we... it's also redealing with the oil and gas inspectors' requirements, their qualifications. What I'd like to do here, if I can, and I'm going to try to hold to the 20 minutes if at all possible, I'm going to run through what some of the key provisions that we've been talking about, some of the amendments that we've already adopted. I'm going to kind of tell you what, with regards to some of them, which ones have passed, which ones are perhaps still under disagreement among members, and perhaps which ones I think now may be opposed by the industry, and see where we're at. The final end game is, after we conclude these hearings on the amendments, the Senate would like to hold this bill in abeyance for actually several weeks, but I think it's going to be trimmed down, and then we'll come back in and vote on a revised bill. And if within that time we see that there are corrections that need to be made, fine-tuned, those sorts of things, then we'll try to do those and then pass out a final bill. The problem with this process is that nobody, I don't think, intends for us to go into session and be there for 7 or 8 days in session. That's only been done a couple times since I've been around the legislature. Usually on a special session bill, they want us to come in and there be general agreement and be able to pass it pretty much as is without going through a complicated committee process. And so this period of final adjustment will serve as our effort to say, okay, well, we passed this, but we don't think we can get it through here, or we don't think we can get it through there, and for us to try to fine-tune it enough so that we think we can get it through both houses. If those don't match up, then I don't know what will end up happening. I know that the House members feel strongly about certain things, Senate feels strongly about certain things. And so it's a very complicated and difficult process, especially when there's a lot of complexity about which we don't always know a great deal. So anyway, just in general, the first area that's been of concern has to do with highways. And you know, there are areas particularly over in the northern Panhandle, where they started out with a lot of problems. I'm pleased to report that I've been over there, and that I think generally they're doing a whole lot better job. I know Scott Rotruck is here. I know that Chesapeake Energy is responsible now for having gone in and actually paved roads before they even started bringing in trucks. But they had some horrendous problems over there. There are still problems with vehicles of heavy weight going on roads that were never designed for that. Back roads, roads off the main drag. An amendment was offered that would actually, and we have some Department of Highway guidance documents that are now in effect that are and there's an issue as to their enforceability. But generally speaking, what they say is that before you start, you're going to come in, you're going to let us know, we're going to go out, we're going to look at the highway, we're going to film it, we're going to determine what kind of condition it is, and you're going to maintain passability in some respect, and before it's all said and done, you're going to come back and we're going to then have those highways repaired back to their original condition. There is an amendment that's gone in that I have a suspicion will not be in the final provision, and it says that if they violate one of those road use agreements, that Department of Highways can come in and actually shut in the well and deny any future permits. That was by a fellow who sort of is from the industry, and I think that the industry is not going to live with that provision. I think we are going to head back, though, to try to make sure. Department of Highways right now, some members are telling me that they're not being, that by the time they're notified, there are already activities that have been going on and deteriorating the roads. And so they're not really getting a true starting point. And so we've got to try to figure out, I think if this provision comes out, the issue is going to be how we put something in its place that addresses those concerns. There's the issue of impoundments, and particularly, I mean, you have both freshwater impoundments and you also have the frack water and the cuttings and those sorts of impoundments, and when they have to be removed. And part of this deals with some other issues of rehabilitation, and this has come up in some recent conversations that I have had with industry. But, you know, in a lot of these situations, they're drilling up to 6 to 8 wells on a single pad. Well, A, for reasons of development, they may not want to drill those consecutively. B, they may not be able to because they can't get the equipment in there for long enough to do it. So there's this issue of what is partial reclamation going to consist of? What is full reclamation going to consist of? When are the outside parameters for full reclamation going to be? In other words, how long down the road? And from the legislators, some legislators concerned, we don't want to see that go on for years and years and years. By the same token, it's not reasonable to expect or to ask them to do a full reclamation when they're going to come back in another 2 or 3 or 6 months and re-drill again. I mean, that doesn't make good sense for anybody, quite frankly. And so that I'm not sure we've completely addressed that issue in our amendment. I know that one of the other issues is that we have gone from having the cuttings and those things put in a liner and buried on the property. I think that perhaps DEP is now requiring that they can be buried on the property if they are somehow solidified with some concrete process or cementing process. The amendment we passed would actually require that those be taken off site and disposed of at an environmentally approved waste site. And I don't know. Those are difficult issues to figure out. I think that one's going to be a little bit of a problem with the industry. I know we've passed it thus far, but I can still see that one perhaps coming back and raising itself as to whether or not it's adequate to bury them on site if they've been cemented or turned into a solid block, so to speak. We just had a little presentation by EPA. I wish I had gotten here a little sooner and seen all of it. They're complicated issues to get our hands around. We have 2 provisions in the bill that we would like to see stay. At least I know I think everybody would. But number one, it's to direct and make it clear that our Office of DEP has jurisdiction in these matters and can act. Number 2, we're asking them to do some studies with regards to the VOC emissions and noise as well, and to come back and report to us on what rules or legislation might be necessary at a later point in time. We simply don't, those issues really have only started cropping up here within probably the last 8 to 10 months, and we just haven't done enough study to be able to do anything specific with regards to those. I do think something eventually needs to be done. We are going to require that when they go in and they want to drill a water well for fresh water to be used in the frac process. Now, we're not talking about their gas well. We're talking about if they want to drill a water well for that, then they're going to be required to both test for quality as well as flow of that well. And the idea there is that if you're drilling on somebody's property and you're going to go down and you're going to use their aquifer, you need to determine, we need to be able to determine whether or not you completely deplete it or you substantially deplete it. If you end up taking somebody's water, their fresh drinking water, then there are provisions in here that require the company to replace that fresh water, drinking water for those folks. There's a provision that is near and dear to my heart, and I know it seems to me like the industry is dead set against it, and I can't quite understand. We all know that one of the reasons why we're asked to do some sacrificing, and very clearly, I mean, let's understand, there are always going to be economic consequences here. There's a cost involved in all this. Now, the issue is, can we minimize that cost, and is it an acceptable cost? Okay? But part of the reason why we're asked to withstand that or to go through that is because of the promise of jobs. Well, the problem is we don't have any good way of figuring out how many jobs we're going to get. And there are lots of people in the affected areas that don't feel that they are getting jobs, and they point to all these out-of-town licenses, and we get arguments from the industry that some of those licenses are being driven by people that are local, and they may very well be. I mean, there's a lot of truth on both sides of that argument, okay? But the point is, we would like to know what your out-of-state payroll is, your total payroll and the total number of workers, and what your in-state payroll is, total number of workers and total amount of money. I don't expect that it's going to be 100% West Virginians. If it's 80%, I'm tickled to death. If it's 20%, I'm not real happy. Somewhere in between is probably where it's at, and I don't know. But those are things that I think we as West Virginians, our people have a right to know. I know recently we had, well, I'm going to have a hard time getting through. I know recently somebody reported that Wetzel County, the real hotbed of activity, has the highest unemployment in the state. That's a concern. It's a real concern, especially when they keep saying that nobody's getting hired, that everybody's coming in from out of town. Now, there's a lag time in this. Not all of our people are trained for this. But we need to know what we got to do to train them, and so that they can be hired and be members of this industry, and so that we can get the full benefit of this industry. And I think that until we have this provision, we will not have accurate numbers, and we will not be able to bring public pressure to bear, because, quite frankly, there's not a lot the legislature can do. We can't force them to hire, and I wouldn't propose that we do. But our people can kind of make a decision on whether they like it or not, and that's meaningful. I'm going to skip over the Oil and Gas Inspectors Examination Board. We've eliminated it by amendment. I think that there is some room to argue that there are certain parts of the inspection process that deserve enhanced qualifications, such as experience in the industry and or college-level experience. I don't think that every job, every inspector out there needs to have those same qualifications, and we're still engaging in some discussion on how to come up with the right approach to that. A big thing that we've done, everybody knows about the Morgantown situation, I think, and there's a part of the bill that's going to keep cities from having any real say in anything outside their city limits, and maybe some effect within city limits. But the point is that the process is broken for the cities. Cities and their residents need to have some ability to have input into this permit granting system. And what we've attempted to do is we've attempted to provide for public notice when there's going to be a permit around. It requires that they print in a newspaper one time, 1 week. It's not extensive. It does require that they develop a website so that people will be able to keep track of it and know when one's coming to their area. And it does some additional actual notice requirements for contiguous landowners as well as the actual landowner. We think those are important. We think that the cities need that input, that they need to feel like they play a role in the process. We've also added in here that the DEP, if after receiving those public comments, and with regards to a limited number of people or types of people, could, in their discretion, have public hearings. The industry is very afraid of that. I think DEP has some reservations about that. I think some of the concerns are that we're going to end up with public hearings here, there, and everywhere, and then we're going to have court cases that will say, well, you should have had a public hearing and you didn't have a public hearing. we're trying to limit that and prevent that kind of thing from occurring and leave it solely in their discretion, because I don't think that we can go to that level and still run this industry well and have it develop well. But we're trying to find a happy medium there, quite frankly. And I'm just about out of time already. Let me just touch on a couple last things. The big issue has been the permit fees. I don't know whether that was touched on this morning. No? You know, I think DEP's position is that with the new emergency regulations, they need about $5,000 per well in order to ramp up and be able to cover that. If there's more past that, then they may need more money. We've determined that for $10,000 on the first well and $5,000 for the second well, it ends up being about another $350,000, and that they can end up hiring about another 3, 4, or 5 people for that, and that's probably that they're probably going to need that based on the additional things that we've put in this bill and the requirements that are going to be on them. Let me touch finally. You're going to hear a presentation later. One of my main goals in this legislation, and I think most of the committee agrees with this, is that we need to calm public fear and improve public confidence in this industry. I think that the best way we can do that is to let them know that we have studied this process, that the dangers to their underground drinking water and aquifers is primarily a casing issue, that the only situations where that's come up, that's been the issue. I think we need to let them know that we have adopted some standards that have been vetted through the industry. There's a set of standards that have come out of Pennsylvania that have been vetted for, I think, at least a year and perhaps 2 years. We want to adopt those as minimum standards. We want to give the DEP flexibility to modify those if there's adequate and equal protection. And we think that by doing that we help the industry, the perception of the industry. We help the public because we take away some of their fear, and we help the legislature by telling them that we've been responsive. I'd love to talk to you for a lot longer, but I think that's all the time we have. Thank you all very much.
Thank you very much, Delegate Manchin, for your time, and Barbara Fleischhauer in the back of the room. We really appreciate the great work that this Joint Legislative Committee is doing and all the hard work and getting through these complex issues and trying to balance environmental and economic impacts. The next panel, you saw from when Marcia Mulkey was here from EPA, the map that showed the other shale plays around the country. We want to get some idea. The Marcellus Shale is not the only shale play going on. So we want to have this panel is going to be looking some experience from some of the other shale plays around the country. For our moderator, I'm pleased to introduce Kathy Beckett, who's a member of the law firm Jackson Kelly, PLLC. She's the Environmental Practice Group Manager for the firm. She's based out of their Charleston office. Her career has been dominated by regulatory and appellate work that she has done in the energy sector. She's worked directly with the extractive energy sources of oil, gas, and coal. She's also worked with the power generation sector in the context of non-renewable and renewable sources of energy. So we're very pleased to have Kathy here with us this morning to moderate this panel. Thanks, Kathy.
I think what you'll hear from this group is that there are unique aspects in various of the shale plays in various of the states. And that's a returning theme that will happen as you assess whether or not and how the industry is regulated. There are unique qualities. If you are drilling and actively participating in and operating in North Dakota, for example, you have a very different geological and geographical set of circumstances than, say, you would be operating in Texas. So there are uniqueness, and that's why we have this distinguished panel. Let me introduce all of them to you, and then I'm going to turn the podium over to them. Our first speaker is Chris Cullender, who's assistant professor at Texas Tech University. He participated in private practice before joining the university staff, but interesting and most distinguished about his career is that he studied kindergarten here in Morgantown, as his father completed his academic career here at WVU. Secondly, we have Joshua Frichet. Joshua hails from North Dakota. He is the Associate Professor and the Dean of Academic Affairs at University of North Dakota in Grand Rapids. Thanks for being here. And then certainly we have Heather Corkin, who is a partner at Fulbright and Jaworski. And if you know anything about oil and gas, you need to know how to spell Fulbright and Jaworski, because they have Heather's career is long and distinguished in the environmental arena with a spin on oil and gas for sure. And to just show how important that the shale plays here in the Appalachians are, Fulbright has opened an office in Pittsburgh. So Heather, it's a pleasure to have you here, and she is from their Houston office. So with that, I'm going to turn the podium over.
All righty then. Let's see. Okay. Well, thanks for having me, folks. I especially want to thank the Advanced Energy Initiative for giving me the opportunity to come on up here and speak with you all. It's who'd have thunk it, back in '94 when I was completing my master's work just south of Berkeley Springs, and got to look at the Marcellus. We call it the Marcellus Needmore over there, and to think that it would be such a thing that would explode into. With the work I did at Haynes and Boone, we did some international. We do a lot of energy finance work in Houston, and we had people coming in from Germany, Japan, Korea, South Korea, who were interested in getting into the action, both in Texas, Louisiana, and into the Marcellus, which is bigger than Greece in geographic size, and you've got the Utica below it. It extends from Kentucky all the way to Quebec. Haynes and Boone online has a free, you can access it, 95-page white paper that I authored with 3 of the partners there, and it discusses, it's called American Law and Jurisprudence in Fracking 2011. It's updated every year. I would encourage you to take a look at that. I can't really get into a lot of what's going on in 10, 15 minutes here, but I'll try to make up some time. So I'm talking about Texas primarily, and in 2011, the Texas legislature passed a fracking ingredient disclosure law, and Texas kind of acted like an alligator. They just sort of sat there for many years, not many, 2 or 3 years, didn't do much, and then suddenly, whoop, made this sudden move to begin regulating the disclosure of fracking ingredients. And the forum that they chose to do this with is a thing called fracfocus.org. It was started on April 11th of this year, and it's a clearinghouse of information. If you go there, you can bring up all the state regulatory, kind of a cursory look at each state's regulations on fracking. They have an interactive map. They also have a kind of what is fracking, some videos and whatnot. But most importantly, they have this public disclosure, and we'll look at a couple slides here briefly, what it looks like, where you can go in, put a well's API number in Texas, Oklahoma, New Mexico, these states that are taking a look at this, and have an idea of what is included in how much water they're using, and what's the chemicals that are being used in fracking fluid. As you know, about over 95% of fracking fluid is water. Part of it's a proppant that keeps the cracks open once the water's been forced in there at a high pressure. And then there's about less than 1.5% or thereabouts of third ingredients, these chemical additives. And that's where a lot of the fuss has been about disclosure. Contrary to what some Texans will tell you, I'm from Western New York originally, so contrary to what some Texans will tell you, we were not the first state to do the disclosing. It was Wyoming, and then I think closely followed by Arkansas. So you enter the volume of water used. Some of the if you consider it to be a trade secret, you can apply to have it covered under a Trade Secret Act. That can be challenged under the Texas Administrative Code. And if it is successfully challenged, the standing there, if you meet that, say, for example, you're a landowner or you're a contiguous landowner around the site that's the tract that's being developed, then you can have that challenged. If that works, then the information is disclosed to a public health professional. I don't know exactly what the definition of that is, but there you go. I told you about frac focus. When the state said, agency, you're going to make some rules about having them disclose it on frac focus. Finally, our agency said yes. At the end of the summer, they've promulgated some rules about that. And wells hydraulically fractured after January 1, 2011 will be added to the database over time. It just started up. And it kind of looks like this. This is what a well looks like, an individual well on here. And I know you can't read some of the things in there, so I'm going to give you an idea of what some of them are. But up here at the top, you've got the date, when it was fracked, and a lot of the information that you might already have online, Wells API number, its plat, its latitude and longitude, and that kind of information is included on there. And then we get down to how much water is used, and this is publicly disclosed. So if you have a landowner in Texas, particularly where it's arid, and we have some significant drought issues down there you might have heard about, these landowners, then they have an idea how much, if you're using, say, 1 to 5 million gallons to frack a well, I hear the numbers vary, then that landowner might, have his ears pick up a little bit, and they're using a lot of that water, and what do I have left? Because in Texas, they have a right to reasonable use of the water to develop that tract. The mineral owners do. To develop it. What's reasonable? Well, that's what keeps us employed when I was in private practice. Now, this is the ingredient list right here, and they have you list your uses, what it's called, if it's a trade name. So the well information, the name of the trade name of the chemical, the supplier, the purpose, the ingredients, the chemical abstract number, and the maximum ingredient concentration. Now, a lot of this, in green, I've got some examples that I pulled from the last slide that I know you can't read. And some of these, maybe it's because my PhD's in geophysics and not chemistry. I don't know a lot of what some of these are or who these people are. But this is the kind of information that's going to be disclosed on this Frac Focus website. Texas has taken to it. My prediction is that if this takes off, that the state legislatures might have some say in like what should be included in this or not. I don't think this is the be-all, end-all format. That's just my prediction, and I've been wrong before, if you can believe that. So the statute that the legislature laid down in Texas, it takes effect September 1st, 2011. So, well, gee, it's already effect. No, it's not mandatory until the Railroad Commission. And in Texas, all of our oil and gas work is done under the Railroad Commission because we're so hidebound that we're not going to change that name. It's always been that way because the railroads used to own a lot of mineral property. We almost changed the name, and people were saying that was, violating the identity of Texas to have the Railroad Commission be the oil and gas thing, even though they don't handle railroads. But there you go. So the Railroad Commission stepped up and said, well, okay, here's what we've got. This might hopefully the busiest slide in my presentation here. On the 29th, they released for consideration rules that implemented House Bill 3328. Our legislature, you might think this is a good thing or a bad thing, only meets once every 2 years. And I think it's odd years, which is kind of appropriate. So what it does is it requires the operator to submit the information online. Basically enumerates exactly what the state meant when they passed the House bill. Stipulates the operator is not required to disclose information that is not disclosed to it by the manufacturer or supplier. And I ask me, why did industry take so much time to disclose this information when they're getting beaten up about it? And, well, there was one answer to that question is that there was some concern about who has to disclose. Is it the supplier? Is it the operator? Is it the leasehold owner? So there was sort of this kind of routine going on. And so finally they said, well, whoever, I think it's going to be the operator, has to disclose this. but he doesn't have to disclose if it's not disclosed to him by the manufacturer. That Chemplex or name we saw on there, I guess, would be there. If it's not intentionally added to the frac fluid, this would seem to me to be if ingredient A and ingredient B are added and it goes down into the formation that's way below the aquifers and makes ingredient C, perhaps that doesn't at this stage have to be disclosed. Or if it's considered a trade secret. That trade secret can be challenged, and we're just completing our public comment period for this and some of the other regulations that were passed. Finally, delineates eligibility requirements for standing to challenge the trade secret disclosure. And then like I said, if that fails, then this is the segment that says that a health professional or an emergency responder has to have that information disclosed, then they'll hold it in camera, I guess, unless it's hopefully never needed, but that information theoretically will be available in case there's a problem. Now, people talk about, well, we need regulations to handle fracking, and we don't have any. Well, we've always had some general regulations that cover fracking, and I think every state has. You have permitting. You need to, if you have, say, something that covers secondary recovery efforts or something like that, and you need to have that permitted, does that include fracking? These regulations also cover, generally speaking, fracking, I would think, in some cases. Some states are coming forward in the Great Plains and saying, yes, this also includes fracking. So they're going in and adding the word, you need to get a permit for this, and fracking. We also have disposal. Once again, they said you can't get rid of contaminated waste this way or this way. And now they're adding, including fracking fluid. So these general statutes are slowly being, in a number of states across the Great Plains, slowly being amended to add fracking explicitly in there. We've recently had, because a lot of times you pour this stuff into a pit. When it comes out, you might let the particulate settle out, and then you'd recycle it. So your permits, you have to have that. Does that include frac fluid? Probably will, but it doesn't say expressly in there in some cases. For example, injection, enhanced recovery, does that include mention of fracking? If it doesn't mention it, does it include it? So that's the kind of stuff that we're trying to tighten the focus up on the microscope slowly. Your permits for deepening, if you're going to go in and recomplete it, these things will also need to be considered also if fracking is included. Now, we have this thing called the Sunset Committee in Texas, and I got about 5 more minutes here. Sunset Committee, and what that does is it looks at agencies and says, should this agency still exist? That's the sunset part. But they also make recommendations about what an agency should do. And traditionally, the Railroad Commission did all oil and gas regulation in Texas. There was some stuff, if you had trucks, that would be under the Department of Transportation and whatnot. But now, with all this water use that's necessary for fracking operations, particularly in areas like, you probably heard of the Eagleford Shale. That's down near the Mexican border. The problem with that is that they're having a titanic drought down there. And so now you've got people, we're under a water permitting system. It's not the riparian kind of everybody gets a share thing that we have in the East primarily. If you have a permit, you can use it. But it's the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality, which was recommended to them by the Sunset Committee that they should be able to step in and this just covers surface water. They should be able to step in and suspend the use of water permits during what they might identify as a drought. Okay, so they have to define what a drought is, how long it lasts, when it ends. But if you have this drought conditions going on, they might be able to step in and stop the use of these water permits. Does that include rigs? I don't know. It's still in the comment phase in Texas. So Mr. Bowling, who's coming up, perhaps he could have some insights into that. Now we have, we're seeing the use of these things called task force. We at Railroad Commission, that's that RRC. They have 3 commissioners, and that's kind of big smoke in Texas. I think we might have one of them run from that for the governor. So it's a powerful position. And he's created these task force. One of them is down in the Eagle Ford Shale, and it's for looking at how the water is going to be used. And another problem that we're having is not only with the roads, like Delegate Manchin talked about up here. It's not so much that we have like hills in the way down there. It's that we just don't have many people at all. We have like one county with 56 people in it. I don't know how you maintain a courthouse with a county with 56 people in it, but they do. So there's just not many roads. Another problem that we're having is housing. And this task force is supposed to bring all these stakeholders together and to talk about various problems. Road use is one, but there's no housing in some of these towns near the Mexican border. Eagle Pass, Maverick, McDimmit, some of these places. And I know they're having that problem up in North Dakota. So this is, I would suspect if you are a stakeholder and these things are being done in your state, make sure that you're on them. Get somebody on that so they can at least be a fly in the wall at these task force meetings, because it looks like this might be the first shot over the bow seeking consensus for later laws. Let's see. Yep, I talked about this. This is how they suspend. They possibly could suspend a right. We'll see if that blossoms into something that will abut up against water use by oil and gas companies. And then Louisiana, and luckily I'm almost out of time. The reason I say that is I waited and waited to send this in. I sent it in the morning, and in that afternoon, about a week ago, Louisiana came out with all these rules. So when it says regulation of specifically affecting fracking operations limited, that's wrong. They just came out with a lot of disclosure ingredients rules. Similar, they're going to use the frackfocus.org or a similar site if frackfocus goes down. And then they're also going to have the same trade secret protections under there. Let's see. And the last thing I will talk about is, just as a lead-in to the esteemed professor from North Dakota, there's a lot of feeling in this Great Plains about not having, focusing on state control over federal control. And one of our neighbors to the north there actually passed I guess they called it an emergency bill or something of that nature that said, we're comfortable with this. That's law. So with that, I will end and turn it over.
Thank you for having me. I'm happy to follow Chris with that nice introduction to our creative lawmaking system. I'm Josh Vershey. I'm at the University of North Dakota. I'm thrilled to be here. As Dean McConnell mentioned yesterday, actually my wife and I are going to be joining the faculty here in the fall, so we're really enjoying our time here and appreciate the opportunity to be here and be part of what's going on here, and look forward to being more a part of it. There's some real opportunities for West Virginia and some of the other emerging shale plays to learn from what's going on in North Dakota. One of the things that you'll see as we talk this through is that North Dakota is booming in a way that even the other booms aren't happening. Part of that is because it's a fundamentally different play. That is, it's 90% oil. And oil has a different kind of price stability, as we're starting to learn, at least a different price floor than what we see in natural gas. And I think it makes it sustainable in a way, economically, that wasn't there before. The evolution, when I moved to North Dakota in 2007, they said if oil stays above $65 a barrel, we're economic. Pretty safe bet, as we have come to learn. What they've learned and how they've learned to do their technology, now they're saying it's about $50 a barrel. So it's not going anywhere. North Dakota currently is the 4th largest oil producing state. We will pass California within probably the year, and they were talking within the decade. Now they're talking within 4 or 5 years of possibly passing Alaska. So it gives you an idea of how much this has changed. They were 9th about 5 years ago. As I mentioned, it's a different kind of play, and the price stability that we're seeing is going to create opportunities to build infrastructure that was not there in the 1980s. The 1980s devastated a number of western cities, western North Dakota cities, because when the oil price dropped, everybody went away and they had all this infrastructure that wasn't paid for and wasn't fulfilled. The difference today, of course, is that OPEC doesn't have the power it once did, right? We took oil back to $20, $25 a barrel. I don't see that happening again. China and India will be happy to take all they can give. So if they try to change the price, I think we'll see a different economic standard. This is where the Bakken is. You see it goes into Montana, well into Canada, and a significant part of North Dakota. The North Dakota area where most of what we're seeing is in the far western part of the state. To give you some bearings, I'm in the northern part of the white edge right along the Minnesota border. The entire state has about 600,000 people. So when we start talking about some of the numbers we're seeing and the influx of out-of-state people, it's necessary because there aren't enough people to actually fill all the jobs, even if we wanted to. If you're not working in North Dakota right now, it's because you don't want to. Unemployment rate, I believe, is under 4%. It's certainly around 1.5% in the western part of the state. There's 2 big plays here. You can see here the Bakken Formation is the green part, and the lower part is the Three Forks Formation. This is what they're expecting to extract from that in terms of oil. And talk about a game changer. This fundamentally changed the economy of North Dakota, but it's really changing the economy of the United States oil industry. 4 billion barrels of oil that functionally didn't exist. And the shift is, of course, we're out of cheap oil in a lot of places in the country. But at the prices we're seeing now, suddenly there's a lot of oil available. This is what one fracking site looks like. It's a tremendous operation. It's a remarkable operation. Virtually all of the Bakken play is through hydraulic fracturing to bring up the oil. This is a view of the relatively small sites. You'll notice that in North Dakota there's less people around, so you don't see some other pictures you might have seen in some of the eastern sites like this. They have sound barriers put up around. That's starting to become an issue in North Dakota, but so far you don't see those sound barriers on the sites. To give you an idea of how much the activity has changed, this is the picture from the Department of Mineral Resources in North Dakota who oversees this. This is the 2009, the green showing where the wells or where the drilling activity is. By 2010, it had gone up to 153 drilling rigs, from 54 to 153 in 1 year. This year we're at 200, and you see what the western part of the state looks like. What this does is fundamentally change economic issues, social issues, as well as environmental issues. They're paying $15 to $20 an hour at fast food restaurants. You can imagine what that inflation has done to the rents. Rents that were $500 or $1,500 and $2,000 or more. People that have, as soon as their lease comes up, suddenly they find out their rent has tripled. Even at $15 an hour, that's not a very comfortable thing to deal with. And so it's creating these social problems and social concerns that need to be addressed. CNN Money last week reported that there are exotic dancers leaving Vegas to come to Williston, North Dakota. They're making $2,000 to $3,000 a night. Right? That's big money. It tells you how much money is going to the people who are coming into work. The housing costs are out of control, if there's housing at all. Traffic and safety concerns are significant. I'll talk in a minute about the increase in crime, the increase in traffic accidents and death. And the poverty and prosperity rates are tracking one another, and that's a significant concern. Here's the example. The jobs rate, the estimates from the North Dakota Department of Mineral Resources says at 170 to 225 new rigs, that equals about 20,000 jobs in drilling. And they think over the long term, about 28,000 new wells could mean 28,000 long-term jobs for the foreseeable future. This income rate is particularly interesting. McKenzie County is one of the boom areas for oil and gas. And what we've seen there is the average rate is now the fifth highest county in the state at $51,000 on average. It also has a higher poverty rate than the state average. Right? That's a pretty remarkable parallel when you think about how much money is going into the area. And so there's some opportunities there. There are people who literally have six-figure salaries. They're either living in man camps that are dormitories that have been built, small rooms, it's mostly men, of 100, 200 people. They live there for a few months and then they go back home. Another CNN report had the people that are literally living in the Walmart parking lot. They go in, they buy something, so they're allowed to be there for the evening, and their address is Walmart. And so they feel lucky to have these opportunities. There are people sleeping in cars, and it's creating a tremendous wear on the infrastructure of the people who already were there. There are people that had livelihoods beforehand, and it's creating a significant problem. It's not to say that this is something that is a terrible thing, but it's something that other places, as they move toward this boom opportunity, need to be prepared for. Western North Dakota was not prepared for this. And part of it is this fear of investing in infrastructure for something that can go away. And I think that's going to be a significant balance in the natural gas plays, because I see price volatility remaining in natural gas in a way that I don't see in the oil industry, at least in the next 5 to 10 years. One thing to keep in mind to show that, this is the price increase from, North Dakota daily oil production between 2000 and estimates for 2012. This is the price. This is a much longer timeline for price lines, but if you notice, starting up in here and going up, tracks almost exactly what we see here. This also indicates, the more oil production also indicates some technological advances that are allowing it. But as the price goes up, more and more oil is going to be pulled out, obviously, because there's the demand, and of course it's economic to sell your oil. Now, going back, Chris raised this earlier, we have a House Bill number 1216. It says specifically as law, this is an emergency measure. We want you to know that hydraulic fracturing is designated as an acceptable recovery process. Loosely translated. We like it. And that's really what the state's saying. We have a couple of laws like this. That just to be clear, we're going to pass a law that says this is what we want. Is it binding? There are some people who, in fact, think it could influence the EPA, and in fact might even have some effect of limiting their ability to do what they might consider doing. I don't see that as having the same thing. I think this is pretty much the extent of what the bill is going to do. If things continue as they are in Western North Dakota, it's not a matter of time. It's a matter of time before the locals are going to get frustrated and start pushing back, and we're already hearing that. And keep in mind, Williston loves the oil boom. They've been very supportive of the oil industry. I'm sure there are people there who hate it. But as a part of the state, it's been very, very supportive. But even the most ardent supporters are running out of patience. And part of it is because traffic accidents have gone 30%, up 30% from the year before. Traffic misdemeanors have gone up from the year before. Hiring police officers has become a major problem for them because you pay a police officer $40,000 or $45,000. They spend a few months there talking to their friends and realize they could be driving a truck making $120,000. Right? That creates problems for both the law enforcement side and for the people in the area. And I mentioned the housing already. And what we're going to start seeing, I think, is zoning issues. The roads have been torn up. Housing issues are a concern. And I think that where we'll start seeing some fighting back will be in Williston. They're trying to slow it down. They don't want it to go away. But they're saying, help us manage this. And how do we do that? Well, if you need to build some more things or start controlling where people are living, they can try and slow it down a little bit. And I think that's their main goal. The director of the Department of Mineral Resources, Lynn Helms, has said it's a fire drill every day. This is a group that I think is truly committed to trying to get this right. They're working their tails off to do that. But they're staffed for 100 rigs and 5,000 wells. But right now, and these numbers are out of date, is 169 rigs and 5,300 wells. Right? They're not staffed the way they need to be. And hiring people that are qualified to do this is in and of itself difficult. They expect 2,000 more new wells by the end of 2011. They monitored a record 1,200 new wells last year. They visited each site 6 times during the construction phase. As we've heard, the construction phase is key. You need to get that right. And they're doing their best to do that. They're making sure that's their priority. The problem is that means that they're not looking at the disposal wells. They're supposed to be there 6 to 12 times a year. They're there 1 to 2 times a year. That's the significant risk facing North Dakota right now, I think, and the biggest potential problem. There's been some proposed safety regulations. I don't want to go too long. So, but they've added fracking injection equipment to existing regulations. They've added some shutdowns where they think there's a significant risk of harm. To make this an international presentation, Norway requires shutoff valves. Not coincidentally, well, it is entirely coincidentally, Norway's Statoil just spent $4.4 billion to buy Bingham, a Texas company with 375,000 net acres in the Williston Basin. And so the last things that really I think to take from this is that economic sustainability requires environmental sustainability. If we learned anything from Deepwater Horizon in the Gulf of Mexico, is that when something significant and unexpected happens, we see significant slowdowns. That's when you get the pushback. If we have a significant and major fracturing accident, it's going to set the entire industry back. And so the industry has been working and needs to continue working to get things right. And this means supporting the Department of Mineral Resources in North Dakota and other regulators in doing their job to help them ensure what happens. As Shell and Exxon and other people who had deep water drilling going on, one bad actor screws up your play too. And that's something that they need to be very careful about. And we need to be looking at this, to wrap this up, is that in every aspect of what we do in the energy industry, we have largely failed in having comprehensive policies that consider the economic, environmental, and social impacts of what we're doing. Conferences like this give an opportunity. I think the Marcellus is a particularly area that's particularly well suited, with New York taking a wait-and-see and thoughtful approach to what they're doing, West Virginia and Pennsylvania who have shown that they can regulate and work on some of these things. We need to look at a more comprehensive approach so that we can pull these things together and help this be as economic a benefit as it can without harming the environment or harming our social fabric as we do that. So, thanks very much.
We're going to see if we have time for some questions. So Jordan Jones has some 3x5 cards in the back. But so if you have want to ask a question, raise your hand. More than 3x5 cards, I'll pick them up at half. Sorry.
No, that's fine. Okay, well, I'm going to give you kind of an overview of maybe the 10,000-foot picture. I don't want to cover the same things that Chris covered. You'll see that some of my slides have that in there, but I'm going to kind of quickly go through that. In Texas, like other regions, we have a long and a deep history in the exploration and production of oil and gas. Active development of shale gas in Texas began approximately about 10 years ago. But in some of the shale plays, it's actually only started for real in 2008. And while in Texas we feel like we have much to learn, we are on the right track. You've seen this before. I put this up so you could see clearly where the Barnett, the Eagle Ford, and the Haynesville are located within Texas. And I'll give you some close-ups of those. The Barnett Shale is the largest producing natural gas field in the U.S. We produce about 7% of the total natural gas that's used here. It spans over 5,000 square miles in 24 counties in North Texas, although their permits have been approved to add
development in 25th County recently. And it's known, Barnett's pretty famous also just because a lot of it is in the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex. Here you can see some of this was as of September, you can see a lot of the wells or the concentration of wells in the Barnett. In the Haynesville Shale, that underlies large parts of northwest Louisiana, east Texas, and southwestern Arkansas. Major development of shale gas began there in 2008. The Eagle Ford Shale spreads across Texas from the Mexican border. It goes all the way up into East Texas. It's roughly 50 miles wide and 400 miles long. And major development or active development of shale gas in that play began in 2008. As Chris referenced, the Railroad Commission of Texas is the state agency with the primary regulatory jurisdiction in Texas over oil and gas activities. One of their primary responsibilities is protection of surface and subsurface water. They do not have jurisdiction over roads, traffic, noise, odors, leases, pipeline easements, or royalty payments. The TCEQ has jurisdiction over air emissions and odors. Another interesting thing about the Railroad Commission that makes Texas a little bit unique is the fact that the Railroad Commission not only is responsible for basically economic development of the resources, but also then on the flip side, environmental protection. So you have the same agency that's charged with kind of, both the development side and the environmental protection. Some of the top environmental issues relating to hydraulic fracturing that we see in Texas relate to water rights. As Chris was referencing, you actually have to have an appropriation of water, and there's sort of a priority system where you have to basically get in line. If you even have water rights, you have to get in line to get them. And water can be purchased from parties that already own a permanent appropriation. That's a lot of what's done. Also, there's trucking in of water. And because Texas is facing serious drought conditions, water is becoming much more difficult to come by and more expensive these days. Flow back and produced water. Obviously, the process of hydraulic fracturing results in large volumes of water. In Texas, normally what we typically do is that it's injected to the subsurface via Class 2 underground injection wells. There is some recycling of water that's taking place, mostly in sort of pilot projects, but unlike the Marcellus Shale, where you have large-scale recycling of waste of the flowback water, in Texas, because we have it's kind of the cheapest alternative and the best alternative for us, it's done by underground injection. Air permitting, this was already touched on by the EPA presentation, but you have the aggregation issue in terms of what you're going to consider to be a source for purposes of air permitting. In Texas, the TCEQ currently aggregates oil and gas equipment under common control within a quarter-mile area, but if the EPA proposed guidance is followed, then that could result in aggregation of even something as large as an entire field. In the Barnett Shale, there is the TCEQ, who has authority under the Clean Air Act to regulate air emissions within the state of Texas. They have a very specific permit by rule and standard permit that they've issued for the Barnett Shale, and that has certain requirements. It requires the applicant to make lengthy and detailed demonstrations regarding emissions and how they are going to affect neighboring citizens. Originally, when the TCEQ proposed it, it was going to cover all of the state. It ended up getting limited to the Barnett Shale, but that probably is a good indication as to what may actually happen in the future, that this permit by rule and standard permit requirements may be expanded to cover all of Texas. Chris already covered the Texas legislation, so I'm just going to flip through here pretty quickly. The Railroad Commission has issued their proposed rules. The public comment period ended on October the 11th. There, as you were seeing in the Marcellus Shale area, there were some lively discussions at the public hearings on those rules. But I think one of the interesting things, and what that we're seeing, and I think is an important point to make, is that a lot of the oil and gas companies are already voluntarily disclosing the information. So yes, in Texas we do have this new legislation. The Railroad Commission is putting in these rules, but as you can see from the figures, we already have approximately 50% of all wells in Texas. There is voluntary disclosure of hydraulic fracturing. The one other thing I wanted to touch on that comes into play in my practice is on acquisitions. It seems like right now a lot of companies are interested in acquiring, trading plays within the shale fields. So we're seeing a lot of activity, increased activity in mergers and acquisitions. And also the other thing that we're seeing are a lot more joint ventures. So in Texas, we're seeing even foreign investors that are coming in and wanting to enter into joint ventures with existing oil and gas companies or people who have that institutional knowledge or historical knowledge. And so we see what we're seeing are a lot of investors, private equity groups, and others getting really interested in kind of natural gas and how that can expand or enhance their portfolios. Thank you.
I understand we have some time for a few questions, and if folks have questions, you're welcome to pass this forward, or actually you might want to raise your hands. And while you're thinking about that, I will offer my first question, one of which is, with all of this new natural resource production that you're speaking to, one of the issues in this region we're looking at when you talk about foreign investment is whether or not there needs to be some additional investment in processing that natural gas, or in your case it's oil. So do you see enhanced investment or concern about how we're going to process this with fracking or additional refinery capabilities? What are your thoughts in that regard?
In North Dakota, there's been a couple proposals for a state-owned refinery. North Dakota has a state-run bank and has operated a similar proposal. There's also a proposal from some of the Indian tribes in the Three Forks Formation to do their own refining. One of the interesting things that's been happening is trying to get all of the oil out. There's very little diesel fuel in the western part of the state, and so there have been lines of trucks waiting for the fuel to come in, so they can't take the fuel out. And so, yeah, I think there's a concern there, and the question is, where is that going to come from, and how quickly will it come online?
Mm-hmm.
Very briefly, the permitting process for refineries is very arduous, and so a lot of times what happens is they just expand existing refineries, which is what we're seeing in Houston, which has some of the largest refineries in the world. They just keep making them bigger because the permitting process is so difficult. If there's one thing that I could tell them, the powers that be about that, is to somehow shorten that fuse a little bit.
Sure. That's a question.
I know that North Dakota has been taxing the Bakken play, generating a lot of revenue from that. Do you see any way to solve the problem of pushing revenue back to impact areas really much faster, or even in advance of some of the impacts? I think that's always the big problem, is that the money is generated for fuel impacts, but it comes 2 years after the impacts occur.
I think that's one of the big problems. I mean, North Dakota's had a budget surplus for the last, well, at least the last 3 or 4 years when nobody else did, or very few people did. And so you're right, the money comes in a little bit late. I think that's one of the things that needs to be thought out in areas where you see some of these booms coming in, is that it may make sense to make investments up front expecting that revenue to come in. I think it's harder with natural gas because the concern is, what does the price volatility do? In the oil, I think that the opportunity was there, but it's been missed. And now, of course, the biggest problem is not even, it isn't the money. It's now you have to shut down roads so you can build new roads, right? How do you figure out how to do a bypass? How do you keep the money coming in and address the infrastructure problems? And the answer so far is you don't.
Any other questions? All right. Join me in thanking this distinguished panel for joining us. So do you know Roy Rottenberry or Leslie Savage? Any of those ladies used to be at the Railroad Commission? Yep. Good.
I'll sit there for now. You guys. Next, I want to present to you Mark Bowling and Matt Watson. We're going to have a discussion about a model regulatory framework. This is in a situation where the gas industry is working with an environmental group to try to come up with model hydrofracturing regulations that the two sides can agree upon. Mark Bowling is from the gas industry. He's Executive Vice President and General Counsel for Southwestern Energy in Houston. Before joining Southwestern in January 2002, he was in private practice in Houston, specializing in oil and gas transactional work, including 11 years with Fulbright and Jaworski, the firm that Heather Corcoran was with from the last panel. Matt Watson is the Senior Energy Policy Manager for the Environmental Defense Fund. His area of work include natural gas production issues and clean energy policy in the electric power sector, and he also provides support to project teams working on carbon capture and sequestration and electric transmission policy. So I'll turn it over to this panel to Matt. We'll go first. Thank you.
So yeah, what are the environmental guy and the industry guy doing running around together? For those of you who aren't familiar with EDF, Environmental Defense Fund, we actually have a history of working with industry partners to try and achieve our environmental objectives, so that's not that unusual for us. Mark has a slick slideshow that's going to walk you through this project, but I just wanted to spend a couple of minutes telling you how we got there and a little bit about how the EDF got there. So back in about 2009, I guess, when the public debate was really starting to heat up about fracking, and a lot of concerns seemed to be focused on the threat of hydraulic fracturing to groundwater. You know, we were looking at that, and we have some good technical capacity on staff, and that didn't make sense to us. I mean, certainly, if you make some real boneheaded moves, then hydraulic fracturing could be a threat to groundwater. But we knew that the real issue was probably well integrity, casing, cementing, well operation. And so one of the things that we did is we reviewed the case studies that were out there where there had been cases of groundwater contamination that had been associated with wells that had been hydraulically fractured, and that confirmed what we thought, that in every one of those cases there was a theme there. There was a problem with well integrity. So we were scratching our heads trying to figure out what we were going to do about this as a policy organization. How did we want to address it? And we got a call from Mark, who said that they had this idea about a model regulatory framework, and would we be interested in hearing about it? And we said, yeah. So we sat down and talked, and the idea was to see if we could get together a multi-stakeholder group, so companies and environmental NGOs, and see if we could come up with a blueprint in actual regulatory language that state agencies could use to update their rules for well construction and operation. And a lot of states, particularly at that time, the vast majority of states were probably very outdated. And we wanted these to be best-in-kind regulations. So we did a literature review. We looked at what the states were doing. We looked at the API manuals. We looked at information from GWPC and Stronger, the organization that was mentioned earlier. And we started working on drafts. And the next step was the one that was key for us, for EDF. We then took these drafts and solicited input from, I don't remember, 8 or 10 or 12 producers, 8 or 12 companies, and took feedback on the draft. And from the EDF perspective, we found that it was very reasonable. None of it was crazy, and in fact, I think we ended up incorporating probably 2/3 of it into the draft at the time. And so that gave EDF the confidence that there really was this basis out there for this kind of cooperation. So we sat down together and worked on a few more drafts and started to go out and round up a couple of other companies and a couple of other NGOs that are at the table with us now. One of the things we did at the outset is we established the principles and the ground rules for this project. And the principles really fall into three categories. One is we wanted the rules to be as environmentally protective as reasonably possible. That's our standard. The corollary to that is that we recognize the important role that natural gas has to play, both economic and environmental, for this country. And the third one relates to the states. We acknowledged we wanted to recognize interim progress in the states, not expect everybody to be perfect at once. And we wanted to recognize the variation between the states. So that's kind of what's guided us through this as we've done our work. We're at a stage now where we've got a product that's pretty well developed. It's not done, but it's time for us. We've been getting regulator feedback along the way, but now we're looking for some really intensive feedback from the state regulatory community. And we're still in draft, as I mentioned, but the neat thing about it is through each step of it, this document has been something that's been useful. It's not final. EDF hasn't endorsed it. Southwestern hasn't endorsed it. But we've used it in Arkansas picked up some of it in their B-19 rule. Pennsylvania picked up some of it in their revisions of Chapter 78. Ohio is using it right now. And we hope that it can be useful in West Virginia. So with that intro.
I know I don't have a whole lot of time, so I'll get going, but there is one thing I have to do. 2 days ago, actually 3 days ago, I was at the advisory panel meeting up in New York, and they asked me if I'd give a talk. It was a kind of a longer version of this talk here at State University in New York. I said, sure, no problem. And so I gave that talk. The morning before the talk, we received an email. Actually, it was sent to me and said, oh, gosh, what are we going to do? We see this viral email going around saying, we need to stop this. You know, we're going to go out there and show them who's boss. And so anyway, I went there, and sure enough, there were plenty of protesters. And I got this flashback towards the end. They were pretty good about keeping most of the unruly folks out of where I was speaking. But a couple of them crept in. And I was amazed by two things. One was the one gentleman, using that term very loosely, that stood up and was making the most noise was actually shouted down by a majority of the people who were just there to hear. And the biggest problem I think we have up in New York and some other states is that the very vocal minority is making it seem like they are the ones that are really the big voice out there. But there's a majority of the people that just want to know. They're fearful of what they don't know, and they want to know more about it. And I think industry, among other things, needs to do a better job of doing that. And so that's why I chose to do it. But at the very end, the flashback I got was, and how many law students are still in here that are still awake? Okay. Of those law students that are still awake, you'll appreciate this because I got this flashback to when you're getting the grades, your finals are over, and you're kind of wondering what your grades are. Well, somebody left me a grade card on my talk, and I thought, wonderful. So I went out there and took a look at it, and I'm not really sure what this means. What do you think they thought of my talk? I think so. F for frack, right? But anyway, it was a very, I think a very eye-opening experience for me because except for the one person that was a little bit unruly, I think everything else went fine. As Matt said, we got together with them and to try to make a difference, to try to go out there and bridge the gap that we saw that was really widening. And the real goal, the overall goal of our collaboration was to refocus this debate. Okay, and what I mean by that is let's take a look at what are the real obstacles. Let's identify what the real obstacles to the responsible development of these resources are, and then let's figure out what workable solutions there are to these obstacles. And one of the first things that we did when we sat down, we said, well, let's figure out what those are. And we broke them down into surface considerations and subsurface considerations. I only have time enough to really speak about the subsurface stuff, but I'll let you see what we identified as the issues. Obviously, air emissions, and there's a lot of activity going on in that, and there's some concerns I have about the way things are heading in that direction. I liken the debate now to a trench warfare. You've got environmental groups in one trench, you've got industry in another, and the poor public is in the middle in no man's land, not knowing who to believe or what, but it's not helping anybody. Nobody is helping the people that really ought to be helped. And so we need to crawl out of our trenches and act like adults on this. And the air emissions thing is one that's going to I think come up. I'm already starting to see industry saying the EPA's numbers and formulas are all wrong when they came up with how much that their new regs are going to cut down on methane emissions and reduce greenhouse gases tangentially. Obviously, they can't regulate greenhouse gases, but to the extent they regulate the emissions of VOCs, since one of the bigger ones is methane, then they are going to reduce greenhouse gases. So instead of looking at the substance of what they're trying to do, I see some he said, she said stuff going on, and unfortunately, hopefully we can prevent that from going much further by having a EDF, Southwestern, and other companies get together and say, well, instead of guessing who's right or who's wrong, let's measure it and let's find out. And then, of course, surface impact. And there's a lot of things that I could go into surface impact, but I'm not going to because I don't have the time. And I'm going to start hearing stomachs growl, I think, in about 15 minutes. So, on the subsurface considerations, there are really two things: protecting underground water resources and frac fluid disclosure. One of the, as Matt was saying, we did a lot of research into all of the reported cases of groundwater contamination, and we found that there was a common thread, as he mentioned. A lot of people can say common thread, and they'll say, well, that, common thread 60%, 70%, whatever. No, it was 100%. In 100% of the cases that weren't otherwise attributable to pre-existing conditions like biogenic gas or something like that. The problem was with wellbore integrity. And here, just another aside, one of the other things that I think industry did a terrible job of and shot itself in the foot is when they said, hey, we've been doing this for 60 years, never had a problem, nobody's ever linked this to hydraulic fracturing. The question that was always out there, or should have been out there, is, well, if it's not hydraulic fracturing that's causing gas to migrate in these wells up in Bradford, Susquehanna County, then what is it? And we should have stepped up and said what it is, and that's what you're going to find out today. So we believe it's well integrity, and there are I think four steps to ensuring wellbore integrity for a hydraulically fractured well. That's what we broke it down into 4 steps. The first is to evaluate stratigraphic confinement. And I'm going to go through these in more detail. But that's the first thing. Before you even go out there and drill a well, you need to know what those formations are that lie between the lowest, the deepest, most underground source of drinking water, your fresh water, and your target formation. You need to know something about what's in between there, right? Because we're relying on those zones to act as a natural barrier to the vertical migration of fluids. So you better know something about that. Second is well construction standards. Most states that have a history of oil and gas production have, fairly robust well construction standards. But some of them can be tweaked, some tweaked a lot more than others. But that's the next important thing, that you construct your well properly. The third is you need to evaluate the mechanical integrity of that well before you do any frac. And what I mean by that is, assuming that you complied with all of these well construction standards, you better go in there and do a formation integrity test, maybe do a cement bond log, radial evaluation log, to make sure that you, in fact, have the kind of integrity that you need to have before you frac the well. And then the fourth, and very important, and a couple of reasons why it's important. One is, I would say that every prudent operator would do what I have up there in number 4, which is monitor the frac job and obviously monitor the producing wells to make sure there's no anomalous pressure responses going on. But in fact, in all of the state laws that we reviewed, bar none, there was no affirmative obligation on the part of the party conducting the hydraulic fracturing operation to actually conduct real-time monitoring and take some kind of preventative action or responsive action in the event that something goes wrong. So let's take a look at evaluating stratigraphic confinement. This is obviously a cross-section, and how well can you see that? Can you see that pretty well? Because we might be able to dim a light there if we can't see that, because I certainly don't need a light. In the Fayetteville Shale, all freshwater wells are really less than 500 feet. Up in the southern tier of New York, that's more like 850 feet. And in the presentation I did there, we just changed that. But the concept is the same. Most of your fresh water is going to be relatively shallow. And in between there, on average here, you'll see the average for a Fayetteville shale well is 4,000 feet of sediment. So you have thousands of feet of rock. It doesn't mean that it's going to be 4. Sometimes it's more, sometimes it's less. But the fact of the matter is you have a lot of sandstones and shales and limestones that act as very competent barriers to the vertical migration of fluids from, in this case, the, does this have a pointer? No. Whoa. Help? All right, what did I just do? I knew that. I'll tell you what, I brought a pointer here. As you can see here, this is the target formation, and you have a considerable amount of potential barriers here. And when you have that much rock between the target formation and the usable freshwater, I think you're pretty comfortable that you're not going to have any migration, subject to one caveat, which I'll show you in a minute. So now let's take a look at the other property, not just the separation, but let's look at the differences in the rock properties between the bounding formations. In this case, we've got the Fayetteville Shale here, which I'll outline, and above it we have the Morrill Shale. You will have, I think it's a Hamilton group of shales here in the Marcellus area, and then above that you have a Tully limestone. Down here we have the Haynesville, and I think it's the Onondaga here. The concepts being the same. What you're looking at, and I explained to a lot of people, and I told people in New York, when you propagate a fracture, it's sort of like my teenager. He will always take the path of least resistance. He will not do it the hard way. So if it's the easiest way to go, that's where that fracture is going to go. And what we will do when we go through and drill these wells, we're going to take a core of the formations above and below and compare the rock qualities. And in this case, I've got here strength and brittleness, elasticity. They got fancy words for that, like Young's modulus and Poisson ratio. It basically means, this is what I said to the folks that it meant something too. Think of the Fayetteville Shale as a Nestle's Crunch Bar, and think of the Morrill Shale as a taffy, okay? And you can think about, if you put a little pressure on that crunch bar, you're going to be able to fracture it a lot easier than the same amount in the taffy, because it's going to move, okay? And so that's kind of an easy way to think of that, and that's what causes these fractures to tend to propagate within that formation. We design our fracs to specifically propagate within the Fayetteville Shale, and as I said before, they will follow the path of least resistance. So don't rely on theory. Let's take a look what it actually is. This is a seismic plot, a microseismic plot, and as you will see from this plot, that there is, and each one of these bubbles here represents a seismic event. It sees that, it hears that little fracture. So what you're seeing here is these little bubbles. There's a little bit of growth above the Fayetteville Shale in the transition that's in the Morrill Shale. Below you have absolutely nothing. In the Haynesville lime is much harder to frack, and it has no growth down there. So that's another thing that we feel very comfortable about. And down at the very bottom, you see that little plot. That's a pressure plot of this particular stage. And this is one of the things, one of many things that the person doing the hydraulic fracturing will monitor to make sure it goes along, sort of like if somebody's monitoring your heartbeat and it all of a sudden flatlines, you know something wrong. Well, if that goes in a direction, you know that your pressure has either broken through in the wellbore, or perhaps it hit a fracture or a fault or a abandoned well. This also is, this isn't my information. It's information from somebody in California, a seismologist in California, just to give some context for people who like to spin, the latest thing I think in Gasland 2 is going to be earthquakes. I think they'll probably have floods and pestilence after that. I'm not sure if they do have Gasland 3 and 4, but just to give you an idea of how is it possible for hydraulic fracturing to cause earthquakes. Absolutely not. It's just not possible. Now, having said that, they say, well, yeah, okay, Bowling. What about saltwater disposal wells? Yeah, that is possible. if you site a saltwater disposal well at the wrong area, it can induce some seismicity. Okay? There's no question about that. But if you also think about it, they're two totally different processes. In a saltwater disposal well, you're putting well down there, and it's just like a balloon. You keep pumping it up, pumping it up, pumping it up, pumping it up. You're increasing the pressure, okay, all the time throughout the life of this saltwater disposal well. In a fracture, you're just doing it for a couple hours. You're increasing that pressure until you get the fractures that you want, and then you create actually a pressure sink. That comes back to the wellbore. So you're no longer forcing liquids of any kind up towards anywhere. You're actually, after you're done with that, bringing them back to the wellbore. That's the nature of the difference there, and that's why it's a significant difference. Okay, I said there is one possible exception, and that is for shallow wells. Let's take a look at this. This is theoretical because this the Fayetteville Shale, at least in the area of our interest, doesn't go this shallow, but this is for just for purposes of the example here. Let's say instead of having 4,000 feet of sediment, we have, in fact, 850 feet of sediment there that is total from the surface of the earth down to the Fayetteville Shale. You have only 400 feet of intervening zone between the fresh water and the Fayetteville Shale. So now, are we concerned? Are we saying, oh, that's fine, we still have 400 feet, no problem? Yes, we are concerned. Why? Because you could have something like an abandoned well. In some areas in Pennsylvania, this is a real issue. They've got a lot of old wells. Sometimes they have wells where they don't even know where they are. So if you go up there, especially when you have this close, the fracturing is this close to your underground source of drinking water, I think you should be required to go around and try to find out if there's any abandoned wells there. And in fact, the New York regulations, the proposed regulations require this. The other thing that it is possible, I think, considering all the diagenetic processes that probably occurred over the millions of years, and the fact that the gas had been trapped there, it's probably more theoretical than not, but it is possible that you could have a transmissive fault, one that hadn't recalcified or something, that you could get some fluids transmitting up there. But those are the two caveats that I would say in terms of stratigraphic confinement is generally not an issue. The other thing that is helpful, Mother Nature does for us, is that when you're fracturing in a shallower formation, the fractures tend to propagate in a perpendicular to the least amount of stress, okay? And so when you're shallow, the least amount of stress is going to be downward because you don't have as much overburden. So if you don't, in the shallow horizons, instead of those fractures you're worried about them going up, they're going to be going out. When you're talking about, probably 90%, more than that, 95% of the shale formations being fractured today, you're always going to have it in a vertical direction because your primary stress is going to be one of the ways it's coming from up and down instead of side to side. So now let's take a look at, and I better push the right button this time, well construction standards. This is a second aspect. So we've investigated the stratigraphic section and feel comfortable that there aren't any conduits to allow the fluids to migrate up. So let's make sure we've got very robust well construction standards. What do those look like? Well, you're going to start off with what we call conductor pipe. That's usually run about 60, 80 feet or so, and that's the sole purpose of that really is to prevent the unconsolidated sediments, soils to fall into the wellbore. Then a very important string of casing is the next string of casing we call the surface casing. And by most state rules, all the ones that I've ever seen, there's a requirement that you set and cement all the way to the surface casing down below, usually a certain distance below the deepest freshwater aquifer, 100 feet, 75 feet, something like that. And then you have another string of casing. In this case, is, and you might have another one besides that. You might have intermediate casing, depending upon what requirements. I know that New York is going to have a presumption that you're going to have to use intermediate casing. So you've got your production casing, and it is cemented up to cover a certain amount of distance above the deepest, most shallow producing zone. And what I've got here, and what we'll show in a minute, is a kind of an overgeneralization, but an overgeneralization of the Marcellus Shale in Pennsylvania. So the third thing you do is, assuming that you've done everything in accordance with state law, you've constructed your well, you've got the pipe in the hole, and you've got all the cement, you need to then, before you do any fracturing, verify the mechanical integrity of what you've just done. And there's two aspects of that. The internal mechanical integrity, the casing itself, you want to make sure that it doesn't leak. Even before anyone goes out there, I think at the permitting stage, it would be a good idea to have a requirement that the permittee will say, this is my proposed casing program. This is where I propose to set my surface casing. I am going to use intermediate. I'm going to use this class of cement, and I'm going to use a gas blocker. I'm not, whatever, so that your folks can take a look at it. Your regulators can say, oh, wait a minute, he's not going to use a gas block there. And I know the guy that drilled that well, about a month ago had some gas migration issues. So we're going to tell him use a Class H cement, use a gas blocker, something like that. So those are the things that I think would be very helpful on the internal. And then, of course, the external mechanical integrity, you need to verify that you have a quality cement job. This is critically important. You want to identify where the top of that cement is and test it with a formation integrity test to make sure you got a good bond at the bottom of the hole, cement bond log going up and down the hole to make sure you don't have any channeling or anything else that could cause you problems. So this is what a well with good mechanical integrity is going to look like. As you can see, you've got the surface casing that is isolating the freshwater aquifers. You've got the cement that comes up high enough to isolate the shallow producing zones and intermediate zones so they cannot come into the what we call the annulus, which is the open space that you see right there. When I talk about annulus in these next slides, that's what I'm referring to. It's the open space between the production casing here, that's the side of the production casing, and this is the surface casing. So everything looks great. Now what happens if everything doesn't go the way you intend it to go? Here's the first example. This is called cement channeling. And what happens here, and in my opinion, and this is just my opinion, but it's based on a pretty healthy review of what I've seen up in Bradford, Susquehanna County, Bainbridge, Ohio. There's also in Colorado and Wyoming. What happened here is that the folks that drilled this well, hypothetical well, didn't realize that this shallow producing zone was capable of producing gas, or capable of producing gas enough that the hydrostatic pressure from the cement wasn't going to keep that gas back into formation. And the most critical time in the cement job, assuming you have the right quality cement and you have, if you have any additives in it, the most crucial time is that time between when it's first put in the hole, and that's, it's all liquid, and it's, so the hydrostatic head is acting to keep everything down, to when it gets to be rigid, and then it's just solid concrete, like you'd see anywhere. It's during that transition phase that if you allow gas to come into it, it will create a channel. And this is what's happening. You've got the channel that's created in the cement. The bond between the formation and the cement is not taking. You have gas then that will come up the annulus. It will continue to collect in the annulus until that pressure builds up high enough to where that pressure in that space overcomes the what we call the frac gradient, or what it would take to basically bust out at the shoe. And the shoe is the bottommost part of that surface casing. Right there. Again, the physics are that it's going to look for the path of least resistance, and so it builds up, it builds up, it looks for a place to go, and this is the easiest place to go, and that gas just shoots out right there, and from there it can migrate anywhere. And it can migrate into water wells, it can migrate into the Susquehanna River, it can migrate wherever. Second example is a leak through the casing. If you got a problem with the casing, either because maybe you got unusual drill bit wear on the inside, or perhaps one of these zones that you didn't seal off was a corrosive zone and some salt water came in and perhaps eroded it. Same thing is going to happen. You're going to get a hole there. The gas is going to come up the production casing. I'm not showing any tubing here, so we're just going to make it simple. It comes up, the production casing goes through the hole. in the casing will continue to pressurize the annulus until the pressure is high enough to allow it to break down at the shoe. Last example here is insufficient cement coverage. From our review of Garfield County, Colorado, this is what happened there. When the company was doing the cement job, they had some thief zones. What we call thief zones are zones which actually took cement away, and they lost it. So their calculations of how much volume of cement needed to go in the hole to have a complete cement job was off. And so they didn't get that cement as high as they thought they did, and so they didn't cement across that shallow producing zone. Again, the gas goes up into the annulus, overpressurizes the annulus until such time as it breaks down at the shoe. The last and really very important aspect of ensuring wellbore integrity is monitoring the frac job and the producing well. There is so much that can be learned and so much that people can tell about what's going on down there. I don't care if it's 10,000 feet, 5,000 feet, 4,000 feet, whatever, by just monitoring the pump pressure, the fluid rates, the proppant concentrations, the annular pressures. As you see up there on that screen, this gentleman, and they got several other screens, that they are looking at all those things because it tells them a lot. It tells them as they're going along, they know, because they've designed the frac, how that should be reacting, how those pressures should be reacting as they increase the pressure at the surface. They can look at that and say, yep, that looks good, that looks good. Uh-oh, what happened? It dove down. Well, if it dives down, it tells you one of two things. That you just broke through maybe an old abandoned well, maybe a large fault, or more importantly, you may have messed up your wellbore. It may have broken through at the cement. Well, they can tell the difference between the two because if they see a dip in pressure on the pressure plot in the formation where they're fracturing and a concurrent increase in pressure in the annulus, they know that they just broke through the cement in their well. And here's where I think it's very important and incumbent upon the operators and I think the regulators to make sure that there is a well-defined plan of action. So if that happens and they see that there is a breakdown in pressure, that they shut down that frac job. If an inspector isn't already on location, they contact the inspector, have them come out and work out a remediation plan before they go any further. Oops. That's probably the right place. Probably the right place to stop there, just because there's probably 4 other slides, but that kind of tells you what I think about the hydraulic fracturing issue. Matt mentioned that we've been doing a lot on that, and we can do a lot more. All of these, I heard a lot of things about, hey, Louisiana's got one now, and Texas has one, and Pennsylvania's doing it, et cetera, and Frac Focus has all this. Well, all of those regimes are not created equal. And the things that to take away from this, and then I will let you eat, and I apologize, is that there's a difference in the level of disclosure. Some of them currently, Frac Focus will disclose at what we call the OSHA level, which is hazardous only, which is if you have a fluid you put down the hole and it's 1% or more, and if it's a carcinogen it's 0.1%, I believe, are the right numbers. If it's not one of those, you don't have to tell them what's going down the hole. And when we were negotiating in Texas for the frac fluid disclosure bill there, one of the companies that was very adamant about having only an OSHA hazardous chemical disclosure regime as opposed to true full disclosure was asked the question, well, of all the chemical constituents that were listed in the New York deal, if we used an OSHA disclosure regime, how many of those would actually have been disclosed? And I kid you not, it was like this. What? What are you saying? 50%. So only half of those would have actually been disclosed. And to me, that's not full disclosure. Now, maybe 3, 4, 5 years ago when this wasn't such a hot topic and people weren't so, we didn't have to earn back our social license, which I think industry has to do. Maybe just a disclosure of the hazardous chemicals was enough. Not going to be enough now. In my opinion, it's not enough. People want to know everything, and they deserve to know everything, and that's what we need to give them. Thank you very much. Same problem. Same problem. Yes, sir.
Another question about what are the business occupations that are charged with well construction, monitoring, and testing? Are there variations in licensing by locality and state?
You know, there is, and that's one of the, did you write that? Because that's a dynamite kind of lead into one of the things we've got in the code that is getting mixed reviews from industry, and that is a requirement that that certain of these operators, certainly the folks that are in charge of doing the cementing, folks that are in charge of conducting the pump jobs on the hydraulic fracturing, need to be approved by the state, and they need to have some level of expertise before they go out there. There's a lot of money to be made in the service business. Do we have any service company representatives out there? I had one. Was it yesterday? Yeah, it was yesterday in D.C. that I offended because I made a few, comments about, they would like that, to do this because that's just profits for them. But so I wanted to make sure there wasn't anybody in here before I said that. But I think it's critically important that the people that are doing this work, the service companies, have a level of expertise in what they're doing before they're allowed to do it, and so I think that's a fair comment.
Another question related to the abandoned wells. What about coal mines, including abandoned coal mines?
Same thing, absolutely same thing. And then that's more probably. I don't know how deep your coal seams go here, but that's probably a bigger issue with respect to making sure when you're drilling down and you're still vertical and you're drilling down probably on air or maybe you probably drill air. Do you drill on air and you're shallow here? Anybody? There's a fellow from. Okay, good. And so you'd be worried about lost circulation and things like that. And that I think it's very important to make sure before you go out. That's part of that analyzing the stratigraphic confinement and making sure you know what's down there before. You don't want to oops. You want to know what it is before you go through it. I dare you.
Who's hungry?
Well, thank you very much. You've been very attentive, and I appreciate it.
So lunch, for those of you who have lunch tickets, the lunch will be out in the hallway here. The panelists and speakers will be eating in the Davis Gallery. So we'll have some students and administrative staff to lead you to the Davis Gallery if you're a panelist or a speaker. And lunch for those of you who have tickets out in the lobby area. We'll be back at 1:20. The keynote speech by Dave McCurdy will be at 1:20 in this room.
Welcome to the inaugural conference of the Center for Energy and Sustainable Development. I am pleased to introduce our speaker, but before I do that, I have some important breaking news, which I have been authorized to share with you, which is that WVU is going into the Big 12. That's probably more important than anything else I'm going to do today. And I am very pleased to have the honor to introduce to you our keynote speaker, former Congressman from Oklahoma, Mr. Dave McCurdy, and current President and CEO of the American Gas Association. Mr. McCurdy assumed his position in early 2011 with American Gas Association, and he was selected because of his long career as a leader. He served as president and CEO of the Alliance of Automobile Manufacturers and led the industry in building a new collaborative approach to the development of federal policies. Under McCurdy's leadership, AAAM supported Obama's national program to reduce carbon emissions and increase fuel economy standards. Because of the leadership he's shown, the American Gas Association was very pleased to bring him on board in 2011. He's led several other trade organizations, but he's also had a very deep career in public service. He served for 7 terms from 1981 to 1995 in the United States House of Representatives and as Assistant Attorney General of Oklahoma. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Dave McCurdy.
Maybe I'll bring it up a little. There we go. Okay. Is that better? Can you hear me? Well, Dean, Joyce, thank you very much for the invitation to be here. And as a Sooner, as a double Oklahoma grad, as one who's lived and died crimson and cream in Oklahoma, welcome to the Big 12. Jim Clements is a very good friend, and I would tell you we had some nervous phone calls the last few days as we were trying to see whether this is going to come about. And we're absolutely pleased, I'm sure, as a conference to have West Virginia a member. I'm going to forget about the old bowl games, and it's going to be a new start here. Congratulations on the program and the center. This looks like a wonderful institution opportunity for industry, for the legal profession, academia, and various stakeholders to come together and address some of these really important issues as we go forward. And I think this is a brilliant idea, and we look forward to cooperating with you to make it a success. As you can tell, I am an Okie. Having been in the Congress, and I used to make the joke, my wife is a child psychiatrist, and if you look at the current Congress, this is probably even more applicable, because I said I was the only honest politician in Congress, because I freely admitted I tried to see my psychiatrist on a daily basis. And she's a child psychiatrist, so it's even more appropriate. Highly partisan charged times. Unfortunately, a lot of the issues we deal with today are as politically charged. And so what I've tried to do throughout my career is find that rational middle, that rational center, and find ways to solve problems and to address them. Joyce mentioned the work in the auto sector. We actually brought industry stakeholders together to do something rather historic. It was not easy. It was a challenge, but we did it because we had a fact-based discussion. We respected both sides. We brought the stakeholders together, and we accomplished the goal. So I think we can do that on a number of fronts, and that's our governing philosophy. I have this marvelous PowerPoint presentation, and I'm not going to show it. I just want to talk to you about where we are in the natural gas industry, the opportunities we have and some of the challenges, and where I think we can, as a country, address a lot of our challenges going forward. I came to this industry, even though I grew up somewhat in the oil patch, as you might guess, in Oklahoma, but I came to it after a career in public service. It was on the national security side. I chaired the House Intelligence Committee, and I know, it sounds like an oxymoron, but I chaired the House Intelligence Committee of the Congress. I was a member of the Armed Services Committee, and I was a member of the Science and Space Committee. So I was looking long-term at national security concerns, and also how do we lay the foundation for this country to grow and innovate and continue to be the leader on so many fronts. So I bring that perspective to this sector as well. And one of the reasons I was very excited to come back is that I think we have an opportunity as a nation for the first time in over 40 years, perhaps ever, to try to develop a comprehensive energy policy, a thoughtful energy policy. We haven't had one. We've had 7 presidents who've all said, from Nixon on, we need to have an energy policy. We're going to reduce our dependence on foreign oil. And they've all failed, Democrat, Republican. I don't care who the speaker was, the majority leader, either party, they all said it, and it's not succeeded. And a lot of that was because of, the nature of the economy, the global economy, interdependency of countries, oil production, et cetera, but also the legacy of transportation sector, which is the largest consumer of oil in this country. And where we failed there I think we have an opportunity today to actually relook at that. But we have to step aside and kind of recalibrate here, start anew. What's the facts on the ground? The fact is that we have a game changer today in this country. By new technology, American innovation, and I traveled the globe. Countries all over the world are looking to Americans for this technology to understand how to develop shale gas. And this is a technology that we're freely working with other countries to help change the geopolitical map of the world. Poland today has shale resources. And if you have lived under the kind of shadow of the former Soviet Union or Russia, you can understand why. They're very excited about the prospects of breaking that leverage that has been over there for decades. We see in China, elsewhere. China is scouring the earth for resources. But now they have an opportunity to develop their own shale gas, which maybe is a cleaner fuel for them that opens up a real possibility. You've watched the Arab Spring. It's I don't know if it's spring, summer, or fall, if it's going forward or back. Libya was pretty dramatic. Tunisia has been dramatic. Egypt, however, and Pakistan are the real focal points in that part of the world, and you have to watch that. Saudi Arabia. So there's a lot of turmoil. Fukushima, the disaster in Japan, and I'm one who supports all, the entire portfolio. I think we need renewables, wind and solar. Not dirty secret, it's actually a secret. I was the legislator of the year in 1986 for the wind and solar industry. I believe in renewables. I believe in nuclear. But what happened there has put that in doubt as far as a regulatory approach and the challenges the nuclear industry has. So you see a reassessment there. So what do we have to have as an energy source that's abundant, affordable, clean, and in our case, domestic? We have more natural gas in the United States today than Saudi Arabia has oil. That new abundance has been really created a shift in the game, because that means basic economics. You have the abundance, less demand. What's happened? Prices have dropped. So prices in the 2006 time frame of $14 to $16 a thousand cubic feet of gas is now $3.50 some odd cents. And the projections from EIA going forward, because of this shale development primarily, that price will stay in that range, that bracket, for decades, $5 to $6. Quite frankly, it could be $6 to $8. But that is, it's removed the volatility of the market. In the natural gas sector, it was always up and down. And that volatility affected the ability to make long-term capital decisions. So the chemical industry went overseas. They went to China. They went elsewhere. Those industries are now coming back because of this newfound resource. The conservative estimate of the Potential Gas Committee is that we have 2,170 trillion cubic feet of natural gas reserves. That's over 100 years worth of natural gas. That didn't, and Chris McGill, who is with me from AGA, is our geologist and expert, I don't think that includes the Utica, does it? No. So that's recoverable today. So the Utica, which some would project is larger than maybe the Marcellus. So we have multiple years of supply. That supply is changing the equation. Now, how do we take that once rich fuel and make a foundation of it to really power this economy in a clean way? So those are some of the issues that we are excited about. You see them today in development. I mentioned the chemical facilities. Senator Manchin last night talked about West Virginia's bid or courting of some of the chemical industry. They have some, I think fracking's a bad name. Cracking's not sound too much better, but these crackers, these refineries that can take that ethane from the wet gas in this part of the region and take the ethylene out of that, which becomes a feedstock for incredible plastics development, other parts of the chemical industry. They're going to make billions of dollars of investments in this country based on that. We see it in the manufacturing space, steel. The CEO of U.S. Steel is one of the largest proponents. We have him quoted in our playbook about the prospects of natural gas. CEO of Nucor, they just built a new facility in Louisiana that was originally going to be coal-fired, but they've now converted gas for a third of the cost and created a couple thousand jobs there. So there's manufacturing opportunities, there's chemical opportunities, there are transportation opportunities. Now, you don't have to agree with him or not, but now that you're in the Big 12, you probably get used to him. You know, T. Boone Pickens, who's a big OSU supporter, puts his money where his mouth is. He believes in the cause, he puts it in there. He put $400 million into OSU so they can have a good football team. So you're going to find out what they're like. But, you know, Boone, I think, is actually right on this. If you took the 18-wheelers on the highways today and you converted those from diesel to natural gas, you'd reduce your daily imports of foreign oil in half. Just that move alone. So that's the large rigs. And you've been on the highways with diesel spewing, big trucks, and all the rest. Transportation is critical to our economy and growth. There's a real opportunity there. Now there's a chicken and the egg, infrastructure. We want to work on the infrastructure. But we believe these are not technical hurdles. These are decisions that we as a country need to make and industry needs to make. I would tell you, as one who's been in public life, in the private sector, and working for business now for well over 30 years, I do have one deep concern, though. And that is, as a nation, I personally worry that we're losing our capacity for strategic thinking and strategic action. In this 24/7 news cycle in which we live, you have to have instant reaction, instant opinion, you know. They knew 1 second what was going on, whether West Virginia was going to get into 12 or not, and a senator from another state was lobbying. You know, there are no secrets, you know, but there's no long term either. So as a country, we're victims of short-termism. In our industry, since we're the pipeline industry, provide natural gas to 175 million Americans, been doing it for generations, our decisions are long-term. We need to know what the cost of capital is. We need to know where the consumers are. We work with regulators. We bring stakeholders together. We understand that. But on the big decisions our country is dealing with, energy policy, fiscal policy, and the like, I think we've fallen victim to the short-termism. So we have to find a way to step back. And some of these decisions we make have to take in the different, not only stakeholder groups, but also those long-term factors, the externalities. You know, should we put some government investment in infrastructure to transition big trucks from diesel to natural gas? Well, there are 170,000 gas stations in America. There's only about 1,200 that have access to natural gas, so it's a big investment to make a change. You got this legacy system. Why don't we just continue to import the cheap gas from Saudi Arabia or Indonesia or someplace else and not worry about it? But if you look at the balance of trade every single day, and we have a deficit, trade deficit, it's because of that money we're expending, sending overseas to people who don't share our values, and in many places want to destroy us. So what's the long-term decision? What is that externality worth? Now, some would argue, well, I put a price on carbon. I actually support that in some ways. But, you know, that's a long-term decision we need to make. You know, we have to address. There are other areas that we as a country and society should work on. We think there's a lot of opportunities for direct use of natural gas. I'm not here to tell you about the clean and all the virtues of it. I think you understand those. How many here have gas heating or, you know? Oh, come on, yeah, right. It's certainly more comfortable than that electric heating. So and I like my gas fireplace. I can just turn a little switch and clicker or whatever, and it goes on. But there's a lot of real potential out there. And it's going to change the economy, and it's providing jobs, over 100,000 jobs in this area alone you're going to see, increased revenue to the state and local governments. So I think this is a game changer for not only this country, but the world. But there are risks. So I want to talk a couple minutes about risks, and then I want to take your questions. What are risks? I think there are two risks, and they're both related to confidence. Because we deal with consumers in the natural gas arena, and we're close to consumers. I think there are two areas we have to be very concerned about. And I'll give you one example, and that's pipeline safety. Okay. Department of Transportation will tell you, statistically, that pipeline transport of energy is the safest modal way in the country, by far. The record is there. Very few accidents, very few incidents. But in the last year, we had a couple really bad incidents. We had one in California, San Bruno, where he had a pipe that was a 1950s version of pipe that had some changes due to the encroachment of a neighborhood that made a change, and they didn't keep records, and the well wasn't good, and they had an explosion. And it cost the lives of 4 people in California. Now, I would tell you, this off the record, no, probably not, but in the auto industry, we used to pat ourselves on the back when we used to report that we decreased highway fatalities every year in America from 50,000 a year to 35,000. 50,000, 35,000. And yet, we as an industry say that 4 fatalities, fewer than 100 nationwide, are too many. So our approach on pipeline safety is that we reached out to DOT, called Ray LaHood. He came and met with my board. First week I was in the position. Said, we want to partner with you. Let's find out. Let's investigate. Find out the cause. And we'll work with PHMSA, that's the regulatory agency. We'll work with NTSB, the investigatory agency. And we'll work with Congress. Now, you've heard how divisive Congress is today, polarized. It's even worse being there. It's even worse. However, a week ago, the United States Senate passed by unanimous consent the pipeline reauthorization bill. Why? Because industry was there saying, we support this. It's going to increase costs. We're going to have to deal with automatic remote shutoff valves. We're going to have other integrity programs we have to work on. But we as an industry believe we have to be proactive and forward-leaning because there is a risk, low risk, but we think that we have to be there. And we passed that bill. House has done both committees by unanimous consent. Now, the bigger difference may be between the House and Senate just as institutions than they are Democrats and Republicans on this issue. But we'll work through that. And by Christmas, we'll have a pipeline reauthorization bill. Conversely, when I was in the auto sector, Toyota had a case called the sudden unintended acceleration, the braking issue. And you know, statistically, it was probably not as high either. And yet, Washington, the office, and I know well, was reporting back to Tokyo, we have a big problem. And the engineers in Tokyo reported back, this is not statistically significant. Well, they understand the politics of America. And Toyota today is yet to, even though they're exonerated on the braking issue, they have not yet restored their brand and the market share they lost due to the way they handled that issue. So you can do it the proactive way, the right way, or you can be behind. The second issue, which is risk to all of us, I think, is this issue of responsible resource development, production, from our standpoint, supply, which is the game changer, which to many of you may be referred to as fracking. Now, if I joined AGA and they gave me $1 million and I'd gone to Madison Avenue and said, come up with the most creative, awful word you can to describe the industrial process of extracting natural gas, they would have won, you know, because fracking, and still be illegal, and you wouldn't have to bleep it on television. You know, it became a symbol, an engineering term they use, hydraulic fracturing, but it has become an emotional issue. I don't think it's a technical issue per se. I don't think it's a physical issue. I think it becomes a political issue, and therefore a political management issue as well. I think DOE recently, and John Deutsch, good friend of mine, former CIA director, MIT chemistry professor, really focused on what is the issue with hydraulic fracturing. And I think they really shifted the emphasis from downhole because people didn't understand what it meant to hydraulically fracture horizontally across big zones, to really what the surface issues are. And those are the more challenging issues. It's an industrial process, folks, and there's risk associated with it. And it's relatively new. Fracking's not new. That's been around for 60 years or so. But the process of the industrial pad in consumer states. See, I came from a producing state. We were used to that stuff. As a matter of fact, in Oklahoma, we liked the trees so much we numbered them. And when we saw that oil rig on the horizon had a light at night, that was really cool, But you start to do that process in more congested areas that are not used to it, guess what? You start to see encroachment. That's why the regulatory agencies in these states are so concerned about how you develop the regulation to manage that. But the surface issues are there. Truck traffic takes a lot of water. And before you had pipes into that area, you would see the traffic, increase traffic on the roads. And if is my family or my daughter's family or whatever taking kids to soccer practice and there was a truck going through the school zone at 45 miles an hour, you don't like that. So there's an issue there. So we have to learn how to deal with that. Noise. Guess what? You have all these pumper trucks, vehicles, large, on a side. There's some noise. All right? So you have to learn how to buffer the noise. You have to learn spacing, buffering. But those are issues. You have to be sensitive to that. There are water issues, yes. So it's the management of those issues, which I think are manageable, but we have to engage it as we do, as our association utility business said, look, here's how we're going to do that. We believe in stakeholder engagement, fact-based, honest, transparent discussion. And to have that discussion, I think we can address some of the issues. If you didn't notice, I haven't taken a drink of it, but I just brought this as an example. It's a Diet Coke bottle. I'm an addict, I admit. But as a consumer, I want to know what's in that Diet Coke. I want to know that there's not a carcinogen in this Diet Coke. But I really don't need to know the magic Coke formula, which was one of the greater secrets in America today. I don't need the formula, but I need to know what's in it so it's not. So we call for disclosure of chemicals. And we think as an industry we should. Fracfocus.org is a good step voluntarily to disclose those chemicals. States are now stepping up to it. The state of Texas has done it. Wyoming, other places are moving in that direction. I think we'll see that in the Marcellus zone as well. Companies are saying, yes, let's find a way to do it. I think the professor's discussion of that today was appropriate. So these are the kinds of things that we think are issues that we need to have an honest conversation about. Because we don't want that political risk there to overcome the opportunities that we see both economically, from an energy security standpoint, from an environmental quality standpoint. My wife hates this when I say it, but I say I'm bipolar. I've been to both poles, close to the North Pole. I've been to the South Pole, and I've been almost to the North Pole. I am one who believes that climate is changing. Now, a lot of people will debate that. Probably in this state, there are a lot of folks who debate that. But I think there's change. I don't know the source of it, but I would tell you, as prudent Americans, we should be concerned. And I think long-term, thinking strategically, we need to move to a lower carbon economy. Natural gas has a role to play in that. So there are a lot of positives in this discussion. But there's a lot of unknown. There are some areas where we don't have information yet. One of the reports, and this is why the activity at West Virginia is so critical at the university, there's opportunities to demonstrate and to understand and monitor and measure what's happening on the well site, the distribution of gas, et cetera, on the emissions issue. This is one, there's been some reports out there, but there's not a lot of credible data. We think we need more information. We want to work with this university and others, credible sources, to understand that. If you measure it, you report it, you can improve. So that's, I think, the philosophy that we bring to this discussion. So, great opportunity, some political risks, some technical that we can address, but we want to get it out there and work with you to do that. That's why forums like this are excellent. I commend you for it, and within a couple minutes of time, I'll be glad to take your questions. And by the way, those of you who are lawyers, I'm one of those examples of how you can have a law degree and not practice law and still be successful. So, yes, sir.
As I understand it, your organization is sort of at the consumption end of the gas pipeline, so to speak.
Downstream.
If the producers produce more gas in the short run than you can create new markets for, and they begin to start pushing gas offshore, first of all, do you think that's likely? Second, where would your organization be if we're starting to do LNG going the other way?
Interesting question. I just had that raised to my board last week in our board meeting. And you weren't there, spy, yeah. You're not one of those Big East spies, right? Okay. I'm one of those that believes that this is a global economy and that there are resources that we have here, but I would not be one of those who thinks we ought to hoard it. Now, we will support, even though I don't think it's going to be a huge market right now that we can see, as long as it doesn't start to impact price, we're not opposed to that movement. There's a couple facilities, or one facility, Sabine Pass, I think Sabine, isn't it, Chris, that Cheniere is looking at. There were 8 big LNG. This is how it's changing so dramatically. This is what's incredible. We were building LNG import facilities, which is a huge process, because we thought there were shortages of natural gas. And so we built those, and now all of a sudden they're stranded assets. So the question is, can you now convert those to export? There's one company, Cheniere, that's in that process. They just signed an agreement this week with British Gas. So there may be some uptake. Again, there's difference in prices. There's international global price, and then there's a Henry Hub, the U.S.-based price. I don't think with the supply that we see that is going to affect the price that much. It stays within the band. Industry's making moves in that direction now on the private side, but if you're going to make a dramatic accelerated push, and again, a bit the chicken the egg, there's some legislation in that Gas Act that recommends that on a 5-year time frame, sunsetted, a short time frame. Ladies and gentlemen, you can change the entire infrastructure, I believe, at least create enough that you would make that fuel switch for less than the price of a new aircraft carrier. Now, a new aircraft carrier is, if you look at on paper, is probably $10 billion, is closer to 14 by the time you actually do it. That's just the physical of one carrier. So this is one of those long-term choices that Congress has to make. They're currently in this philosophical discussion. On one hand, they don't believe in government picking winners and losers. Quite frankly, I don't either. But then you do have to make choices, though, of what the cost of externalities. Well, how do we price, how do we put a cost on fighting 2 wars, 3 wars actually, in areas of the world that, because of our experience and dependence on foreign oil, what's the price to pay? So we're $1 trillion a year, and quite frankly, they were off budget the last 2, so it's a whole different issue. But we have to, to keep those sea lines of communication open. That's a huge price we pay as a country. So we can make a big impact there pretty quickly. I think Congress is going to debate that. I think it's really caught up in this overall discussion, not the need to do it. I think there's broad bipartisan support to do it. I think they're just in this position now with deficits as high as they are and low economic growth, whether that's a choice they're going to make. Yes, ma'am. it's the question of how long that investment is and whether the market will be there. Since the truck market is trucks are owned by individuals, a lot of them, and that's a big investment, $130,000, $150,000, maybe even more per truck. And actually, Dr. Clay, Catherine Clay, is a PhD physicist, runs our transportation program at AGA, working with producers on natural gas vehicles. Can probably state it better, but it's clear that those individuals are not in a position to make those big investments. So that's one of the areas. The truck stops themselves, you see some movement there. The rate base, the local regulators in some states are working to do that. Texas just formed a triangle between Dallas, Austin, and Houston, I guess, for natural gas fueling. State of Utah did it. So it may not be one federal big program, but it would get it started at a way that we would see more robust uptake if it occurred. Other questions? Yes, sir.
Shale wells produce huge amounts more gas than conventional wells. So the supply's got to be going up. You're on the demand side. How elastic is demand? You can't go door to door and tell people we'll convert your electric house to gas. How elastic is it? Why isn't this a building block?
We'd love for you to do that if you like, if you have neighbors that would do it. Demand is one of those issues. We'd like to increase demand. Let me tell you the benefits. We did a study, a calculation. If you took the winter of 2007, at that point we had some scarcity, post-Katrina, and you took that month in this region going north of the January bill, just your heating bill for January, and you contrast that to last January, you'd save over $100 in that period just because of the change in the price of gas, because of the supply. So what we see now is a lot of fuel switching actually in the Northeast. Home heating oil, traditional oil, is being displaced. The question is getting those infrastructure lines out there to do that. And again, we're working with regulators to do that. The city of New York has just passed a rule, a regulation, to force the conversion from heating oil there. So that's a unique problem. We've got to get gas up, all these high rises and stuff. So there's all kinds of infrastructure questions. We think there are other potential demand uses. You can go on the grid. Part of this future grid, the smart electrical grid, you can take distributed generation with small generators, combined heat power, CHP as they call it, and do that. So you can take a campus like this, convert it to natural gas pretty quickly. So that's happening, but that's, again, looking longer term. And the economy. Part of that demand decline right now is just the state of the overall economy. We just don't have the uptake in the manufacturing sector, et cetera, that we normally do. Any other? Yes. Okay. I'm getting cut off. Again, thank you very much. Congratulations, and we look forward to working with you. And if you have following questions, I'd be glad to take those later. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Let me add my words of welcome to all of our visitors, and thank you for coming to this inaugural event. It's my great pleasure to introduce Jerry Ritchie, Executive Vice President and Chief Legal Officer at Consol Energy. To the students in the room, I want to say that you're about to hear from an energy lawyer. We were talking at lunch about how many different things lawyers are required to do in order to be able to call themselves an energy lawyer and how much experience it takes to develop to the point where you have judgment about the relevant issues. Jerry practiced with Buchanan Ingersoll in private practice for over 20 years, almost 25 years, was active in the management of the firm, active in his community, supporter of various community events. And he caught the eye of the new chairman of Consol Energy, Brett Harvey, and the board. And in 2005, just a few years ago, he was attracted to become the board secretary, later general counsel, and now an Executive Vice President with Community Relations, Government Relations, HR, Law, and other matters. And I've known Jerry for that period of time, and I have watched him participate in so many different activities, and it's really remarkable. The entry of the company into the gas market, a whole diversification of the company, the regulatory permit issues that go along with development of natural resources, sales contracts of great magnitude to utilities, spin-offs of companies, mergers of companies into the companies, a huge safety push to make, which has made Consol the safest producer of coal in the country and one of the safer producers of gas, financing for some of these projects, joint ventures with some of these projects, environmental issues, lawsuits, HR functions, whatever. It's been a whirlwind tour for him, and he's gained my respect and the respect of his colleagues at the bar and also at the company during this past 7 years. Jerry, we welcome you to the campus of West Virginia University and look forward to your remarks.
Thank you, David. Dean, congratulations on this terrific program, and thank you all for this warm welcome today. I think you will find there's a symmetry between what I have to say and what you just heard from Dave McCurdy. You'll see a significant similar viewpoint that we share, which isn't altogether surprising since we're in the same in the same industry. What I wanted to talk initially about is the importance of fossil fuels to our economy and to our way of life. And I'll use that as a segue to bridge into a more specific discussion of Marcellus Shale. For fossil fuels, which are abundant, affordable, reliable, and domestic, are the primary sources of energy that we rely on to maintain all of the benefits of modern life. We use them to heat and cool our homes, light our cities, schools, and emergency rooms, fly our planes, and drive to and from this conference today. How easy it is to flip a switch, adjust the thermostat, turn on the burner, and visit the physician in a well-lighted, technologically advanced office. Fossil fuels are used to provide 85% of the energy that we use. Coal and natural gas, domestic resources that are bountiful in this region, are used to provide 70% of the nation's electricity, and nuclear provides an additional 20%. Wind and solar hold promise for the future, but today they provide only a small percentage of the energy we use for electricity, less than 2.5% throughout the country. And this percentage is not expected to change much over the coming decades. The United States Department of Energy estimates that by 2035, 70% of our electricity will still be provided by coal and natural gas, with 3.5% by wind, and a mere 0.1% by solar. We cannot meet our country's ever-growing demand for energy without fossil fuels. Access to energy is a basic human right. People with access to energy live longer, eat better, drink purer water, receive better medical care, and enjoy a higher standard of living than those without. There is a lower infant survival rate for societies with access to electricity. Sadly, more than 2.5 billion people do not enjoy the benefits of electricity by having limited or no access. Leaders in countries lacking electricity recognize they have a moral responsibility to their citizens to use all available efforts to provide it. These leaders will fulfill that responsibility largely by using fossil fuels, just as we do in this country. Global demand for energy is projected to increase by 40% between now and 2030, and is expected to triple by the end of the century. This demand will also provide increased use of fossil fuels. Now, Consol is in the fossil fuel business, and therefore meeting this demand are companies like Consol which was founded in 1864 in Pittsburgh. We are now the leading diversified energy company headquartered in the eastern United States. CONSOL is the largest producer of coal from underground mines in the United States. And last year, as I'll talk a little bit more about in a few minutes, we bought the natural gas assets of Dominion Resources, and this year we expect to increase significantly the production in those resources. We employ more than 9,000 people, and in the last 6 years, by the end of this year, we will have hired 8,000 people at CONSOL Energy. Some of you may have heard about the CONSOL Energy Center, which is the home for the Pittsburgh Penguins in Pittsburgh, and some of you may have seen our billboards in the Pittsburgh region and in this region. Some of you may have heard our radio advertisements. Some of you may have seen our television advertisements. We started that in 2006, and the reason that we started it is because we knew we were going to be going through a fairly significant turnover with respect to our employees, and we wanted to attract those individuals to our company. And we're fortunate today to have the architect of that entire program, Tom Hoffman. Tom who recently retired 2 years ago, is a 35-year employee of CONSOL Energy, and he was the brains behind this entire effort that we have that's helped us gain the 8,000 employees that we have gained over the last 5 years. And important to recognize as well with respect to CONSOL Energy that the people who work for us start at jobs that make, both in our coal company, part of our coal division, as well as in our gas division, they make between $80,000 and $100,000 a year to start when you include their benefit package. David Hardesty spoke about our safety program, and at CONSOL, safety is our #1 value. Every employee who sees an unsafe condition is empowered to stop the operation of that particular unit until the hazard is eliminated. Our safety record is more than 2 times better than the industry average in coal, and the last time we had a employee injured in our gas division was in 1994. We also take responsibility seriously. Our record is a good environmental steward, and we work in the coal industry towards improving our environmental stewardship on a daily basis. There's been much progress in our industry with respect to environmental stewardship. So with that as the description of fossil fuels, let me turn and talk quickly about some issues pertaining to Marcellus Shale. First thing I want to point out is that this region is really on the verge of becoming the energy company of the country. We have a rich history in coal development and a rich history in natural gas development. We have very extensive resources in this region in both, and we have a high degree of well-trained, well-educated individuals. We have terrific human capital, as is represented by all of the people that are here in this great university. So we have the ingredients right now to become the leading energy capital in the United States. I've talked to you a fair amount about CONSOL Energy, and I'm not going to repeat this. I will point out one thing to you. Not only are we in the Fortune 500 and the S&P 500, but we were recognized by Forbes in 2010 as being one of the 100 most trustworthy companies in the United States. Our basic approach is to devote our business interests to the development of resources in Appalachia. And so we go down vertically to develop those assets. The coal that we're today mining is about 1,000 feet underground. That is in the Pittsburgh 8 seam. The Marcellus Shale is located more than a mile underground. And the way you get to the Marcellus Shale is you drill vertically for that mile, and then you start to curve somewhat like the way a hockey stick is curved, and you drill horizontally into the shale. And so with regard to Marcellus Shale, you're really capturing the natural gas that's over a mile underground. Quickly on the heels of the Marcellus Shale will be Utica Shale, and that's located another half mile or so underground from the Marcellus. David mentioned the purchase, and I've mentioned the purchase of assets from Dominion Natural Resources. We bought Dominion's gas assets in 2010 for $3.5 billion. This year, we sold half of those assets to Noble Energy and to Hess Company for $3.5 billion. We kept the other half. So essentially, in 1 year, we doubled the value of our investment. Good timing by us, but it gives you some flavor for how important this industry is and is going to become to this region, and really what a terrific opportunity it presents to everybody in this room. I want to talk a couple minutes about international demand for energy. You can see on the left-hand column, it's be on your right column, you'll see that in the blue, that's the United States, representing in the dark blue what energy is being consumed today, and then the light blue is what is expected to be the case in terms of energy consumption by 2035. The column in the middle, in the maroon and pink, represents China. As you can see, China is going to blow by the United States in terms of energy consumption. And what we are seeing, or what we will see throughout the world, is more and more energy is going to be consumed by the developing world. What this chart tries to illustrate, the United States is on your right, China is on your left. What it illustrates is how much more opportunity there is within China to use electricity than we have in the United States. Approximately 80% of our citizens have access to a computer. In China, that percentage is about 6%. Their population is greater than 4 times our population. And they are on a very rapid industrialization path, and they will be consuming more and more energy. I mentioned before that access to energy, and particularly access to electricity, is a basic human right. And the people in the developing world have every bit as much right to all of the benefits that we enjoy because we have access to electricity. And they're going to demand it, and they're going to get it. And that means the only practical way that they can get what they need is through the use of fossil fuels. Let me take that to West Virginia as an illustration of what I'm talking about. 96.2% of the electricity in West Virginia is provided by coal. Wind energy provides 1% of the electricity, and solar does not even register. So what you have, if you think about it, is increasing demand and a very, very low percentage of energy that is being provided by wind or by solar. And it just illustrates to me very significantly the fact that the only real way we're going to be able to satisfy our energy demands in this country, much less in the world, is through the use of fossil fuels. Picture of Marcellus Shale. The key takeaway here, Marcellus is in the northeast. This shows the various shale plays throughout the country. The key takeaway is that Marcellus Shale is the second largest natural gas field in the world. Tremendous opportunity for development. I've talked briefly about the Utica Shale. That is also going to be developed. This green depiction shows you where the Utica Shale is. Right now, Utica development is occurring in Ohio. It's just getting started. It's somewhat of a exploration play, but you can see that Utica Shale is also in West Virginia. So just like the Marcellus Shale, you will see development of the Utica Shale in this state. Dave McCurdy referred to this. As little as 10 years ago, there were concerns about having a shortage of natural gas. Now there is plenty of natural gas in this country because of the discovery of the shale and the natural gas that we can extract from the shale. One advantage that natural gas has over coal with regard to burning it to produce power and for electricity generation is that it burns more cleanly. For example, natural gas has 1/2 of the carbon footprint that does coal. So what we're seeing is that demand for natural gas is growing every day. And there really are four things that are occurring in terms of demand that also provide a bright future for natural gas. First, it relates to fuel switching. With all of the uncertainties that are being created by the EPA, the pressure that the EPA is putting to reduce coal production and to reduce its use in the production of energy, of power, what we find is a number of utilities are closing their smaller coal-fired power plants and switching to natural gas. Now, one thing to know about coal, because it's not well known, is that a new coal-fired power plant built today is 95% cleaner than the coal-fired power plant that it reduces with respect to regulated emissions. A second area where there will be increased demand for natural gas, which Dave McCurdy referred to, was using it in vehicles to replace gasoline and diesel. A third area, which he talked about as well, was liquefied natural gas, creating export facilities to transport natural gas overseas. Dominion Resources has just filed for a permit with FERC to build a facility in Maryland that will enable the exporting of liquefied natural gas. And lastly, in terms of demand, there is the idea of having a low-cost fuel source created by natural gas that can be used in the process of manufacturing, which will bring an entire new set of jobs and opportunities to this country, and to this region, and to this state. There have been tremendous growth opportunities in jobs in this region, and there are going to be many, many more. There are approximately 7,600 jobs in West Virginia alone relating to the gas industry, and with very modest production growth between now and 2020, there will be an additional 20,000 jobs. A fabulous opportunity. Natural gas is a very, very vibrant and important part of our economy, as it is used by all of us for all of the essential things that we do in our day-to-day living. CONSOL has a very active West Virginia operation in both coal and natural gas. We have nearly 4,000 employees that work in West Virginia. We have Marcellus acreage that exceeds 300,000 Marcellus acres. We are currently drilling in 3 counties in West Virginia, Marcellus Shale. We're drilling in Barber County, Marshall County, and Upshur County. And our plans in those counties and throughout West Virginia are to expand and continue to grow our development of this Marcellus Shale. And we're just one company among many that are doing likewise. We recognize that we have a responsibility with regard to all of these opportunities, and the responsibility is to operate in an environmentally friendly way and in a safe way. One of the things that we have to do with regard to that is listen to the community concerns and to address them and to respond to them. At CONSOL Energy, we believe that there needs to be strong governmental regulation, and we support strong governmental regulation. We think that the fracking process itself creates no risk to the water table with regard to the hydraulic fracking. What's critical, and the reason for that is it's over a mile underground. What's critical relates to the drilling process from the surface down towards the area where we do the hydraulic fracking. And there, the completion of the wells and the creation of the wells has to be done right, so that there are not problems with respect to the water table or to the surface water arising from the hydraulic fracking. You've all read a lot about the dangers of hydraulic fracking. There have been over 1 million hydraulic fracking wells drilled in the United States over the last 50 or 60 years in 27 different states, 1 million. And here's what some regulators have recently said about hydraulic fracking. For example, in Pennsylvania, there has never been any evidence of fracking ever causing direct contamination of fresh groundwater in Pennsylvania or anywhere else. This was from the Pennsylvania DEP Scott Perry. In Alabama, I can state with authority that there have been no documented cases of drinking water contamination caused by such hydraulic fracturing operations in our state. Ohio and gas supervisor for Alabama. Oil and gas supervisor, Ohio. After 25 years of investigating citizens' complaints and contamination, our geologists have not documented a single incident involving contamination of groundwater attributed to hydraulic fracking. Now, it's the responsibility of the industry with that terrific record to keep it that way. And that's what we are striving to do at Consol Energy. I mentioned a minute ago the importance of community relations, and it is important on the industry to take proactive approaches to community relations. At Consol, we participate actively with our local officials, communicating with them regularly about our operations and our plans, understanding what their concerns are, and explain to them what our needs are as well. We participate in forums with citizens who are concerned, having the same type of dialogue where we express our views, we listen to theirs, and respond to those concerns and views. Consol is very active in its charitable contributions. We have a budget this year of nearly $6 million for charitable contributions throughout our region. Our region is primarily southwest Pennsylvania, West Virginia, and southern Virginia. We've made a $15 million commitment payable over the next 5 years to the Boy Scouts of America with regard to that wonderful Bechtel facility that's being created in West Virginia. So we recognize that we have a role as good corporate citizens to support the community and to be part of our communities. I mentioned that we support, we do support strong and effective government regulation, but we don't support governmental overkill with regulation. I think that many in this audience, perhaps all, are very familiar with what the EPA has been trying to do with the coal industry and the adverse effects that those activities of the EPA are having, both in the mining of coal as well as in the burning of coal for the development and production of electricity. And we think that the EPA at times goes too far, and we certainly think so at this stage, with regard to their activities impacting the coal industry. So, I'm ready to give you my concluding remarks. This area is going to become the nation's energy capital, and that is going to create tremendous economic opportunities and job opportunities for all professions and job seekers in this area. Consol is a great place to work. Our #1 value is safety. Fossil fuels will meet the demands throughout the world for the need for increased electricity and increased need for energy. Marcellus Shale and Utica Shale are game changers. We will see an increased use of natural gas, and the industry has a responsibility to do it right, and that's what we work on a daily basis to do. So I wanted to thank you for this time. I don't know if anybody has any questions, but I know you have a busy day today, so I'm opening up to any questions. Tom.
Jerry, I wonder if you could talk, you have an interesting synergy between your wastewater treatment of coal mines and natural gas that I think is sort of unique in the industry. I wonder if you could talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, the question is, what about the synergy between our wastewater treatment with our coal mines and natural gas? There's about 4 to 5 million gallons of water that is used in fracking a well, hydraulic fracking a well. And we have this water treatment facilities that we have both in Virginia, and we're building one in West Virginia, which basically is purifying the water. And so one of our plans is to be able to use that water coming from the coal mine, putting it through a reverse osmosis plant, and after it's been cleaned, to then use it as a fracking fluid. It's probably not that well known that 99.5% of the fluid that is used for fracking is water and sand, and many of the other components, the 1/2 of 1%, are chemicals that are used and that you have available in your house today. Any other questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jerry. Our next panel, we wanted to hear from some other stakeholders. We've heard from the environmental regulators. We've heard from the industry, and I put together a panel. The moderator is going to be Elizabeth Burleson, who's an associate professor of law at Pace University. She would have been a colleague of mine had I stayed at Pace University. Anyway, and I'm going to have Elizabeth, she's got an LLM in environmental law from the London School of Economics, and she's been at Pace for, 3 months now. So, take it over, Elizabeth.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to infuse a climate perspective. We've heard a lot about low carbon, and it's just worth noting that methane is natural gas, is a greenhouse gas, is 24 times more potent than carbon. So I think it's important to keep a life cycle analysis perspective, and we don't have all the information yet that we'd like with which to do that. But the Stern report generally indicates that it's going to take 1% of global GDP to address climate, and it's going to end up consuming 20 to 30% of global GDP if we don't act. So with that in mind, I think flaring is a low-lying fruit to start with, and gas migration is also a really important issue to address. I see natural gas ramping up. It's already ramping up. I see all these energy resources being used to meet global demand, but the developing countries who do desperately want energy also want us to responsibly respond to our international commitment in the climate context to get below 1990 levels of greenhouse gases across the board. So with that, I'll introduce Hannah Chang is with Earth Justice, and she's been working specifically on hydraulic fracturing, and David McCune is with, has a law degree from George Washington and has written an excellent resource for West Virginian surface rights owners in context of oil and gas. And so you can find out more about their descriptions in the guide, but I will let them pick up from there. Thanks.
Great. Okay, I'm going to blow by this. In the interest of time, and also because the first part of what I wanted to talk about was already so well spoken to by Marcia Mulkey from EPA this morning, I want to start with a perspective on the environmental impacts of hydraulic fracturing. That in some way is what we've been talking about all day, except we've been talking about it in the weeds, about the specific regulations in different states, about the federal laws that are in place. And it's a given. We all agree this is a tremendous opportunity, and it can be. But there's also a tremendous amount of risk and a tremendous amount that is not known. And I want to just bring it back to the basics, to why are we regulating? Why do we care? Why should we care? And sort of just give a perspective from the ground, and that makes it a little bit more real than just sort of referring very generically to wastewater or TDS. So basically, as Betsy pointed out, and I think is an important point, is that the life cycle of gas production generally needs to be examined, and we've talked about it. But this goes from the design of the well pad to the construction to the clearing to everything from mixing the fluids to the cementing and the casing and the stimulation, the fracking, all the water that comes back up, transporting that, containing it, and then processing the gas and transmitting it by pipeline to markets. And hazards really emerge at every stage of this process, not just the fracking process, which is the actual stimulation of the well. The problem with states being the primary regulators in this area is that, as I think Mark Bowling pointed out earlier, with regard to well construction standards, some of those standards are lacking, or I actually wrote down my quote, some of those standards require tweaking and some of them require even more tweaking. So there's definitely variability in state regulations, and some of them are not adequate. And so there's a role for the federal government to play here where it can set a baseline of protection, and states can go above that if they want to. And this is not inconsistent with an understanding that the shale is different in different areas, and that different areas will have different requirements and needs. I'm not going to go through all of these exemptions, except I do want to say that with the Safe Drinking Water Act exemption from the UIC program, there is an exemption from the exemption for diesel. Why are we concerned about diesel? If diesel is being pumped into the ground, oh, then EPA can regulate it. Well, if we're concerned about diesel, why aren't we concerned about all the other chemicals and toxins and hazardous materials that are also being pumped underground? The reason for all of these exemptions is something we need to question. Whether or not they should continue should be an answer that is answered in the perspective of whether or not it is in the interest of the public, not whether or not it is in the industry's interest. The Clean Water Act exemptions, I'm just going to go through this in the interest of time. Let me get to, I don't know if NEPA was spoken about. There's a categorical exclusion for certain types of oil and gas development on federal lands, which means that if they fall under these exclusions, they don't need to go through the NEPA process, which would require environmental review of major federal actions in most instances. And then there's EPGRA, which is a disclosure issue, and we've talked about that a bit. So now I'm going to pivot to the actual environmental impacts of this process, and we're going to talk about it temporally in terms of from the beginning of construction and land surface preparation to the very end of the processing of the gas and the treatment of the waste. And also in terms of geographical distribution. So it's not just the well pads we're concerned about here. This is what we're seeing. Well pads can be, 3 to 5 acres or more. But when you add in the access roads that need to be there and the gas pipelines that need to be there and the land that needs to be cleared for those, that can triple the amount of land disturbance that we're talking about here. So keep all of that in mind. So I'm having a hard time. Oh, okay. So water withdrawals are something we've talked about. I'm not going to talk about it too much, but the average water withdrawal per frac job per well is something around, it depends, but it's 5 million gallons of water. And one well can be fracked multiple times in its lifetime. So that is a tremendous amount of water that's being taken from surface waters and groundwaters, and that of course has obvious impacts on aquatic ecosystems and habitats. Once we have this water withdrawn, fresh water withdrawn, then we're going to mix it with some things to make it appropriate to do its job when we are going to frack it or use it to frack a well. And that involves mixing it with chemicals like surfactants, gelling agents, antibacterial agents. All of that is mixed into the water, pumped into the well. And then what comes back out immediately after fracking or completion is the flowback fluid. So anywhere from 20 to 40%, and again, that will range depending on where you are in the shale, will come back up. And so the flowback water contains all of the above, everything you pumped in, and all of the other things you're bringing out that were naturally occurring in the rock. So a lot of salt, a lot of total dissolved solids, which is dissolved minerals, because the Marcellus Shale has a marine origin, and also norms, which are naturally occurring radioactive materials, are brought up in this flowback water. The produced water is similar, but it comes out over the lifetime of the well. So it slowly seeps out over the lifetime of the well, and that's largely brine and very, very salty, as we'll talk about a bit later. And, the statistic or the number that's thrown out there, that it's only a tiny fraction of the millions of gallons of water that are being mixed with chemicals. Keep in mind of the scope we're talking about here. We're talking about 5 to 7 million gallons of water. 0.5% of that, or 1% of that, is still quite a lot of chemicals we are pumping into the ground, many of the ingredients of which we don't know. The House Committee on Energy and Commerce recently released a report that was based on the disclosure by 14 leading oil and gas companies about the fracking, about the chemicals and the products they used in the fracking process. And between 2005 and 2009, these 14 companies used over 650 products that contained one or more of 29 chemicals that are either known or possible human carcinogens, that are regulated under the Safe Drinking Water Act because of their risks to human health, or are hazardous air pollutants. So examples we're talking about are benzene, lead, formaldehyde. This may be in your household, but do you want it to be in your household? And do you want it to be, we need to know the effects of this, and I think that is a major point of the environmental community's concerns here. Once you have all this water mixed up in a toxic fluids, whether it's the fracking fluid itself, the wastewater, there's necessarily, despite the best precautions, there will be spills. It happens. There are accidents. Certainly, good regulations in place can prevent them and can minimize the incidences. But to make those regulations effective, there's got to be a lot of enforcement and monitoring, which is not happening in many states, frankly. This was an example of a spill that seeped into a creek and caused a fish kill in Washington County, Pennsylvania. This is two newspaper articles that follow upon one another. There was a tear in a liner of a wastewater impoundment, and 28 cows were thought to have consumed water from it. A follow-up a year later by an NPR reporter found that of those 28 cows, 11 gave birth. 8 of those calves were born dead or died shortly after, which is, according to the farmer, highly, highly unusual. This raises concerns, obviously, about what is in the wastewater and about the release and the contamination into our environment. What can we do to make sure that that doesn't happen? Let's see. So I've touched upon accidental releases and spills and leaks and blowout prevention failures that might lead to sort of uncontrollable release from the wellbore. But there's also intentional release. Now you have millions of gallons of wastewater. What are you going to do with it? There's the volume concern, and then there's also the contamination concern. Injecting it deep underground is one option, but that's not one that's most often used in Pennsylvania because there aren't that many underground storage wells. And spreading it on local roads for dust suppression and for de-icing is another option, and you can read the quote here. But the problem being that once the ice melts, once the rain falls, and this water runs off the roads, it's getting into our waters, and eventually will end up in the drinking water supply. So again, we need to understand the impacts of that rather than accepting it as a given that this happens. I talked a bit earlier about total dissolved solids and how salty this wastewater is when it comes back up from the ground. Just to give a perspective on this salinity, someone mentioned earlier that the Safe Drinking Water Act sets 500 milligrams per liter as the maximum contaminant level for TDS. Ocean water is something around 35,000 milligrams per liter. You wouldn't want to drink that. Wastewater from the Marcellus Shale is 100,000 and more. And so obviously you don't want to drink it, but the point is most wastewater treatment plants aren't equipped to handle this kind of salinity, and dissolving it is not going to work when it's this intensely saline and contains other contaminants such as radioactive materials. I next want to talk about groundwater impacts. Well construction and drilling can provide subsurface pathways for contamination. It's likely inevitable that when you penetrate an aquifer in the drilling process, there will be some short-term turbidity. So it'll lead to some sedimentation or in your water. That may be short-term, and of course, a casing and cementing job is very important. But methane migration is well documented. It happened in Dimock, Pennsylvania. A water well exploded in 2009. A house exploded in Ohio as well. A study by Duke University researchers that was published recently in the Proceedings of the National Academies of Science found that drinking water wells near gas extraction sites in New York and Pennsylvania had on average 17 times higher levels of methane than water wells found further away from these gas sites. The problem with this is, besides the explosions and the asphyxiation that can happen with methane, when you have low levels of methane in your water that you're drinking over a long period of time or that you're perhaps inhaling, there is no peer-reviewed research out there about the effects of this on human health. I'm sure the wells that the Duke University researchers tested and in the homes, people live there and they don't know about this. They may not notice it, but what impact is that gas extraction activity having on them and having on their communities in the long run? The general, and there's been a great presentation about this already, but the general understanding or assumption is that because the well is so far beneath the groundwater aquifers, there's just no chance that whatever's left remaining underground will ever sort of seep upwards and contaminate the aquifer. And so the general understanding is that a good casing and cementing job will take care of that problem. And of course, a good casing and cementing job is absolutely necessary. But studies have shown that there is a possibility in theory that contamination can occur. So cement, you do a great cement job, but cement shrinks and it changes over time. So on the scope of 50 years, of 100 years, what if it shrinks? What if it causes fissures in the casing? And there's also mobile geologic faults to consider here. The studies that have been done haven't been done on a long-term basis or to understand what the possibilities are and what, if anything, can be done about them, what the risks are. And so, in fact, Duke University researchers, who are by no way trying to incite fear in people, recommended that there be a study to confirm this widespread assumption that there's no possibility of aquifer contamination from this type of gas processing. So I want to move on to, that's just a very quick gloss. I know I'm speaking fast. I want to leave time for everyone else. But, oh, missed this. There's also significant air impacts here. The oil and gas sector contributes significantly to hazardous air pollutants and also to ozone. So NOx and VOCs are precursors of ozone. In 2009, Wyoming failed to meet its ozone standards for the first time in its history, and this is Wyoming. And what they found is that in very rural, very sparsely populated areas of Wyoming, with the highest levels of wells, the ozone readings are reading higher than in LA or in Houston. Similarly, the Colorado Department of Public Health found that the VOC and NOx emissions from the development of oil and gas operations in that area exceed the motor vehicle emissions for the entire state. So it's a considerable amount of pollution that is being emitted here. And I want to bring it back to public health again because, you know, we talk about the environment, and of course there's value in protecting that, but that's always connected to people and the people that use it and enjoy it and live in the environment. So when you talk about air emissions, there are known effects on asthma, on cancer, on stroke, on premature birth in children. In Texas, a hospital system in 6 counties that has the heaviest drilling in the state found in 2010 that it has a 25% asthma rate in young children, and that's 3 times the state average. So now I want to talk a bit about the land impacts. 1 acre of impervious surface creates the same runoff as 16 acres of naturally vegetated meadows or forests. So there's a tremendous amount of erosion and sedimentation problems. Every state has erosion and sedimentation controls. That's true. But when you're thinking about all of the different wells and the pipelines and the access roads that are being constructed, and the fact that erosion and sedimentation control plans consider the effects of this one well, or this one stream crossing, or this one road, you get this feeling that there's something missing. And what's missing is that we don't have a general overall understanding of the cumulative impacts of all of this construction in previously forested or naturally vegetated areas and what that means for our watersheds. This is just a quote about just the importance of forests for protecting our watersheds and sort of maintaining high water quality, because it absorbs that water when it rains, it releases it back, it filters the water. And these are ecosystem services that we take completely for granted, that are invisible to the average person, and yet they happen. And so we need to understand the impacts that this sort of development will have on this sort of ecosystem service that we depend on if we're going to truly support this sort of energy future. The next things I want to talk about, I've referred to it repeatedly, but the pipelines and the access roads that are slicing up the landscape here. The habitat fragmentation that happens when you cut into an intact forest go far beyond the direct impacts of that cut alone. So the edge effect, as it is known, is when there are impacts from a cut that extend 330 feet on either side. It's measurable impacts in canopy cover, humidity, and the quality of the habitat that's provided. So in New York, what they've estimated is that 1 acre of direct forest impact leads to an additional 2.5 acres of indirect forest impacts. And that is something to be considered, again, on a cumulative level. This, I thought, was just a really stunning photo. I have nothing to say about it. The cumulative impacts are something that is falling through the cracks. Every agency is looking at individual permits, and every state is looking at the impacts within their borders. The importance of a regional and cumulative understanding of what this all means for the communities that are involved and the communities that are close by is something that needs to be done and is not being done. And now I just want to run through some other impacts that I won't talk about too much, but just to be aware of. I think someone else spoke about the impacts on the fabric of society and community character that need to be considered as well. Noise impacts from that heavy equipment and all the construction. The New York draft SGEIS estimated that there are something like close to 4,000 heavy truck trips and 2,800 light truck trips per well during construction. That's a little less than 7,000 one-way truck trips per well construction. And so these are significant impacts on a community, especially in rural communities. That top photo is of machinery on a farm, actually, in Pennsylvania. And I think I'm going to end here. I do want to emphasize that, there's been a lot of sort of agreement among the state regulators we heard from this morning that states can do it best. And also that there are federal laws in place, but, there are there are variations in the shale. And so, site-specific, local understanding is really the best way to approach it. And what I would, question is the other, so yes, there's diversity in the shale. But there's also the one constant, which is that people live everywhere. The environment is everywhere. There are trees and soil and grass everywhere. And that should be protected at least at a baseline level. So the safety that you have or the health that you enjoy should not depend on sort of the coincidence of which state you happen to live in and what regulations they happen to have. That is a consideration that we need to, a discussion that needs to be had. And then, again, I just want to talk about the cumulative impacts and how little they have been understood or considered. There's a very long list of technical questions about the effects of this kind of gas processing on the health, on the land, on the environment, and many of these impacts have to be understood on a cumulative level. We saw the maps of the 4 states that are affected and how intensely that development is occurring and is projected to occur. And so we need to understand all of that cumulatively. I think until the public and local communities really know that their land and their health and their resources aren't going to be compromised by this development, the default needs to be to take it slowly. The default needs to be on safety and on protection, and on industry, the burden needs to be on industry to show that they're willing to allow themselves to be regulated, willing to implement the best practices and to disclose, rather than to be dragged kicking and screaming into it. And so, I've been heartened by what I've heard from the other speakers today and about their willingness to disclose, to accede to federal or accede to regulations. And I think that is something that will help to make this development one that is safe and sustainable for our future.
Okay, figuring out the technology. Maybe I can talk and do this at the same time. How do I do this? Okay. My name is David McMahon. I am an attorney. I am a co-founder of the West Virginia Surface Owners' Rights Organization, and I'm here to talk to you about surface owners' concerns, which dovetail.
March 5th at 1:36 p.m.
Aha. Come back here. Okay. Can you guys see the cursor up there? Yes, you can. All right. We represent surface owners. We, of course, share all the environmental concerns, and we have some on top. I'm not speaking for the citizens that have, like, the road issues, the downstream area issues. I'm talking about the guy who, the family that put down all their life savings and bought a wonderful dream home in the country of 100 acres, an old farm, and here comes somebody and says, oh, we're going to put a Marcellus Shale well site on your property. Because as you know, if you don't know the problem, the owner of the minerals is allowed to do whatever is fairly necessary to the surface to get the minerals out, as long as it was within the contemplation of the parties. So I have some pictures here that will show you the difference between the conventional wells and the Marcellus Shale wells, starting now. This is a conventional well that was drilled in Upshur County, and I want you to notice in particular those two blue tanks. Those are tanks that were brought in on the back of a tractor trailer. That's a conventional well to the Benson Formation. This is the kind of picture that's kind of led our side of this issue. This is a 2008 Marcellus Shale well. It was only going to be a well site for 2 wells, and you remember there were like two tractor trailer loads of frack water that were going to be used. This, of course, is the drilling pit where the flowback would go. This is the impoundment for the frack water for a horizontal well. 600,000 to 1 million gallons, about the size of an Olympic swimming pool. Except that now they've learned that it's better to frack three horizontal wells, frack all 3 at once, which requires about 3 million gallons. This is just a different horizontal Marcellus well pad, and this one they're going to drill 4 wells here. They were planning 6. This is involved in a lawsuit now. There's a 1 well there, and they're working over here. But now they've decided maybe it's better to do centralized. If they're going to have several big pads, rather than put a pond in each place, and you need 3 million gallons, down the valley they'll put a big pond. Here you can see the 2 people here looking down into this. I think this is Julie. Is that you in the picture? 2 people looking down at 2 people looking down at the centralized pond to give you a better idea of how big that centralized pond will be. There are those 2 people. So the surface impacts, as you can see, obviously are greater. Here's a Google shot of the border of Wetzel County and Marshall County in 2004, as you can see. This is 2007. They're just starting to get started here. You can see a couple pads. This is 2009. Each one of those yellow dots is a Marcellus Shale well pad or facility. And this shows the same area, shows both the compressor stations, et cetera, et cetera. So these things are entirely different than they were in the past, and surface owners didn't have enough protections in the past to recognize rights we already have. What have we wanted? We want the driller to be required to come out and talk to us before they send out the surveyor to survey the location. Right now, it's legal under the law for them to sneak out on the surface, decide where they're going to put the well pad, send the surveyor out, put the entire soil erosion sediment control plan together, mail it to the DEP, and then they give us 15 days to provide a written comment on the application. We don't have a hearing on it. The industry now says we don't have an appeal, but we do have 15 days to comment. Why don't they come out and talk to us first? We'd also like some incentive for them to come out and negotiate with us. You want to put that road right down the middle of my meadow, and that's a future home site. That's where I was going to build my son's home. You can move it a little ways and free that up. Just because that's a level place that's cheap for you, that's more than is fairly necessary. Our only resolve now is to go to court. We'd like some incentive for them to negotiate with us. Pit waste. Right now, the state regs allow them to take all the cuttings and just bury them on our land. State regs allow that. We don't like that. The presumption of water pollution. Right now, there's a presumption that if your water well goes bad within 1,000 feet of where the well goes down into the ground, that there's a presumption that they caused the water problem. The problem is they're going down in the ground and they're drilling out 3,000, 4,000, 5,000, some experimental 12,000 feet. There's no presumption of water pollution out there. I do agree with the earlier speakers. Generally, the frac process itself is not the problem. It is well integrity. But as I asked the question back there earlier, if there are old abandoned wells out there, that's a problem because that frac fluid can at least theoretically get into those wells. And there are in West Virginia 5,000 wells right now that we know who owns them, we know who the operator is, and we're not making them plug them because we're all out issuing permits to drill these new Marcellus wells. Hiring and firing of inspectors under current law. An inspector has to work in the industry before he can be an inspector, has to pass a written test written by a board that is dominated by industry, has one surface owner representative that has not been appointed in 4 years. Then there's also an oral test where the candidate goes in and talks to the industry members to see if he gets to be on the list from which DEP can select the candidate to be the next inspector. The other thing we want is right now the law requires the well, not the well pad, the law only requires the well to be 200 feet from a dwelling. From the dwelling to the well itself, not the well pad, 200 feet. This is 475 feet.
We'll start at the beginning. Of course, this video is with Mosaic.
Can you hear the person trying to talk over the noise? This is 475 feet. The legislature's current offer is 625. We don't think that's enough. We know people at that distance that can't sleep in their homes because of the noise. So that's an issue. We think that it ought to be at least 1,000 feet, or maybe even better, let's do it scientifically. Let's have a decibel metric that applies and says, we don't care how far away it is, but let's just not make it so much noise that people can't sleep, because that goes on 24 hours a day. To drill the first horizontal well takes 30 days of actual drilling of the horizontal well. So we have tried to get these things from the legislature for 4 years, and we haven't gotten anything. So you're asking my opinion about, the regulatory challenges, and we say, of course, they are huge. Our observations is that they are huge. Regulation in West Virginia is trial and error. When this drilling first started with these big fracks, we went to the industry and said, what are you doing with the water? They wouldn't tell us. You know how we found out what they were doing with the water? The people in Pittsburgh had their water tasting funny. They were taking the water to municipal sewage treatment plants designed to treat bacteria that comes out of your commode, and you can't treat salt at all, of course, and putting all the chemicals from the flowback, the naturally occurring materials, et cetera, putting it in there. So, we do trial and error regulation. If a disaster comes up, then we'll do something about it. Instead of, what we ought to do is say, there's a potential problem here. Let's get some data and find out how best to resolve it. Well, we don't do that in West Virginia. I have sat in negotiating meetings with regulators. This one was about naturally occurring radioactive materials. How much comes out? And the regulator turns to the industry guy and says, could you get us some reports on that? I don't think that's the way we should do a regulatory process. I think we should see that there's a problem. We should go out, we should drill test holes around places where they've buried this stuff, and we should see how it's done. So I wish I could agree with Mr. McCurdy that that's about the way things are going to happen and should happen. We're all going to get together and work together. But it's not going to happen here in West Virginia that way. Why? We come from a culture that is still kind of a company town. We still are desperate for jobs, and we don't understand the wealth that we have. For example, in my private practice, I represent people on pipeline negotiations. For years, people would get paid $1 per foot across their property for a pipeline right away. Hey, we got it up to $5. I finally figured out that what it's really worth is $1 per inch of circumference of the pipeline per foot across your property. So if you had a 10-inch pipeline, you got to get $10 a foot. And I kind of got that going, and people were starting to I've heard a company actually offer that. Then I talked to a friend of mine who represents the big land companies in southern West Virginia. He says, Dave, we get $2 per 10 inches per foot per year. So West Virginians don't understand the kind of money that we're talking about here. Conventional well to drill, $300,000. One of these wells, $3 to $7 million, 6 on a pad. All kinds of money West Virginians don't understand. They're going to be here. More on that later. So it's the culture of West Virginia, the which side are you on kind of culture that we have. The money that the industry is throwing at this, you see the PR on TV. I can tell you when Julie and I go down and lobby, the lowest ratio of lobbyists is 3 of us to 17 of them. And also it's an industry that doesn't agree with itself. There are 2 groups of oil and gas drillers in this. There's the West Virginia Oil and Natural Gas Association, Independent Oil and Gas Association. Independent should tell you something. They can't get together to agree on anything. That's kind of on the legislative level. On the state administrative regulatory level, one of the big problems is that our regulatory programs in West Virginia are funded with fees. It's not much general revenue. The money that Randy Huffman gets to fund the Office of Oil and Gas comes from fees he charges. So if he wants to get an increase in his budget to deal with the Marcellus Shale, he has to go to the legislature. And the industry can block it, and has. We have 17 inspectors in West Virginia. How many operating active gas wells? 55,000. How many wells that need to be plugged that we haven't gotten to be plugged before the Marcellus Shale arrived? 5,000. 17 inspectors. And under the Manchin administration, at least he was asking for a $10,000 fee for each well to get more inspectors. Now we're backed off to 5,000. Not nearly enough. That was how much they needed before the Marcellus Shale hit. Maybe I'm talking faster than I need to. I'm sorry if I'm talking faster than you can listen. I'm trying to get a lot in. So the legislature is simply locked up against regulation, in my view. The House of Delegates has been great. I praise Tim Manchin and Mike there in the back, Money and Penny in the back, and Barbara Fleischauer, she's still here, and whoever else is. They've tried very hard. The bill that came out of the House last year, pretty good bill. We don't necessarily agree on everything, and certainly we disagree on some tactics, but the House has tried. But the Senate is just not going to do anything unless they get the industry's permission to do it. And then you've got the governor's office problem. I'm on a roll here. I wasn't sure I was going to do this. Okay, this is a press release from the governor's office. You remember the governor had a proclamation. He's going to ask the DEP to put out some regulations to deal with this. And if you read this closely, the governor joined with West Virginia DEP legislators and the natural gas industry representatives today announced the filing of an executive order to do this, right? Not the governor and the environmentalists and the surface owners, not the governor and the industry and the environmentalists and the surface owners, the governor and the industry. So we think that pretty much that there's not going to be much regulation come out of the legislature, and I do not want to stand up here and make any personal aspersions against Randy Huffman and the people at DEP. Many of them do try very hard to do the right thing, but they're handcuffed by money and our culture and politics. So I mean, our agenda then is we're not going to give up there. We're still going to be there, but we're going to go to the courts and try to do better things. For example, when does my time run up? My 20 minutes. No, I'm going to go longer than that. I think I started at 12. I think I started on 60. I think I've got another at least 5 or 10 minutes. All right. And I will be happy to take questions. Oh, shoot. So we're going to courts. For example, right now, if I live here and somebody drills a vertical well on the land under that table, they don't have a right to take a pipeline across me unless they get a right-of-way from me. But the industry takes the position that to get to the minerals under that table, they can drill a well on me. They can put one of these well pads on me and drill horizontally on the next guy. We don't agree. And some other things that I would have talk about more fun, more time. For example, is there a constitutional right to a hearing or to an appeal when the industry, when the DEP grants a permit for one of these wells on your surface owner's land? So, the end, I have some myths and distortions, some of which I've heard today, not all of, but I'm going to go through them. Fracking is nothing new. We have been doing it for, I've heard, 85 years, 50 years, 60 years. We've been flying airplanes since 1903, but the Wright brothers flyer is a whole lot different from a 747 or a space shuttle. We've shown you these frac jobs are different. Not 2 tractor-trailer loads of water, 3 Olympic swimming pools full of water. It's a very different thing. Don't tell me it's all the same. We don't need more regulation. Another one of my favorites. 0.5% of the frac water is chemical additives. Only 0.5% of the water. That's 20 tons per million gallons. So if I'm the surface owner and they're going to do a $3 million frac job, they're bringing 60 tons of those materials across my land. Don't tell me it's the same old thing. Don't tell me it doesn't need regulation. These are not dangerous chemicals. They are found in your home, under your sink. I don't drink the stuff under my sink. I go to the refrigerator. There are things under your sink, if you mix together, create chlorine gas. So we need regulation of this stuff. There are no cases of fracking causing contamination. That's what do I call a misdirection. There are lots of cases of pollution. The big ones are primarily, as I agree with the other speakers, well integrity problems. But one of the big problems we're seeing now is they bring all these chemicals on, they've got all these machines that have oil, and it drips down on the pad, and it soaks into the ground, and it gets into groundwater. I can show you pictures where it outcrops on the side. We have the Duke study that's been talked about. There's a new Penn State study out. It shows there are bromides being found near these wells. That indicates it could be a drilling fluid, or it could be just something that's naturally there that's getting disturbed, and we don't know the mechanism for that. We've got Dimick. Dimick, Pennsylvania, all those wells. That was a case of the intermediate. I was glad to see the the fracturing studies say, you have to bring that cement all the way up to producing gas formations. What happened there was an intermediate, not the Marcellus gas, that didn't leak into people's sinks. It was this intermediate gas, came up the open annulus, hit a bad cement job because they wouldn't wait 8 hours for the cement to set up and got into people's groundwater. So yes, it happens. We need to regulate it. No, it may not come out of there, out of the frac job itself. If we overregulate the industry, they will go somewhere else. If we overregulate the industry, they will go somewhere else. I like my house. It's a nice house. It's got skylights. It's got a sunroom. I got some acreage. My neighbor's house next door is really a lot nicer. They've got 2 floors, and he's got a workshop, and he's got more. How come I don't go live in his house? Because it's not mine, right? So, Chesapeake and Range went rushing off to get leases and to try to be dominant. And then they realized that Range got more in Pennsylvania, Chesapeake got more in West Virginia, so they traded. Chesapeake got Range's Pennsylvania leases. Pennsylvania got Chesapeake's West Virginia leases. They can only drill on the leases they have, and they rushed out and got them. EQT has thousands of acres of land they've been holding with flat rate leases, $1 per acre per year for 80 years. That's where they're going to drill, people. There's a lot of money to be made in these things, and they're going to make it where they are. We're not going to chase them out. Okay, I'll quit.
We probably have time for some questions, yeah.
a
courthouses across the state, there are tables in the hallway. I know. For all the landmen doing that. My favorite one is some companies hire somebody to come in, a guy will go in the morning and get a place inside the county courthouse, and they hire somebody to come in and stand there while he goes to lunch, so he can get back and have a place when he comes back. They're out there figuring it out. There may be some lawsuits about that too.
Well, that's what I'm waiting for, is a class action lawsuit. The other question I have is, what are surface owners to do? Are we stuck with if you only have 3 acres of bottom and then deciding to put a pad on the property?
They're allowed to do whatever is reasonably necessary within the contemplation of the parties. Our arguments are it was not in the contemplation of the parties, but you have to go to hire a lawyer and go to court on that, or be willing to block them and have them hire a lawyer and just take you to court. And as I said earlier, if they can't use your surface, I have one client, he owns 153 acres of surface, 105 acres of surface above 153 acres of mineral tract, and they have told him they have plans with 3 well pads that will drain 3,600 acres of the minerals around him. And of course, he gets all the surface burden and nobody else does. We think it's wrong. We don't expect the legislature or the executive branch to do anything about it, so we have to go to court.
Another question right there?
Would requiring the industry to renegotiate with minerals from Marcellus Shale solve any of the surface owner rights? Kurt? And the answer is yes, but again, it would be a taking.
Mark?
Just in the interest of full disclosure, on the new study that both of you mentioned, where the methane, various areas where methane, I think the quote was 17 times higher on average, something like that. What did those researchers conclude with respect to hydraulic fracturing fluids in those wells that were obviously contaminated by anti-gas soda? What did they conclude? What did they find with respect to migration of hydraulic fracturing fluids?
Well, I believe the study was on methane migration.
No, not that. What they did conclude was that there was absolutely no evidence in all of those wells of any contamination from hydraulic fracturing fluids.
And the general consensus since has been that there's great need for baseline studies. And in part, there's been getting out ahead with the actual drilling without having any prior information. So that's where we now find middle ground.
I agree with you. Again, it's not the fraction fluid itself. It's the hydraulic, it's the horizontal shale process. It may be that natural gas is already there, and it just got shaken up. But it wasn't there before, and it's there now. We need to find out the mechanism and hope to be able to deal with it or in some way.
One more question back up there.
Yeah, more comment and observation that some of that, getting back to everybody talked about earlier about making things work for everybody and covering everybody's concerns is very important. But we have to be very careful about making broad-based accusations of all the oil and gas companies. There are companies who support this new legislation. They support higher taxes, cover them from getting more steppers out. Several of them. And I guarantee you, I don't know how many companies go out to the surface site without sending a certified letter to the commission personally when they don't have to, that they don't know.
I think that the model that we saw with EDF, the Southwestern, and being able to cherry pick across what we've seen today, in terms of some states are doing some things in an ideal way, and that if we could basically take those best practices and build on them and continue to take what we've just learned today and reach out, I think you're going to have across the board a better capacity to actually diffuse environmentally sound technology in a meaningful way.
Okay, I think that's all we have time for. We need to take a break right now, so our panelists will be around during this break if you have additional questions. But thank you very much for this panel. We'll take a 10-minute attempts of local regulation for shale gas development. I think here in Morgantown we're familiar with the attempts by Morgantown to deal with shale gas regulation. There's a lot of activity in Pennsylvania with respect to cities and towns adopting ordinances regulating shale gas. So this panel is going to be focused on sort of what community interests are at stake, what are communities trying to protect, and then we're going to hear from an industry representative in terms of industry's concerns about having local regulation. And I'm pleased to introduce as the moderator of this panel Professor Bob Bastris here from the West Virginia University College of Law, where he has taught for over 30 years. Received his law degree from Vanderbilt and LLM from Temple, and he is a renowned expert on West Virginia constitutional law, and he's authored a book on the West Virginia Constitution, as well as a leading article on the role of local governments called Localism and the West Virginia Constitution. So the moderator, Professor Bob Bastris.
Thank you, Jamie. Good afternoon to you all. We have in your program identified Ben Price as one of the panelists here from the Community Environmental Legal Defense Fund. Ben could not make it, so we were fortunate enough to get as a substitute for him Mr. Don Spencer, whom I'll introduce first, and then Jim Walls. And I think when I describe Mr. Spencer's background, you understand why we feel so fortunate to have him here. He is a retired professional educator and an educational administrator. He has a bachelor's degree from Hamilton College, and he has 3 master's degrees. He apparently collected them. And one of them was a public administration degree from WVU. Since his retirement, and even before, actually, Mr. Spencer was very active in community life, and the highlight of that being 8 years as a member of Morgantown City Council, including 4 years as deputy mayor. Mr. Spencer has long been known as an advocate for local activism and local governments, and has spearheaded efforts to try to bring meaningful home rule to municipal governments in West Virginia. We have a home rule provision in our Constitution, but the courts haven't discovered it yet. So Mr. Spencer has worked hard on that. To his right is Jim Walls, who's a partner with the Spillman Thomas and Battle law firm. He works out of the Morgantown office of that firm. Jim has long been, he's a 20-year veteran of representing energy clients in litigation and commercial matters. I can vouch for Mr. Walls' skill as a litigator and as an advocate. He successfully convinced our local circuit judge to erroneously rule that the Morgantown city ban was unconstitutional. I'm not biased. And I have to say this about Jim. There are a lot of lawyers who are a pleasure to litigate against, to litigate with, but Jim is a pleasure to litigate against, and I think that says a lot about his attitude towards the law and towards the process. So with that, I'll hand it over to Don.
Thank you. I appreciate being invited, and it's a pleasure to be able to be discussing an issue that has been of such great importance in the community for several years now. We are very fortunate to have an excellent university and College of Law, and as a West Virginian, I applaud your presence here today, because this is something that we all have to work on and to find a way through as we move on a marathon type of relationship with a very important issue. 4 points I'd like to start off with. Number one, hydrofracking is something which is coming in the middle of a movie. In Morgantown, for example, we face the fact that we're going to have to pay $80,000 per year in perpetuity because of the Richard mine and the way it was operated, the way it was managed. And what has happened is that unless that money is made available for the mitigation of the water, we will face problems with the water in Decker's Creek in perpetuity. So $80,000 we are paying out for privatized profits that were realized many years ago that we will have to continue to pay. There's a cumulative impact on some of these things that is significantly important. When we're talking about regulations, we're not just talking about some nicety. We're talking about dollars and cents for ourselves, our kids, the people that follow us. Also, our Mon River water has a strong base of total dissolved solids without even considering the gas industry. We still have acid mine drainage that exceeds the amount of TDS, which is considered to be drinkable water by the standards of the EPA. That flows by Morgantown every day. We add to that other things, including the impact from from the hydrofracking and some of the gas drilling operations. Another element of this coming in the middle of the movie is the fact that we're in an air situation in Morgantown where our air quality is just below what they call non-attainment. There's a 15-point scale, and we rank consistently between 14.5 and 14.9 at the airport measuring site for air quality. And what happens is we are still experiencing inversions from time to time in the valley here that are over that 15 point, or well over that 15 point. And so with this kind of a backdrop in the middle of the movie, if you will, some of our leaders are saying, damn the torpedoes, full speed ahead on this gas drilling, as if there is just a complete empty tabula rasa, to mix the metaphors, in which we are living. There's a whole lot going on that's cumulative, and unless we recognize this, we can make some very foolish decisions. Number two, throughout the nation and throughout the world, people are facing extreme weather changes, and prospects for increased severity are growing. Every place in this country is facing a difference in weather, and those differences add up to being called climate. Damaging storms, flooding, washouts, droughts, water table dropping, lakes drying up, crops unable to be harvested, the costs of production climbing, food prices increasing, humanitarian costs are increasing as we try to respond to Missouri or to Vermont or to issues that we feel invested in because they also are Americans that are facing difficulties because of weather-related hardships. Climate does not normally change quickly. We can reduce the impact of climate change and extreme weather by reducing our use of carbon. This is accepted by every scientist that I am aware of, that even if there's a difference in opinion of how much role people have in affecting this, we know that by reducing carbon that we can affect the reduction of the speed at which the climate is going through this change. And even the Department of Defense says that slowing down this change is a very high priority for the national security. For people living on main streets all over the world, it is a high priority too. Number three, Wall Street is the corporate center that is calling the shots. Its operating philosophy is making money with very few questions asked. It counts only the profits. The losses that are mitigated by public funds, such as our $80,000 a year, and the damages to opportunity costs that are created by having poor water, poor air, poor other things, don't show up in the Wall Street ledger. Never even appear. The Wall Street mindset plows ahead, works against taxation to support shared infrastructure, works against public fiscal balance, to hell with regulations or standards or anything that might slow things down in the broader public interest or for a more sustainable time frame. Point number 4. The public has been acquiescing so far to the Wall Street mindset and the marketing, which keeps coming on the tube, over the airways, in the print media, and everywhere else, and may continue to do so, until something threatens their kids, their health, their property values, their ability to participate in business and or community. It's like the ad on TV, which says that everyone wants to go along with cuts and standards and inspections and overhead and work schedules until it is their plane on which they are boarding. Then all those cutbacks and the compromises are seen in a different light. Then it becomes my airplane and my family's safety. All this talk about efficiencies or cutbacks or unnecessary regulations sounds very good on paper, if you will, especially when we have been caught up with the Wall Street mindset. But when it starts to affect where we live, then it becomes something else. Someday, maybe once again, we'll all be concerned about our safety and our future. The Morgantown City Council, since February 2nd, 2009, has been raising the issue of inadequate standards and inadequate inspections for our West Virginia airplane, so to speak. In May of this year, the City Council and the public became aware that the DEP was issuing permits for a well pad to be located on a partially mitigated Superfund site approximately a half-mile upstream from our water supply, a water supply that serves 90,000 customers or people. It also serves the West Virginia hospitals, West Virginia student body and faculty, and its recruitment and retention implications for that group. It also affects the Mylan Pharmaceuticals and a total area economy. This isn't just something that is casual, but we decided, wake up one day and decide, well, gee, what do we do today? Let's have a band. It is something which obviously reflects a concern and an involvement and a relationship with all sorts of different interests in our community. Under the circumstances and with the very inconsistent track record of the hydrofracking gas industry, and those implications being negative not just in relationship to water quality protection, but also to the flaring that we saw going up the interstates that lasted for 2 and 3 and 4 weeks, the toxic air emissions, the traffic and road damage problems that we saw firsthand for those who have been to Wetzel County, the property values and the inability to sell property on the open market, the noise, the damage to agriculture, wildlife, public health, employee health, and the general public. And they found that people weren't enthusiastic about this development of the wells on the Morgantown Industrial Park site, to say the least. We had seen what was going on in Wetzel County and across the border in PA and in Bradford County, PA, and down in Upshur County, and people wanted no part of it here. But how does a community in West Virginia protect itself? This is a very, very important issue because communities in West Virginia do not have much standing in relationship to the legislature and relationship to the departments and administration of the state government. We have very centralized authority. Our roads are all controlled. Our High Street and University Avenue, all the roads are not city roads, they're state roads. And the city council cannot even act to put in a crosswalk without the permission of the State Department of Highways. The same is true with nearly everything else that we relate to. Somehow there always comes back to having to check with the state agency or the state code first before action can be taken. Some have said that in interstate comparisons, we fare the least in the amount of home rule of any state in the nation. We have it on the books, as Bob Bastros just mentioned, but we don't have it in practice, and courts continually rule against the cities whenever there is a case that comes up in trying to resolve an issue. As far as the objectionable risk of fracking impact was concerned, there were no viable regs for fracking in the EPA, no regs for the Department of Energy located right here in Morgantown, no update regs or adequate inspectors from the state, and no emergency regs from the DEP. All of these things going on in terms of drilling of wells, and now we're up to 3,000 wells with virtually totally inadequate regulations for hydrofracking in terms of gas production. And we find instead of regs leading the way and providing a safe path on which to travel, they are more than 2 steps behind. Excuse me here. There is a safety valve provision in the state code 81219, which allows a municipality to exercise power and authority for 1 mile distance outside of the city or the corporate limits when a nuisance issue is involved. The legal committee of an organized group of citizens, 1,000 strong, that organized itself to let the council and people know that in Morgantown there needs to be a moratorium on Marcellus. This organized group asked that we pass that ban utilizing 81219 here in Morgantown, just as Wellsburg, West Virginia, had done. They had taken the route, and it looked as if they were comfortable with the support that it was giving. However, there was a resistance to this idea here because they found that the city of Pittsburgh and other cities which had passed bans had used another tact. And so there was an interest in contacting the Community Environmental Development Fund, and Ben Smith was supposed to be on our panel today, and I'm subbing for Ben. But to make contact with them to find out how they'd gone about putting in place their bans in a way that would be protected. Price's point was that the conventional state laws usually don't do much to protect communities under mineral extraction situations. His approach with Pittsburgh and with others was to step back from the state laws and to create local ordinances which emphasize the U.S. constitutional rights of each citizen and of citizens to collectively govern themselves and thereby secure their rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. The sense of the city administration was that the legal grounds proposed by Smith was unfamiliar, and it would be ineffective, it might be more effective just to go ahead and use the 8, 12, 19 provisions in the code. The city had passed 3 resolutions expressing concern about water protection and other risks since February 2nd, 2009. This wasn't just something that popped up in May of 2011. But nothing had happened in the legislature to address the concerns related to shale gas drilling expressed by the city of Morgantown. We proceeded as a council to pass that ban in June of this year, along with resolutions calling for the stop work on the drill site and advocating again for the legislators to work with the DEP to pass viable standards to regulate and protect the shale gas industry and the public's relationship to it. The ban that we passed was overturned by the county circuit judge, who ruled in favor of conventional state-centered DEP system instead of allowing the safety valve provisions in the municipal code, in the state code, to be honored. Once again, municipalities in West Virginia failed to be able to protect the interests and investments of their citizens and their local economy. A special bicameral legislative committee was appointed in June and has been working on 26 issues in an effort to develop a comprehensive regulations to control shale drilling and to protect public interests. The steps have been modest, and there have been lots of hurdles taken before there can even have a chance for these modest gains to be realized. And we are indebted to several, 5 people on that special committee for the excellent work that they have done in trying to put forth something that makes sense. Whether there will be a special session on this issue is still not clear. Whether there will be adequate multidimensional inspection system put in place also remains unclear. In reviewing a study document prepared by the Arkansas Public Policy Panel on model oil and gas laws, regulations, and ordinances, it can be observed that no state in the United States has put together a comprehensive set of regulations for gas drilling. So we are waiting and expecting and hoping that something is going to happen here in West Virginia that will be different. Some states have regulated some parts of the drilling and fracking processes better than others. Even though industry representatives acknowledge that standards can help the industry protect the industry from itself, industry representatives have apparently been very reluctant to get too specific. Only in a few states have states been willing to share government oversight role with local governments. Colorado's done some nice things in terms of their water protection and their plans. Delaware River Basin allows for local interactions on this. The River Basin model offers a way in which local folks can be involved, and that is something that obviously I believe we should be looking at here as well. To close, I would like to encourage you to consider one of the analogies I used at the beginning. You and I, our families, and our communities, and even our nation and our planet are on the same airplane. Whatever happens if the coal industry, what happens if the coal industry sitting in a front seat decides to leave its luggage in the aisle and to light up a cigar? and the oil and gas industries sitting together want to do the same, but first they unplug the IPA and light up cigarettes. No food is moving in the aisles. People are trying to escape to the restroom. Water is selling at $20 a bottle, and someone is trying to open a window at 30,000 feet. The pilot, in the meantime, cannot communicate with the passengers because the EPA is gone, and the cabin pressure is dropping, and the weight is shifting with all the movement and unrest in the cabin to the point of the flight being endangered, especially as increasing numbers of storms are approaching. We all have important roles in protecting this flight that we are on, because it affects not just us, but all of the passengers. The university has an essential leadership role in helping industry, the public, and various policymakers to realize that we all need to be concerned about not just the geology and the engineering, but the big picture. What is going on the surface? What is going on in the communities? What is going on with the cumulative impacts of extraction in our environments? Our ability to fly together and to continue to fly together over the long haul will take a careful interdependence and cooperation, which is the ground for recognizing that we have to be very smart about energy development. Even though it may feel to some as if the gas industry's opportunity is a gold rush and a great opportunity to be seized upon, all that glitters still is not gold. We need to work to address comprehensively and thoroughly the sustainability that is challenged by the issues involved. Contrary to the Wall Street mindset, the bottom line is not profit margin, but shared active realization that we have to reduce carbon, the carbon impact, not just someday after the gas is extracted, but incrementally and steadily now, and for the lives of our children and grandchildren, it has to be sustained over the long haul. It is not fair to leave to them a world damaged by our failure to make changes that we know how to do today. Thank you.
I've heard Don speak several times, and he's always a very enthusiastic advocate, and I enjoy his thoughtful remarks and commentary, and I did again today. Jamie, thanks for having me. I'm very proud to be part of the first inaugural event for the center. I think the center is long overdue, and I congratulate you on taking a leadership role in what is very important industry and issues for our state. And Bob, thanks for the very kind remarks. Before I get started, I have sort of a confession to make. I was told that I was going to speak on a very dry issue, which is essentially preemption, late on a Friday afternoon. So I thought I better do something to try to jazz this up. And then when I heard that Ben Price was going to be on the panel with me, I thought it might be a little easier to do that if I made some of my slides and some of my remarks a little more provocative than I would normally have done. So, Don, I apologize a little bit in advance, but you'll see some of my slides were designed to get some lively give and take with Ben Price, who's not here today. I stand behind them, but I might have, fashioned them a little differently had I known that Ben wasn't going to be here. And maybe Bob can tell us a little bit more about who Ben is and who the Community Environmental Legal Defense Fund is. But just a little snapshot of what they do, what I think they do. They go around the country and they try to entice local governmental authorities to adopt ordinances that, in this case particularly, ban fracking. They were successful in Pittsburgh, as Don said, and Pittsburgh recently adopted an ordinance that totally bans fracking. But they did it in sort of a unique way. There are two things that stand out to me from the Pittsburgh ordinance. Number one is that they totally stripped all oil and gas companies of all corporate rights, and which seems a little draconian to me. And what they want to do is place the rights of natural resources ahead of corporate rights, and in doing so, they want to just take the corporate rights away from the corporations. And I thought that was kind of a unique thing to do. As Don said, and we learned in the discovery phase of the case here in Morgantown, that organization, and Ben in particular, reached out to the Morgantown City Council and tried to entice them to adopt a similar ordinance, and I think Council rejected that approach, as Don said, and I'm kind of happy that they did, but it would have been fun to sit up here and have some give and take with Mr. Price on some of those issues. But with that said, let me start off by telling you that, as Bob said, I'm a lawyer here in Morgantown with Spillman, Thomas & Battle, and I had the great pleasure to represent Northeast Natural Energy in its challenge of the fracking ban here in Morgantown just this past summer. And I learned a lot about local governmental issues during the process, and a lot more about how this industry needs to move forward with some of this public perception and some of the public images that we seem to be suffering under. As I said, I'm here to talk about local governmental attempts to ban fracking. I'm not here to talk about the regulations statewide, because I'll be the first to tell you that I think we need some stronger regulation of this industry. We need to raise the permitting fees, and we need to hire more inspectors. And I don't think anybody in the industry would dispute those three facts. What I'm here to tell you is that I believe, and certainly Judge Tucker believed here in Mon County, that all of those issues should be regulated by states and not by local municipal authorities. Don made a reference to an airplane, and you got all kind of constituencies trying to fend for themselves under very different rules. And one of the things I'm going to point out today is at one point this summer, Northeast Natural Energy, which got its permits granted by the DEP, it did everything it was required to do under the law to get these permits issued. At one point, because its well was situated within 1 mile of Morgantown and within 1 mile of Westover, which was contemplating a similar ordinance, we were subject to 3 different regulations at the same site. And that's chaos, and that's something that the industry, any business person would shy away from. I mean, certainty is the number one thing that we, in this industry and in almost every industry, wants. And while everybody was running around that airplane smoking cigarettes and cigars and trying to open windows, and you could see the chaos that I think that would result from a hodgepodge of local regulations throughout the state. In addition to the certainty aspect of municipal ordinances versus statewide regulation, you have the issue that I don't think any of the local governmental entities in this state have the resources or the expertise to dip into the regulatory realm and start to regulate oil and gas drilling. As I said, I do believe that we need stronger regs statewide. We do need more money. We do need to hire more inspectors. But I think all of the regulations should come from the state, and none of it, in terms of oil and gas drilling, should come from the municipal government ordinances. So this is one of the slides that I thought would maybe entice Mr. Price to have some discourse with me on this. But I call local bans, and again, I'm not talking about statewide regulations. I call local bans on fracking a solution in search of a problem. And I think that, at least in this state and in western Pennsylvania, I think the local bans, the attempts to enact local bans on fracking, have all been fueled by fear and not by facts. And I don't know if you've seen some of the pictures of some of the people. There may be some in this room. But some of these were taken in Morgantown. I think this one was taken in Morgantown this summer. I don't know where this was. That might be at the northeast site. This was in Pennsylvania. Don't know where this was. We've seen some of those here in Morgantown while Northeast was drilling. This is up in Pennsylvania. Up in Pennsylvania again. Now, some of these facts have come out throughout the day. Jerry Ritchie stole some of my thunder with some of these statistics, but again, I think a lot of the movement here for the adoption of local bans on fracking sort of ignores or sidesteps the true facts of hydraulic fracturing. And we know it's been used safely and effectively for more than 50 years, and there's no question.
Sir, I'm sorry. Please don't interrupt the speaker. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. What's your name, sir? Are you a Morgantown resident? I just want to know who you are and where you live. That's okay. Okay. Sure. I'll be happy to answer all of your questions at the end, sir. And even after the program, we can talk in the hall. But this technique has been used safely and effectively for more than 50 years. There's no question that it's a different type of technique with the amount of water that we're now using and the amount of pressure that we're now using. But it's been used effectively for more than 50 years in this country. It's also true, it's a fact, that 90% of all oil and gas wells are hydraulically fracked. It's also true that over 1.2 million wells have been hydraulically fracked in this country. And as Lisa Jackson, the administrator of the EPA, said in May of this year, in sworn testimony before Congress, and she is no fan of extraction industries, she is not aware of any proven case where the fracking process has affected water. And Jerry Ritchie went over some of those stats or quotes from the various mineral extraction states in Ohio, Pennsylvania, and West Virginia. We also know, and this is a fact, that in Fort Worth, Texas, thousands of wells have been fracked at the airport and in very, very urban areas without incident. Now, those are facts. It's not fear. They're facts. Let me tell you a little bit about the Northeast Natural Energy case. Don talked a little bit about it from his perspective. I'll give you a little bit about it from my perspective. In December of 2010, Northeast representatives met with the Morgantown Utility Board. And they said, we're going to drill 2 shale wells across the river from your water intake system here in Morgantown. And we're coming to you now because we need a lot of water to do that. We can either build our own pipeline from the river and pipe it up, or we can buy it from you. But we want to talk about how we're going to do that. In March, the DEP granted 2 permits to Northeast to drill those horizontal wells and frack them. In April, City Council said to MUB, go out and make sure this is safe. And in May, we agreed with MUB to adopt many additional safeguards, spill prevention type safeguards at the site. Went way above and beyond what the state regs require us to do. MUB sent a letter to DEP and said, we've reached an agreement with Northeast on extra precautions, and we think the permit should go forward and the operation should go forward. We started the operation, started drilling the wells, and in late June, despite the fact that we reached an agreement in writing with MUB, in late June, the City Council passed an ordinance banning all fracking, not only within the city, but within 1 mile of the city limits. So obviously, we filed a lawsuit in the Circuit Court of Mon County, and our main contention was that the West Virginia Oil and Gas Regulatory Scheme totally preempts this local ordinance that attempts to ban fracking. And in addition to that, we said, look, if you uphold the ordinance, if it's proved to be valid and not preempted, then this constitutes an improper, unconstitutional taking, and the city's going to have to pay us a lot of money. Well, Judge Tucker, one of our 3 judges here in Mon County, Bob may disagree with me, but did a wonderful job And for those lawyers still left in the room, let me tell you a little of the details of that because I think it's extraordinary. We filed the lawsuit on June 23rd, and we moved for expedited discovery. We took depositions of their experts. They took depositions of ours. We took some fact witness depositions, and we each filed cross motions for summary judgment. And 50 days after we filed the lawsuit, on August 12 of this year, Judge Tucker entered an order granting us summary judgment and essentially finding that the ordinance was invalid on preemption grounds. So I think she did a wonderful job in a very short period of time. And because this part of the segment is supposed to be about local governmental ordinances and preemption, let me go through just a couple of highlights. I know we don't have very many lawyers left in the room. A couple of highlights of Judge Tucker's order. First, she found that the legislative purpose was that she found that the state has the primary responsibility for protecting the environment. She found that the purpose of the West Virginia Division of Environmental Protection is to, quote, consolidate environmental regulatory programs in a single state agency while also providing a comprehensive program for the conservation, protection, exploration, development, enjoyment, and use of the natural resources of the state of West Virginia. She also found that our legislation sets forth a comprehensive regulatory scheme with no exception carved out for a municipal corporation to act in conjunction with the WVDEP pursuant to home rule. And in conclusion, she found that municipal corporations are creatures of the state. Municipal corporations have only those powers granted to them by the legislature. Municipal corporation powers are so narrowly prescribed that the West Virginia Supreme Court has held, quote, if any reasonable doubt exists as to whether a municipal corporation has a power, the power must be denied. And where both the state and a municipality enact legislation on the same subject matter, it is generally held that if there are inconsistencies, the municipal ordinance must yield. She also found that the state's interest in oil and gas development and production, as set forth in our regulatory scheme, provides for the exclusive control of this area of law to be within the hands of the WVDEP. In short, she found that municipal bans on hydraulic fracturing in West Virginia are preempted and invalid. Now, here's the slide that I put together to be most controversial with Ben, and that is my view of local bans on fracking are just attempted end runs around the science and the evidence. And again, I put this in here to try to get some discourse with Ben, but I do mean it. And what I mean is this. Let's use the Northeast case as an example. Don asked, what's a municipality to do if a drilling company sets up shop across the river from its water intake system? Well, what they should do, instead of trying to enact an illegal ban on fracking, they should go into court and seek an injunction. Now, I wasn't in the room when the decision was made to adopt this ordinance rather than seek an injunction. But if it were me, and I believed in my science, I would go in and immediately get an injunction. I would have to prove irreparable harm, immediate and irreparable harm, and no adequate remedy at law. And my thought is that if I believed in my science, that's what I would do rather than attempt to do this. So to answer Don's question, what's a municipality to do if something bad is going in across the river or down the road? Go into court and prove immediate irreparable harm. So with that being said, and sir, I apologize to you. I didn't mean to repeat anything you've already heard today. And Don, thanks for being here. I do enjoy your thoughtful comments all the time, and we're happy to take any questions.
Okay, we have about 10 minutes, I think, or maybe a little less if we have questions from the floor. Yeah, Charlie. No. They're looking at other alternatives. Yeah, Kathy.
the zoning is certainly one tool within the city. That presents huge issues for West Virginia cities, however. Right now, we have real boundary issues because the annexation laws are so regressive. So many people use Morgantown services, Bow Park, the library, all sorts of different things, that live outside of the boundary, even as close as the Mile Ground or just North Hills by the hospital isn't, Mon General Hospital isn't even in the city. So when you talk about boundaries or zoning, that has a place, but there needs to be some sort of ability for cities in West Virginia to have growth boundaries. And in Ohio, for example, they have 1 mile from the boundary being the growth boundary in which municipal statutes take effect, including zoning. So if we had a growth boundary in West Virginia that would allow us to have control over the activities within that kind of a larger area, I would see that being sufficient to, as far as zoning being a way to go. But we don't have that. Fracking could be limited by zoning, in my understanding. Yes. I don't see any problem with that.
Yes, sir.
I would hope that it's on the basis of science. Pardon me? I'm not in the room, sir, so I would hope so. As a citizen of this state and as a resident of Morgantown, I would certainly hope that they're basing their decisions on science, on proven facts.
Yes, sir.
Our case was about preemption at this stage. Had the judge not ruled in our favor when she did, then we would have addressed those other issues as the case moved forward. What we were doing essentially was, we filed the lawsuit. We acted as a plaintiff, and we were seeking an injunction against the city ordinance, right? And so we had the burden to prove that we would suffer irreparable harm, immediate and irreparable harm, and we had no adequate remedy at law in order to get the injunction. And as part of the no adequate remedy at law prong of that test, we showed that, obviously we weren't there to the fracking stage yet. We weren't going to frack until September, October. And by the way, fracking is almost complete, and there's no problem at the site whatsoever. But we had to prove that the damages weren't going to be enough to compensate us. And that's part of what we would have shown had we gone forward. We also would have proved that we were going to prevail on the merits. That's one of the other elements to get an injunction that we would have to prove. And that's where the preemption part came in. We said, look, we're going to win in the long term because these types of local bans on oil and gas techniques are preempted by state law. And that's what the judge ruled. She said, you're right. We don't have to go through the process of you getting an injunction because it's preempted.
There was discovery in the case, though, on the science. So the parties were working towards the science, but it never was necessary to present it to the court for the reasons Jim mentioned. Yeah, Dave.
None of the city has voting power saying you can't put
Yeah, I think that all three of those are good questions. Let me throw the trucking thing into the same basket. I don't know where the judge would have come out had City Council, in sort of a laser-like way, attacked or prohibited 80 trucks being on the road at one time, or noise levels above a certain decibel. I agree with you. I think that's an open question. I don't know if those things are preempted or not. I do know that you know, the actual hydraulic fracturing of an oil and gas well, whether it's in the city or within the extraterritorial 1 mile that the city tried to gobble up, that stuff is preempted by the oil and gas regulatory scheme. So I can't answer your question. Great questions. I've thought about them.
Yes.
Yeah, I can. It's probably a better question for Don and not me, but because he represented the city at that time. He was on council, so I'd like to ask him that question too. I think from Northeast perspective, we did an awful lot. If anybody in here knows Mike John, who is Northeast, he's a wonderful guy. He doesn't have a mean bone in his body, and he wanted to go not just the extra mile, but the extra 10 miles. The extra spill prevention that he agreed to adopt cost him a lot of money. He did it without blinking an eye. I don't know what else he could have done. That's a great question. Is there anything else he could have done, or were you all just planting your feet and saying no?
I do not know, and Tim Ball is in the room, and Tim might be even better qualified to speak on that than I am. I'm sure he is as far as the water, but as far as the noise, the air, I'm not sure on what precautions can be taken. We were very aware of the school at Westmont, just up the hill from the well site. We were also very well aware that the prevailing winds would proceed across the river right to South Middle School, which was also less than a mile away, or is less than a mile away. But there's so many issues that would have to be addressed. On the trucking, and respond to the previous question there on that, I don't think we would have the ability, the foundation at the state law, to be able to say 80 trucks on the road. We would be asked in court, what gives you the prerogative of saying you can only have 80 trucks on the road in Morgantown? There's no foundation of that. One size fits all in terms of state code. You know, how can anybody proceed with that kind of assumption? Very few tools that we were aware of that we could use to control, do damage control. And to MUB's credit, they worked out that second barrier in terms of the protection against any kind of spill at the well site.
I would add one thing to those comments. In terms of the city's strategy of using the ban as opposed to something less, I have to agree with Jim that Northeast proved itself to be a very responsible driller, and they did agree to some rather extraordinary measures to protect the water supply. But it wasn't just Northeast that the city was concerned about. The next driller might not be so cooperative and so responsible, and so and we're talking about being drilling pretty close to a rather intense population area, and so I think that motivated the council as much as anything. I'll take one more question. Yeah, Sarah. Thank you, and thank you all.
We have one more panel at the end of the day. Our final panel is going to be looking at the economic implications of shale gas development. When we think about regulatory approaches and balancing the economic impacts with the environmental impacts, we need to look very seriously at what are the economic implications of shale gas development. We're very fortunate to have here on the campus at West Virginia University Tom Witt, who's the director of the Business and Economic Research, the Bureau of Business and Economic Research, and he's the Associate Dean for Research and Outreach and Professor of Economics in the College of Business and Economics. He joined the Department of Economics at WVU in 1970 after receiving his BA from Oklahoma State and his MA and PhD degrees from Washington University in St. Louis. And he's an expert pretty much on trends in the West Virginia economy. And also on our panel, I've got Tom Kincannon, who's a professor of economics at Bucknell. He's got his PhD from the University of Virginia. He's been an associate professor at Bucknell. And over the past decade, he's researched the economics of solid waste and recycling. In the beginning of the summer of 2010, he began research on the economic and environmental consequences of drilling for natural gas in central Pennsylvania. And Bucknell students majoring in economics and environmental studies are collaborating in this research. Professor Kinnaman regularly teaches courses in environmental economics, mathematical microeconomics, law and economics, and principles of economics. And he has written a few articles that have been a critique of sort of the economic development claims made by the industry. So I wanted to have Dr. Kincannon's perspective on this panel. So let's start off with Dr. Witt.
Thank you. There's always a danger of being the last one or last two on the panel at the end of the day, particularly since the focus of the presentations thus far have been primarily on the science of fracking and the environmental and policy issues associated with it. Those of you who see the program will note that in the original program it was indicated that we're going to talk about the economic benefits of hydraulic fracking. And I need to preface my remarks by saying that we've been doing some studies in the Bureau of Business and Economic Research on the natural gas industry, and particularly trying to track down what some of the economic impacts are associated with the development of the Marcellus Shale in the state. However, we have not engaged in a full-fledged benefit-cost study. Certainly, there have been benefits that have already accrued to many people in West Virginia as well as nationally from lower natural gas prices. And as you heard earlier today, the potential benefits from significantly reducing our imports of crude oil as we replace the crude oil with both natural gas and oil that have been liberated from shale deposits certainly is another benefit. What I'm going to try to do today is talk about some of the economic implications of the hydraulic fracking in West Virginia. And I'm going to basically, I guess I should do this, talk about how hydraulic fracking fits in the overall state's natural gas industry, because I think it's important to remember this is only part of a much larger industry in the state, and part of the downstream potential is to grow additional industry in the state beyond what we would be doing just simply from the liberation of the gas and delivery to the ultimate consumer. I'm going to talk about some of the efforts that we've made to try to attribute what the portion of the natural gas industry is associated with the Marcellus Shale play, and then I'll end up my remarks by talking about some of the additional potential developments that could occur if we're able to agree to a set of ground rules for the future development of the industry, which would reduce the uncertainty. And I'll make my remarks by remembering you saw a shale map earlier on the screen that showed that this is only one of any number of shale deposits around the country, and that someone somewhere, and they're already doing it, is liberating gas using these new technologies. Whether that ultimately is going to accrue to drive additional economic development in West Virginia will be the outcome of discussions that we have in forums like this and elsewhere. And this little diagram starts with just an overview of what the natural gas industry is. If you look at the far right or far left side, you see basically the oil and gas wells. And of course, we're only talking about a part of the oil and gas wells that's associated with the use of specific technology that's used through horizontal drilling and the application of the fracking fluids to liberate the gas from that shell. We have other types of natural gas development that occurs through conventional vertical wells, and many of those have been in place for a number of years. But once you get the natural gas out of the ground, you have the opportunity to take it, process it, remove water in some cases, remove, in the case of wetter gas deposits, natural gas liquids that may be high in certain elements such as ethane that have the potential for downstream development. And you do that through taking it through a gas processing plant. Once it's processed for delivery as a natural gas to ultimate consumers at the city gate, you have to go through a pipeline process and compressor stations and all this additional infrastructure. So when we talk about growing the Marcellus Shale industry, it's not only what's going to be happening through the permitting process, through the ultimate production, but prior to that, it's landowners receiving leases and ultimately, when they're in production, royalty payments to the individuals who are employed in not only the rigs themselves, but the back office engineering and permitting, environmental services, the individual firms that are associated with providing services to the industry, downstream to the actual production and delivery of it through this value chain. And so it's part of a much larger interconnected system that we have that I think we need to keep it in mind, because a failure to address issues at one point in this production system, such as failure to address and resolve issues involving hydraulic fracking, which lead to a reduction in the ability of firms or expansion in the ability of firms to do this, will have downstream economic implications. And we know that the economy is very much interrelated, and as economists we try to figure out how we're going to measure economic activity, such as the Marcellus Shale. And the starting point we normally use is what we call an input-output model, and I'm not going to get into the details of that today, except that this inter-industry linkages is very important to understand the implications of a change in one part of the economy has, or in one part of the natural gas industry has, on the remaining parts of the natural gas industry. And in our case, we use fairly conventional methods for tracing through those economic implications that have been vetted in the literature. We try to, when we do our studies within the Bureau, make adjustments based on the information that we have, not only on the technologies that are used in the industry, but on what we call the regional purchasing coefficients. Because we know that the smaller the region that we look at, if we look at an individual county, a lot of the economic activity leaks out of that region and may never come back to benefit firms in those regions. But as we get larger and larger entities, we find that the economic activity that's created will downstream go to households that spend their monies locally, but upstream from the suppliers to that industry, they too will benefit to the extent to which they provide goods and services that are produced within that region. When you look at the whole development of the Marcellus Shale industry, and you go up to Youngstown, Ohio, you see that there are hundreds of millions of dollars being spent today on the construction of steel plants to make piping for use in the industry, where Youngstown basically almost lost all of its steel industry. If you remember Youngstown Rolled Tube, or I forget what its name was, they were in the production of piping. That now is coming back to the industry in Youngstown and benefiting the individuals that are in that particular region. In our work that we've done on the oil and natural gas industry, and our first report we put out was sponsored by the West Virginia Oil and Natural Gas Association. They gave us free rein to do the report. We presented them the report. They never asked any changes in the report. We stood by it. We indicated that the estimates that we did of the economic impact of the oil and natural gas industry in 2009 were very conservative. They were conservative in that we did not have certain types of information. We did not have information on the amount of monies that were going to be paid to the owners of the mineral rights, both in terms of the initial leases or royalty payments that they would be receiving. And we also did not include in the industry definition some of the downstream linkages that potentially could occur, because we took a very narrow definition of what the oil and natural gas industry is, and that's determined by what we call the North American Industrial Classification System, which has a specific sector which is called oil and natural gas. And using that together with some additional information, we estimated what the economic impact of the oil and natural gas industry was in that particular year. And I've reported in 2009 what those numbers were. Since that release of that report, we started doing some analysis of the 2010 data. These represent some of our provisional estimates. We're still refining them, so they're not the final estimates. But I think it's important to see that in 2009, for example, we estimated in the industry as a whole in the state there were 24,400 employees, both direct, indirect, and induced as a result of the operation of that particular oil and natural gas sector. And most importantly, in one sense, for those of us who are state employees, that generated $76 million of severance taxes, and for those of people at the local level, it generated $106 million worth of property taxes, the bulk of which go to the support of local school systems. We also estimated another $45 million in other sorted state taxes, which include corporate net income, personal income, sales, and use taxes. I think it's important, though, we talked today earlier about what's going on in Ohio and Pennsylvania and West Virginia. And I wanted to put this little graph in here to show you what's happened to the oil and natural gas employment in these regions. I think you see from the growth that's occurred in Pennsylvania the results of the rapid expansion of the Marcellus gas revolution, if we can call it that, in Pennsylvania. But you'll also see that the growth in Ohio has been relatively stable. In West Virginia, we've actually grown some over this particular period of time. But that's just in terms of the employment in those industries. That does not include the service types of industries such as environmental consulting firms, legal firms, and others that are basic suppliers to the industry. If you look at, and some of these numbers were alluded to earlier today, I think Secretary Huffman made reference to them. This shows you what has happened with respect to the permits for Marcellus Shale in West Virginia through 2010. And you can see the drop-off that's occurred from 2008 to 2009 and 10. Part of that is a result of a decline that occurred in natural gas prices from the peak periods of 2007 and 2008. And if you want to see what's happened to natural gas well starts, this shows you the divergent behavior that we observe in Pennsylvania versus West Virginia and Ohio. And you can actually see that the number of actual starts of permitted wells has been basically fairly stable in West Virginia according to the figures that we get from rig data. They've also been pretty much stable through December of 2010, but we expect in Ohio that's probably increased. And if you look at the number of completed wells, these are the ones that have been completed and brought into production, although they may be holding the production until they put in some gathering system, you see a fairly dramatic drop-off from 2008 to 2010 in West Virginia. Now, we know that Pennsylvania has grown dramatically in terms of its natural gas production, and if you go back to January 2004 to the July of 2011, you'll see that both in northeastern and southwestern Pennsylvania, the amount of production from Pennsylvania sources has exploded, and in fact, it's continuing to grow as we speak. West Virginia's growth is up about 40% over what it was in 2004, and the rest of the Northeast is showing a little bit of growth as well. But it's really the growth in production that's really fueled the development, I think, of Cannonsburg as the natural gas capital of the East. So if we try to look at how we measure what part of the natural gas industry is associated with the Marcellus development, we started with the natural gas industry as a whole as we defined it according to the NAICS codes, and then based on surveys that we conducted with players in the industry and further conversations as a follow-up with those people in the industry, we tried to attribute that portion that could be directly attributable to the Marcellus development. We have here some estimates, and again, these are 2010 provisional estimates. We're still working on estimates of those. But you can see that in 2009, we estimated the direct, indirect, and induced employment associated with Marcellus development as 7,600. And in 2010, it's a little less than that, certainly, because of the drop-off on the well completions. We also, in our 2009 report, estimated what the projected growth would be in the Marcellus-related natural gas industry over the period 2010 to 2015 under three different scenarios. One was basically with very little growth. One was a 5% growth in the amount of drilling activity each year and 20% growth in the amount of drilling activity each year, simply because future drilling activity is going to always be predicated on what the anticipated price is of natural gas. And if the future price of natural gas is anticipated to be relatively low, and if you can't get the associated natural gas liquids from the wet gas sources, then you're going to go elsewhere and drill elsewhere where you can get a better yield. And some of the work, for example, in the Utica Shale in Ohio indicates that the petroleum yield, the petroleum oil yield, is much greater than what we observe in this area. And of course, out in the Bakken Shale, you heard earlier that 90% of the extraction there is actually oil. And with oil prices being relatively high compared with natural gas prices, investment capital is going to go to where they can get the best long-term return. So you start seeing some of these shifts and patterns, I think, in the actual drilling activity, and you can actually trace the drilling rigs over the time through publicly available sources to see where they're actually occurring. Now, the future of the industry, of course, is all going to be dependent on resolving some of the issues, as you've heard from people who are closer to the inside baseball than I. There's hope that there will be some finalization of legislation coming out of the next session of the legislature. But if that's not done and that creates some uncertainty, there's always the possibility that capital, being fairly mobile, will be spent in other areas. We do have the potential, if we get it right and we can resolve a lot of the issues through public meetings like this and a discussion of the basic issues, that we will create some element of certainty with respect to investment dollars that would be invested here, and that we could continue to see some growth in this industry. We recognize the potential for this industry, and the governor appointed the Marcellus Shale Task Force to look at the downstream opportunities associated with the wet gas liquids that would be extracted, particularly the ethane that could be used in attracting in a cracker into either Kanawha Valley or over in the Ohio River possibly at one of the sites that Bayer Chemicals currently has. It's a brownfield site. And the downstream potential for that is fairly significant. The American Chemistry Council has put out a study on what the implications would be of a construction and operation of an ethane cracker in West Virginia, showing a very considerable downstream economic impact, particularly when you look at the potential from an ethane cracker of the derivatives that would come out, could lead to a revival of our chemical industry in the state. The broader issue is they're going to be long-term, as one of the speakers said, strategic decisions we're going to have to make in the absence of a national energy policy. It's kind of hard to make strategic decisions. But the future development of this unconventional gas source has the potential to lead to significant reductions in the imported crude oil that we bring into the country if it can be adequately used in alternative ways, particularly with our motor vehicle fleet, and could potentially long-term lead to energy independence. Of course, there's always a question of at what cost, and I think that's what I'm going to turn the next speaker over to talk about. So we'll hold the questions until the end.
Sure.
Good afternoon. Thank you for remaining to the end of the day. And I thank Jim for the invitation to come here to speak at this conference. This is my first time to Morgantown. It was a very beautiful drive this morning. I've learned a lot today. This is probably the longest time I've spent with lawyers. And maybe there are no more lawyers left in the room, apparently, but it's been an interesting conference. So I'm here today to talk about the economic implications of Marcellus shale extraction. Best way of doing this. I brought one of these, but oh, here it is. There. Oh, it's here. Thank you. Thank you. Sorry. First of all, the economic impact study, which is one I think that you've done down here in West Virginia, this is a fairly time-honored methodology for estimating how a industry, an institution, a new industry perhaps, contributes to our overall economic health. I know that major universities do this. I'm sure West Virginia University has an impact study that it does. Bucknell does one, my home institution. And the idea is to estimate, how many jobs are you responsible for? Not just the people you hire, but because the people you hire spend their money out in the community and the inputs to your institution are purchased out in the community, other jobs are created there, and then there's a multiplier effect which allows yet additional jobs to be created throughout the economy. And so in the modern era, this tool, I think, has been used primarily as a method of PR, perhaps. I know that the economic studies that I've been hired to do in Pennsylvania are by organizations or firms that are interested in, for example, influencing policy by stating that we are a big fish in the pond. We are very responsible for economic health in this state, so be careful with what you do with us. And it's a method of getting that message across. And I think it's an effective message. I think people listen to the economic impact study. I guess I got ahead of myself a little bit there. And there's a theory behind it. The theory was probably most prominently asserted by John Keynes during the Great Depression. There was questions about how to restore the wealth of the nation, and he argued that it's through spending that if we were to all just go spend our money, our spendings would represent incomes to our neighbors. And yes, we could go about the process of spending ourselves rich. We have the resource base. We're just not spending any money. And this economic theory prevailed in our national economic policy throughout the 50s and 60s. All economists were practicing Keynesian economics of one kind or another. Some of the theoretical assumptions and structures that are used to support this method kind of fell by the wayside throughout the 1970s. Milton Friedman and other economists argued that really there's a limit to how much you can spend yourself rich. Price inflation can occur. Crowding out can occur. And since that time, I would say that the economic impact study, the theory behind it has been kind of taken a back burner approach in economic circles. Doing one of these studies will not get you published in any economics journal. It's just not. It's not considered kind of modern economics. It's a good source for outside income. I've been paid by various industries to do this, and again, there is a theory for it. It's just kind of an outdated theory. What I'm sure to do, and I've published a paper on this, is what's I think unfortunate is when economists work on the side, maybe as consultants, to do an economic impact study of, say, the shale gas industry, and then they put on the cover page to put a logo of their university. It gives it sort of this air of being modern research, when really, once again, it really just isn't. So anyway, there are a lot of assumptions that you need to make when doing economic impact studies. That initial round of spending, that direct source of jobs and revenues and tax revenues, it's very important, and I think it's overlooked by many of these studies, to find out when that money is being spent and where it's being spent. I think you did a good job with that, based on what you've stated in the presentation. Often you just have to make an assumption. When are people spending this money? Are they spending it right away? If they put it in their savings account for 2 years, that's going to matter a lot, of course, to economic impacts. Usually the assumption is that they spend it all right away, and they spend it in their local areas. For example, 2 economic impact studies that were done in Pennsylvania on the Marcellus Shale, produced by an economist who's working at Penn State University, were very aggressive in these assumptions by saying that everyone who receives any kind of money spends it right away in Pennsylvania, and this therefore leads to a lot of job creation. And it's, not very good assumptions to be making all the time. The multipliers themselves are based on input-output models that are too confusing to explain, but there are a lot of assumptions that go into that process as well. The assumption that I find myself most difficult with it goes back to why Keynesian economics fell apart in the first place, was that there's no crowding out. That is, that when you spend money and you hire someone to, for example, take some frack water to the site in a truck, that person had they not had that job, they were really doing nothing. And what we're finding out to be true in Pennsylvania, at least, is that a lot of truckers are actually moving from the dairy industry into the Marcellus Shale industry. And so dairy farmers are now having a hard time getting their milks to market. So there's a crowding out. This person had a job already anyway, for example. And yet we're crediting a new job being created by Marcellus Shale. We forget about the job that was lost to the dairy industry. The process, primarily as it's done, does not consider distributional effects. On average, you can tell a story about what's going to happen in a state, but there will be winners and there will be losers, and those are often the details that people are very interested in. So those are often lacking. And so the tool can be frustratingly subjective. I know when I've done them, I didn't enjoy what I was doing. I was getting paid for it. The client wanted the product. I provided it. It's not a very scientific method. The word conservative is echoed a lot. Honestly, I do think the West Virginia studies are much more conservative than the ones that were done in West Virginia, and I credit you for that. What's that?
They're more conservative than the ones in Pennsylvania.
What did I say? West Virginia?
West Virginia
okay.
and West Virginia.
I did cross the state line, didn't I? Thank you. So going beyond that, so it's a useful tool. It keeps us flush in consulting money, but it won't get us published. It won't get us tenured at any major university. What could we do? How could we use economic analysis to try to get at what's going on out there in this industry and what the economic impacts are going to be? And a time-honored, just look historically what's happened. Let's look at other shale plays, find out what's happening in those regions, what can we learn from what they've experienced in terms of the economic variables, and see if those may apply to a new place like West Virginia or Pennsylvania or Ohio. And so here is a table of historical data that I've put together. I don't know if you can see those numbers from where you're sitting. Each row represents a shale play. The first one is the Barnett Shale in Texas. There's the Fayetteville Shale play in Arkansas, a second county in Arkansas, and the third one is a Pennsylvania region which did not experience any shale extraction or drilling during this period. The second column represents a time period, the 1990s decade, and the final column on the right is the most recent decade up through 2006 when these numbers were developed. And in each box is the annual rate of population growth and the annual rate of median household income growth in these various areas. I've put in bold those areas which were influenced by Marcellus shale industry. So, and this is, hear me out. For example, in Denton County, Texas, the population growth rate remained about the same, 5.8% in the last decade of the last century and 5.8% this time. Household incomes fell quite dramatically. Now, there's lots of reasons why that could have happened, including macroeconomic effects that had nothing to do with the shale industry. But take a note of that. Notice that income and employment also fell in Faulkner County, Arkansas, as it did in the other county, White County in Arkansas. It did in Pennsylvania as well. I guess you could consider Pennsylvania to be kind of a control group, and it's not the best control group. You'd want to pick a county that's kind of more in the southwest region. But where's all the wealth? I mean, I think it would be picked up. If this is going to be the great, the goose that lays the golden egg, and we're all going to become very wealthy from this industry, it's certainly not appearing that way in these other regions. I would expect something, and again, control group could have been better designed than the Pennsylvania one, but if you were to use Pennsylvania as a control group, the incomes did not fall as sharply in Pennsylvania as they did in these other regions, and population did fall, whereas it didn't in these other regions. So maybe, if you were to interpret these results, you'd say that all this shale industry is doing is increasing the population of a county and not really doing anything to the income levels. Look historically what's happened to landowners in other shale plays. This gets a lot of press. That is, that there are a few people that get very, very wealthy in Pennsylvania. They signed lease agreements, $7,000 per acre per year, huge amount. These have been signed, and receive a 21% royalty. This person, whoever signed this contract, is going to be a very wealthy person at the end of the day. You actually look at most of the ones, the lease agreements and royalty agreements that have been signed, they're much more modest. They amount to a few $1,000s for the average homeowner. Not getting wealthy, not changing the way they lead their life. It may afford them the ability to enjoy a few extra luxuries. Another study done out in Colorado looked at the property values. What's happening to people who have well pads on their farms or on their properties, and they go to sell them? And the shale play is mature enough in Colorado that properties have changed hands, and so we can actually look at this data to try to find out what's happening. Pennsylvania and West Virginia, maybe not so much with the recent, given that it's been so recent. A $300,000 house on average will sell for $28,000 less. So it reduces property values. I mean, you do get the lease agreement, any royalties that come in, but you're going to sell your property for less as a result of the nuisance of having this thing on your property. It's an interesting result. What about the neighbors of people who don't have well pads and therefore are not receiving lease and royalty payments but do have to confront with it? This statistic is what I've received in literature, 890 to 1,340 trucks per well site. I heard a number earlier today that was about 4 or 5 times higher than that. Could be very different across different parts of the country. The economics literature is very mature in this area. We know what happens to property values that are along adjacent to roads when there's lots of truck traffic. They go down. We know how far they go down. We know we can link it to how many trucks go by. And so you can use this to find out what's going to do to property values throughout West Virginia as a result of these additional trucks. There have been, and we'll look at housing more carefully in a moment here, there have been in some areas, especially in Pennsylvania, small towns with very little infrastructure, rents have gone through the roof as employees are brought in to work on shale drilling and the fracking process and don't have any place to live. And so they bid up the price of rental properties. And this, of course, will displace low-income existing properties. This is a big problem in Pennsylvania right now as people are forced out of their towns they grew up in because they can't afford to live there anymore. So that's the social upheaval story. I guess it goes beyond the economics. But Another thing that's been observed is this boom to bust cycle. You have a group of people coming in and working every day very intensely on a certain well pad, and then it stops. Once the fracking has been done, everything is hooked up, there's a little bit of maintenance that goes on, all the workers go on to another well pad. And so what does this do to the economy in these regions with this coming and going industry? It's not stable. It doesn't stay in one spot. We can look at vacancy rates in Grand Junction, Colorado, where there's a mature shale play. They decreased dramatically from 10% to 2% between 2004 and 2008. But then they increased up to 10% after that. When the shale industry started slowing down, they moved to other counties after that county had been already explored. In Glenwood Springs, Colorado, the same story. Not as dramatic, but the same pattern. We're seeing a boom cycle, and then we're seeing movement out of the region and the economic effects of that. And by the way, you can compare this, say, well, 2008 was bad for real estate everywhere, but you can compare the vacancy rates, and they've done this in the study, to Colorado state averages. There's no such, it doesn't pick up on the data. So these are kind of county by county effects that can only be attributable, I think, to the coming and going of this industry. And so it's a story you don't hear from economists, the boom bust cycle that you can expect to occur. Housing prices, same story. Historically, in Grand Junction, Colorado, they increased at about the state average for several years. You can see the Grand Junction average and the state average in Colorado moving along through time at about 5% per year. And then suddenly there's a change. Suddenly this is a county that's experiencing a lot of shale activity. Property rates shoot up as rents rise, as people speculate, move into the area, try to capitalize on what's happening. And so suddenly, for a while, 2003 to 2008, housing values are growing at 10% more. Now, all of them went down after, because of what's happening in the housing industry. But there's now a 10% differential between 2003 and 2008. And that disappears. If you actually look at what's happened since 2008, when in this county, shale drilling is, slowed down, property values suddenly just drop off, and they're below the state average. They're actually decreasing in value like they would be doing in Las Vegas or something, even though in the rest of Colorado wasn't experiencing that same kind of cycle. So expect this. This is if you're trying to understand what kind of economy West Virginia is going to have in the next 50 years, it's going to be this. I mean, there's certainly a regional industry at play, but the workers might live in one centralized town, drive a half hour to this well site for 6 months, and then drive a half hour to somewhere else. Those economic benefits are going to therefore come and go across the state, and I think planners would want to know that. Don't necessarily increase the size of the school if it's only going to be for 5 or 10 years that you're going to have more population there, for example. Building permits is just another metric. It tells the same story. We see a rise in building permits, and then it returns back to state averages, again in Colorado. Public services, this is another economic impact. And urban planners would probably be able to tell a more descriptive story of the statistic, but the studies that I've reviewed, studies I've looked at, municipalities can absorb a 6 to 7% annual increase in population. They can handle that. They can adjust. They can move, make adjustments. There's enough slack in the resources to accept this. But once you have a 15% annual growth, which often accompanies intense shale activity in one region, especially rural regions, there's substantial breakdowns. And newspapers in Pennsylvania are full of these kinds of stories. They're anecdotal, but just what happens when there's not enough police force and workers all come up from Texas and they have a big party and there's problems and the schools, the health systems, the Geisinger medical system is very concerned about how to handle this sudden large growth in population and the kinds of illnesses or accidents that may occur due to these industries and men who are working out on the pads at this age. So it overwhelms the system, and so again, as a planner, you need to know this, but it may not be permanent overwhelming. It may actually, you might go back to business as usual within a few years. Labor markets, most of the jobs that are provided by the industry are imported from other states, with the exception, trucking is if you drive a truck, then you're going to have more work than you've ever had in your life. This is where local populations are often drawn into these kinds of work. But if you're the real high-tech engineering kind of jobs, these are all people who are trained in headquarters down in Texas somewhere. you might think, well, we'll start a training system here in West Virginia to get our employees ready so that maybe the next round we can be competing for these kinds of jobs. You're going to be saying goodbye to those employees. If you train them up this well, they're going to be following different shale production, and these people are going to be, once you get this, it's like being trained to be a soldier. You're being trained and then you're being shipped out. So it's, be careful where you put your money, because these are not permanent jobs. This is not a factory that's remaining here forever. The hotel and restaurant industries get swamped when there's suddenly a new construction going on in the region, without question, and so there'll be new jobs in those areas as well. They don't import new chefs or waitresses to handle these things. Sometimes the swamping, anecdotal stories are just fantastic right now. I hope someone's chronologizing all this and telling a narrative down the road. I know one area, the industry, there were so many men who came in from other states, and we're having a difficult time in the local pubs and bars with getting along with the locals, and so the company actually built a bar for just them, a private bar for the guys to go after work, because there was just too much of a cultural barrier between the folks who were coming in. I don't know if they're arguing about football or something, but the company realized to maintain peace and image, we have to build our own. I think they actually bought a bar that was kind of for sale. They bought it and then closed it just to their men. So these are you're getting a lot of this kind of economic activity, again, for the short term. And I mentioned that. Training your local workers is going to, you're training them to be brain drained out of your area, because they're going to have skills now that are no longer needed here, but they're going to be moving maybe to another part of West Virginia or Pennsylvania or Ohio, but they might not be staying in the same locality where they were raised. This is another cycle that we teach all economics students, and that is whenever there are super profits in an area. So suppose suppose this is a concentrated economic activity that lasts for a couple decades, and so there's a new investment. People who own restaurants, people who own trucking companies are going to make a lot of money, but that will, people understand this around the country, that there's good profits being made in these industries. They will relocate. You'll get additional population, additional competition, which serves over time. If there's no barrier to entry, people will come and compete, and you're going to drive down profits and wages in these areas. So it's kind of the long-term cycle that's associated with structural change in an economy. Profits are short-lived. They will not last forever. They'll be kind of responded to with additional populations, additional peoples will come. And there it is, back to normal. And so in the long term, you might see the kind of results we're seeing by looking at the income data in Fayetteville or in Barnett Shale that we opened the talk with. There's evidence that in regions where, and this is mainly rural regions with, so one company can make a difference. One company moving into Fort Worth, Texas, probably isn't going to make a big difference. But when they come to small areas, things change. And one study here shows that prices go up as goods are removed from the shelves quicker, and that the price inflation that occurs more rapidly than wages rise, which is a story you need to tell when you're talking about economic impacts. The crowding out that I mentioned before, how the industry really is creating jobs, but a lot of those jobs are moving from other places. What are we losing as we shift resources in our state into shale? Where are they going from? And there's evidence that agricultural production, especially farmers that receive more lucrative lease and royalty payments from the industry, a lot of them decide to shut down. I don't need to farm anymore. And so we can pick this up. We can measure using the same codes, ICS codes, how many jobs there are in farming and in dairy trucking and these kinds of things, and it's been estimated to go down. There's shifting of resources, not creating of resources in these areas. New subdivisions, this is probably good news to some of you. We all kind of frown when we see a beautiful farmland being turned into in Pennsylvania. This is a big, urban sprawl is a big problem. Well, the shale industry is slowing this down. Nobody wants to divide up their large property into a bunch of little houses if they feel that there might be a lucrative lease and royalty deal coming down the line. So we're seeing fewer subdivisions being created in Pennsylvania as a consequence of shale activity. And evidence documented of tourism. Tourism, the kind of tourism that comes to very rural areas. Hunting, fishing in Pennsylvania is very big. I'm sure it's big in West Virginia as well. These are being crowded out. They can't find hotels to stay in. The natural beauty might be compromised. And again, the code for people who are working in tourism industry has gone down in Pennsylvania as the shale industry has gone up. Okay, so if you believe all that I've said, and believe that maybe there are no real measurable economic benefits here. There's a lot of winners and some losers, but overall the state of West Virginia, Pennsylvania is going to be more or less in the same economic trajectory they were to begin with. Does that change anything that we're going to do today? And I'll start by saying I hope not. I hope that the reason why we're interested in extracting gas from shale reserves isn't to provide jobs or to help our economy. I mean, the gas itself could be a good reason, and we talked about that. But these economic benefits, these impacts, these jobs created, if they were already being used anyway, I hope that wasn't the reason. I hope that didn't tip the scale. I'll remind us that basic economics, it makes sense for an industry to extract gas if they're going to make profits from it, right? And so profits are going to be whenever their private benefits, the revenue they receive from selling the product exceeds the costs. From an economic social standpoint, we want to go get the gas if the social benefits exceed the social costs. And we could ask the question whether or not all those social benefits and costs are being internalized by the industry. Do they feel all of them? And so, just real quick, we've talked about these all day today, so I don't need to. I'll click them all, and then we'll talk about them. These are the benefits. I mean, gas this is natural gas. It's one of the good guys, right? In the fossil fuel industry, we're not digging up more coal or anything, and so consumers around the world are really happy that West Virginia and Pennsylvania are devoting resources to this. And this is a benefit. And this is a benefit that's internalized by the industry. They receive, of course, money when they sell the gas. So wonderful that they internalize that. There are other two sources of benefits that are not internalized. We are not going to be, gas will displace fossil fuels. The difference between gas and oil right now is very large. And so people are shifting their furnaces around, saving a lot of money in the process, and the carbon footprint of burning energy is falling as a result. So this is an external benefit that we need to think about as we're deciding whether to go forth or not. And, of course, the whole importing energy from other countries, we've heard about that. We don't have to do as much of that when we have more natural gas. These are all great reasons for going to get the gas. We're not talking about jobs or tax revenues. We're talking about these great reasons for getting the gas. Some of the costs, to an economist and doing research today, labor is actually a cost of doing industry, of doing something. We're shifting qualified people from other industries. We're allocating them to producing gas now. This is a cost. We're capital that could be used otherwise, trucks and whatnot, could be used other places, other materials. This is a cost. Luckily, it's a cost that industry internalizes. They pay for all of these things, so they feel it. They feel the cost that they're imposing. Nuisance to property owners, I learned a lot by the talk earlier about the surface rights and how people who are not very happy with what's on their property, I'd kind of made the assumption that if you make the voluntary agreement to sign a lease and royalty agreement over with the company, that you stand to benefit by that. And so I guess then the lease and royalty payments require then that the industry internalizes the nuisance costs that they're imposing on landowners. But I learned something today about that. And then something economists, this is a non-renewable resource. We're robbing the future, really, if you think about it, of a natural resource they could have relied upon since it's non-renewable. It's called the user cost. And as long as property rights for the underground gas are well defined, in other words, if Pennsylvania beats us to the gas, West Virginia, will they get it all? Because it'll all migrate to Pennsylvania, and so West Virginia will be left with nothing. If that were true, then there'll be this race to get it out first, right? In the future, the hell, the future, you don't care about it. But if it's your own gas and you own it and you have the rights to it and you can take it out when you want to, then you're robbing yourself. You're robbing your future as well. So it's internalized by the industry. So we don't need to worry about these things. Okay, they're already being kind of in the endeavor to maximize profits. They're being encountered. But here are some other external costs we've talked about. Nuisance to neighbors. They're not being compensated for their losses, unlike the landowners. Damage to roads and infrastructure are substantial. And then the cyclical people that we talked about, the boom-bust thing, can cause stress to local economies. Of course, there's the environmental threats, which we heard so much about, really good information about that today. Any climate effects that may occur from using the gas. These are all costs that are not internalized by the industry. Okay, so what's the punchline? Should we get the gas? Well, economists can get hired to go out and estimate what those external costs and benefits are. Once you get that, you can set a severance tax equal to the marginal benefit or cost. And so once industry pays that tax, they're in essence compensating society for the damage they're doing, for the resources that they're not otherwise paying for. So get the tax right, and you've got absolutely great decisions. And so any gas extracted after that tax is set, by definition, involves benefits to society which are greater than cost to society. So a lot of economic attention is getting that tax right. get the tax right, then everything else will fall into place beautifully. In parentheses, the answer is likely yes. I mean, the benefits of, as long as the price of natural gas stays up, I mean, it could be that it drops to nothing, and therefore it's not worth going to get. My guess is that we're going to be getting the gas, whether you want to or not. And then job creation is not on the radar. It just isn't. Jobs, I mean, there are times when and West Virginia has a history of this, of very high unemployment rates. But you might not like economic theory right now, but economic theory suggests that resources are more or less fully employed. And so you haven't created a job, you've just shifted a job. No gain there. We can talk about that into the night. Tax revenues earned are a byproduct of an efficiently set tax. Okay, you get money in the end of the day, great. That by itself is not a benefit. It is, though, if you can replace some other kind of tax. Economists really do not like income taxes. So if you can use tax on natural gas to replace some sort of income tax, there are going to be benefits to the economy that economists have measured. So in a nutshell, then, I guess what I'm saying is an entirely new perspective that hasn't been talked about today, and that is that, who are the winners and losers? People in Washington, D.C., New York City, people in China are hoping West Virginia goes and gets this gas, right? Because they're the ones who are going to benefit from it. And the losers are the people who actually live around the area that are extracting it. They're the ones who are going to feel the social costs and devote our resources, and we're going to have less dairy trucks and other things. We're doing all the hard work so that others can gain those benefits. And that's just kind of how we see it. Thank you for stepping up and pumping the gas. And thank you for the time.
I think we have time for a few questions. And first I want to apologize to Dr. Kinnaman. I kept crucifying his name. I kept saying Kincannon. And so Dr. Kinnaman from Bucknell. So we have time for a few questions. Yeah. David.
Right, without question, there'll be more people employed in the industry. The question, where do they come from, I guess, is
well, I mean, it depends on the measure, doesn't it? If you call it the region, there might be more people employed on a sustained basis. If you call it the town I grew up in, they might be there for a month.
Yeah, and that's, well, first of all, based on your question, there's one thing we should always remember is things are so different in different places. I mean, rural communities experience economic changes that are so different than, say, Fort Worth, Texas, which can absorb all of this and probably doesn't pick up at all. But jobs will be created. There will be people. The NIS code will say that more people are in the gas industry 20 years from now than there are today. Absolutely. Whether we call that a benefit or not, and this is where economists and politicians just do not agree on this. Politicians will say, create jobs, create jobs, create jobs, and that's not the language of an economist. Labor is a cost. We're shifting. If we devote more of our resource to guns and butter, you might learn from first econ tool you learned. As you shift to producing more butter, you get less guns. And so, what are those resources? What would those people have been doing had they not been in the gas industry? We're missing something. The question is, what is it? And so, whether it's regional or national, there's still something that we're missing in the long run.
I would argue, though, right now, with the high level of unemployment that we have in the country, we have 2 million construction workers who are unemployed. And they're not going to turn into nurses overnight changing bedpans. They have skill sets that can be used in this industry. Yes, if we were at full employment, I could buy some of this. But right now, we have a very slack economy. And we have resources that can be diverted. And quite frankly, some people will have to move. That's just the nature of the game.
Yeah, good point.
Charlotte?
Now, assuming that that takes place, would then your conclusion be different? Then I can guarantee you that with 9.1% unemployment, you give one person a job, he's really excited.
Yes.
You give 2,000 people a job, they're really excited. So if we solve the problems up front that you have addressed as the downside of this industry, are your conclusions different that the
Right.
outcome then would be beneficial to the
Right. Well, this conversation is stumbling into a centuries-long debate. I mean, John Keynes and Hayek, went neck to neck to this for their entire careers. John Keynes would argue that resources are always going to be unemployed. You're always going to have unemployed. Employment is a fact of life. And if that's true, and Keynesian economics made a return, right? I started hearing the name appear after the financial crisis and the Great Recession. Then my talk has less merit, really. And we go back to the impact studies, the in-plan models. Absolutely. And so that's something that we're still learning about. But if you were to tell me that there's going to be chronic unemployment, because why, I don't know, but we're going to have chronic unemployment for the next 50 years, then, our models all change, and we start thinking. Right. Yeah. It's just, we're stumbling into, there've been men and women who've devoted their lives to this question and haven't gotten over it. There's so many good reasons to favor whether or not, unemployment is kind of a hiccup or if it's a way of kind of the status quo.
Right here. In the middle.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Austin. There was a slide that showed it had three columns, or at least multiple columns, showing different areas of shale and then where they were in one state, where they were in another, and the increases in proportionate. It would seem like that only really showed two variables, population growth and income. Right?
Household income, right?
And then later, you talked about how the variable had to be factored in order to make sure something would work. Had to do with how the product that was pulled from the ground during those years, how the money from that product came into the severance tax, how that money reimbursed the neighborhood for what happened. Do we have the capability of looking at that data as well from those shale areas, comparing them to the non-shale areas?
Well, for that to work, we'd need the perfect tax, right? So we could see, are the compensations being made, and I guess.
Or we would need to see how the tax was before, what the tax income was before, and how the tax income was during, and how it was after.
That would be, that would be another interesting metric to have. I did all AMP too, but that would be interesting. Tax revenue paid by the industry or something.
And without that metric, doesn't that really be relatively low? At the end of the day, the conclusion is that's the metric that determines whether or not there's an economic value.
Well, I wouldn't go as far as to agree with the last part of that statement. That is that the only way we can get economic value is to know that there's tax revenue being generated. That's not the point of the tax, of course. It's to get the incentives right at the individual level. Each firm is doing the right thing. But I do agree generally that I would like to see more economists. That was a very cryptic analysis of that data. There could be better control groups. There could be, you could be a lot more with that. Just look at what's happened out there in the country and find out what's different between when there was shale extraction in this economy and there wasn't. And just look at it. It could be tax revenues. It could be another one.
That's the big picture. Like you said, and I had thought of it before, those drillers come in, they're there for 6 months, they're there for a year, and then they're gone. So they're also not buying hotel rooms. But gas is going to come out of the ground for the next, say, 20 or 30 years. And gas companies can pay tax on the local economy on that gas. The royalty owners are going to pay tax on that income. All those are going to be
It would be an interesting one to include. I agree.
But I'll tell you, one of the complications we have in measuring the industry in this state and many other states is the lack of data. Lack of data on a monthly basis at the local level. For example, here in West Virginia, we don't have local sales tax. We don't have local retail trade. We don't have in some counties anything about housing sales or rents, or we really have a paucity because of our rural nature of having any of that kind of data. And really, to get at the kind of questions you raised in that comparison, you need that county-level specific data that's comparable across the counties. And our data systems just are non-existent, particularly in rural areas.
One more question right there.
Some of us who have lived in West Virginia for a long time think that we as a nation state have to disproportionate share of these external costs. And I'd like to get both families.
Maybe I'll go first. It's easy. I think that was part of my talk, right? And so we thank you. The citizens of New York thank you for all that you've put up with over the decades. Pennsylvania's the same way. We have a coal legacy, which we're still living through, with acid mine drainage. And all the folks who had warm homes and all the factories that were generated and produced all the products, and they were the winners. And we're the ones who are, yeah, and so that fits with my sense of how to calculate benefits and costs, and then the winners and losers.
I would say that we really have a complex fiscal system. Traditionally, West Virginia has gotten back from the federal government more than we have provided to the federal government. So in a sense, you could say that's part of the compensation that we've received. Mm-hmm. And the reason why we're so low in per capita income is because we have low levels of educational attainment, and we rank the lowest in the country in terms of educational attainment. Well, I mean, that sometimes happens, and you're left with what you have. Yeah. But, you know, that can go back to, again, one of the complications you get into in your comparison of setting the optimal tax. Each state tries to set the optimal tax. It's going to vary amongst the states because the benefits and costs from a social point of view are different amongst the states. And the unfortunate reality today is every state is competing for jobs. And so there's sort of a race to the bottom. And in fact, in the case of Pennsylvania, your governor has indicated he wants no state tax on extraction. Whereas in West Virginia, we have a value-added tax. In Ohio, it's a tax based on MCF production and not based on value. We probably have a better tax in many respects because we're extracting more of that versus what you would get maybe from an MCF.
I had a question from Dave McMahon back here in the corner.
Professor Witt, I know that some of your charts show a lot of permits issued in 07, and maybe a lot of starts in 07, and then it went down. But that was also when we were changing from vertical drilling to horizontal. We replaced one vertical well, four vertical wells with one horizontal.
Mm-hmm.
I was wondering if you compensated for that. And also, what about employment that you mentioned in the oil and gas industry? I knew people in 07 who had all their rates running 3 years in advance, and 2 years later their rates, because their vertical convention rates are just sitting there, and all their employees are laid off. So that factored in somehow in terms of the total down, maybe not.
Well, we went off the data that was provided by the DEP, which comes in with pretty much of a lag. And we have to go off, unless we go down there and sit in the office and go through the individual permits and try to look at the actual sites. That's a very time-consuming process. In terms of, we just reported their aggregates. I suspect we could look and see if we can get in the difference in the permits, but I think the Marcellus were all pretty much horizontals. No, I'll look into that.
Chris, one last question.
Beg your pardon? I'm not sure about that. I can't tell you right off the top.
One last question, Chris?
Yeah, West Virginia-centric question for Dr. Witt.
Yeah.
Speaking of getting the taxes right, do you think we've gotten the tax right? Do you have a sense of whether we have the tax right as far as severance taxes go for gas? And do you think that as coal production declines and gas production increases, will they essentially level out all externalized costs aside? Or
Well, I can't tell you if our current severance tax is the optimal tax. It's been in place for a long period of time. Certainly, we see in our forecast coal production will be declining, but it's a value-added tax. If coal prices remain high or continue to increase, which we think they will continue to increase, particularly in the met coal markets, the yield may still be relatively high. Again, you have to look at these almost independently because they're influenced by different factors.
Okay, I think we need to draw this to a close. It's after 5:30. Can we give a round of applause to our panelists here? And that concludes the panels for the day. I just want to say thank you very much for coming. I appreciate the panelists for being here, and I appreciate the crowd being here. Thank you very much.
We're at a very early stage trying to figure out all these different costs.
Hey, you guys are setting the trend now.
But I'll tell you.
Thank you very much. That was very. I'd never even.